thing. Let me just put heads. Thanks. 1, 2, let me put that in your own fucking layer so you don't bother me, and I'll put you down here so I see you even less. You know what? I don't even want to use this. Let me put that in. Nah, I'll keep it there. I'll keep it there. Snape Wimbin, hello. My eyes are bad today, but yet, here I am. Here I am. I want to fix this one. This one is not my favorite pose. It's a little stiff. It's a little stiff. It's a little stiff. It's a little not cool with the arms. So maybe I can have one arm sort of touching the blade a little bit. Maybe. Let's see what would make more sense. I guess it's on the wrong side. Let me just flip it. Boop. There we go. Get some poison here. It's been a long time because I'm tired. I'm just really tired lately. Like, no joke. It's been very difficult to amass the energy I need lately. And I don't think it's burnout. Because I want to do things. I just lack the energy to do things. Allergy season, I will say my eyes are fucking, like, they not aching, but just like I feel like they need to cry sort of feeling. And it's like, oh my god, whatever is in my eye, please come out of there, please. Please. It's been hitting you. I also just have a lot on my plate that I just don't know what to do with my time. I get a lot of like choice paralysis, unfortunately. Decision paralysis. I get a lot of that. Let me just take this blade out of the way because it's distracting me from whatever is supposed to be happening here. Hello there. It's been a hot minute to stream when I don't really have anything new to show. Like, I've drawn new stuff, but nothing that I'm particularly proud of showing off. I'm tired. I'm honestly very tired. But I'm streaming anyway because it's been a hot minute. Let me see if I can get a good picture of like some 14th century stuff maybe. Let's see. What was I gonna look for? Fencer? Yeah, I'm gonna draw it like this. Let me just put a shirt and then I'll just it's that time for you. That was definitely me this week. It wasn't horrible, but I definitely felt gross all the time. I was like, wow, time to shower for the third time today. Cause I'm not having it. This feels bad. Hmm. That and playing video games hasn't been good for me, hilariously. I think that's hilarious. I feel like I've been playing way too much video games, so I need to draw more. I'm gonna put video games in a locker with a fucking key that I don't know where to find. Um, let's see here. But like these are fun games. Don't get me wrong. But I feel like maybe I've been overdoing it. You know what? I'm gonna have them hold the sword. I wasn't going to, but having the tail hold the sword is kind of whatever to me. How am I gonna do this? I should really get it to finishing some writing, but everything I write kind of just goes into the burner. And I do mean a literal burner. I burn it. I burn it away. It's gone. Not a back burner. Simply because I rather draw than write. Let me pull this here. at vacation last week and I was saying how much world building I would do and I did nothing. Oh my god. I feel that pain. I feel that pain so much. I think the thing that I hate about creating designs is that there's a reason why we create designs and they just look like this. The character is just doing this, right? There's a reason why we do that. So you can see everything. You can see the whole fucking shaboodle. But these bitches are like, that's so boring. I wish it had a cool dynamic pose. And then they do this. They do this, right? And it's like, okay, now you're covering up the whole middle section here. And the neck. And I'm like, ugh. I don't know what that looks like anymore. I think both writing and drawing has their ups and downs. But I'm definitely a more seasoned drawer-erst than a writer-erst. From the side, you have to tear yourself from the idea. Yeah. Ugh. Ugh. I fucking hate drawing. Why do I do this shit? Okay. You know, you're just not gonna be able to see that part of the design. Fuck you. I will not have your best interests in mind right now. I don't think you trust in my self-righteous suicide when angels deserve to die. Maybe big fluffy hair. Maybe. No. Mm-mm-mm. You wanted to. I don't know why I have that song in my head right now, but I do. Big fluffy hair, my weakness. I'm like the opposite. Nice pixie short hair is my weakness. Like, I love big long hair. It's pretty. But I can't help but think about the troubles and the trials and tribulations. It's pretty, but have you really thought about it for a second? What it's like to be next to a person that has big fluffy hair? And you're like, suddenly you're on it, and they wake up and they're like yoinked by your weight. Like, it must suck to be that person and to be next to that person. Or if you're on their horse or something and they're riding on front and their hair is just slapping you in the face. Like, they refuse to tie it in any way too, so you're double fucked. You can't see past their halo of curls. It's like, damn it. I can't see. or getting caught in clothes. One time, so I used to have big fluffy hair. Now I just keep it shoulder length. But I used to be a kid with big long hair. And I always had my curls getting caught in fucking buttons, bro. Buttons. It would get caught in buttons. It would get caught on hooks from doors. It would get caught in any hinge. Anything that has like a hinge. And I, for some reason, was dumb enough to get too close. It would get caught. Because my hair is curly, so it's like, wow, something to wrap myself around, yay! And like, well, you stupid idiot. You dumb. Why are you like this? It's like one of those grapevine things. You know, the ones that curl around the shit? That was my hair. Correct. Like, this is PP today. This is PP today. I'll draw you a drawing. A perfect portraiture of me. That's me right now. You see that? Perfect portraiture of me. When I was baby, though, I looked like this. And maybe my eyes are in there somewhere. There are times that I would sit down on a stool and I would yoink my head back because I sat on my fucking hair, bro. You grew into the hair. Me having short hair just looks horrific because my face is very long and square. So when I have short hair, I look like a broccoli. It looks bad. It never looked good on me. So maybe that's why I like girls that can pull off the pixie hair look, because I sure can't. I sure can't, bro. That's me. Look at that. Just put some Google eyes on it. And there you go, another perfect portraiture of myself. PP, what have you been doing all this time? Well, first of all, not much. Unfortunately, I haven't been doing much. No new, well, somewhat new drawings here and there, but not really. Like, look, this is new. That's a new drawing. Yeah, it's pretty good. Huh? It's a pretty good drawing. There's a doodle right there you've never seen before. What else? What else have I drawn that's quote unquote new? Let me save this. I don't need this up. Yeah, I posted this already. These drawings were new. These were not new, but these were definitely new. Wow, those are new. And that's it. I think that's it. I've drawn some new stuff, but it's like bad. It bad. So, I don't know. Oh my god. ¿De dónde salió ese demonio? I'm trying to look for anything that may be new, but I doubt there's anything new. Yeah, I doubt there's anything new. There's nothing new here. Oh my god. Let me let me check something out for the sizes of these drawings. I think they're really small. Okay. They're a little bigger than my things, but I would like the heads to be a little bigger. They're not super small. The way his nurples are just poking out of his chest. Anyway. Let me pull back here and desktop, please. I like been trying to finish this goddamn mess, but I got so tired of doing this. I get so overwhelmed whenever I draw too much. I'm like, "Oh god. It's like homework. Why do I need to do all of this?" And the answer is I don't have to do all this. I can just ignore it forever. Here you go. Work in progress forever and ever. There you go. Wow. Your epithet is beautiful. I might finish at least these headshots over here. I think they deserve to be finished, at least. And the rest of it can stay sketchy, I guess. I did some coloring, and I also found these colors from previous adoptables that I just never used. Look at this clown ass fucking color scheme. Look at those. Those are clown colors. You can hear the pop, 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 and then the squeaky shoes and everything with that. Let me see. Bup. And then I thought that maybe I could do some close-up headshots, and I found these old sketches from like 3 years ago. I think maybe 5 years ago. I think maybe 4 or 5 years ago. It's 2025, so it's at least 4 years old. How can I tell? The line art is a little different. I'll just redraw these and give little portraitures to my favorite designs. Maybe that's a big maybe. I might get too tired and not do it, and just go, here you go, give me $2, please. I would like $2. Ah, yes, those are two magnificent dollars. How much are they gonna be? No fucking clue. No idea. I have no idea right now. I'll decide on a price when they're done. You know, there's some elf ears that I'm not a particular fan of. Even Jak and Daxter, I love the games, right? But they have like the wingspan of a fucking albatross, my dude. The longest earzoids, bro. I'm still over here with my coin pouch. Snecka is fucking threatening me like this. Shaking their coin purse at me. Are they gonna hit me with it? Probably. But they're like throwing the money at me and it just hits my head or something. You like snakes? You know, is a good thing to like. Give me the goods. Give me the cash. I don't know if I want the tail to be on front or behind. I'm probably gonna put it on behind. Oh no, puta madre. Speaking of puta madre, tomorrow, Mother Day. Mother Day, don't if you have a decent mom, don't forget to hit them up and go brr, brr, hola, hi, how you doing? Happy Mother Day, and then just hang up. There you go. Ah, man. You know, for a hot minute, I used to think that artist drama can be very harmless and funny even. But people are being too facetious, too and not honest online. So sometimes they'll say, tracing? I can't believe Clip Studio is not condoning. They think tracing is good. And you know, they're just being facetious. They're being a little ha ha hee hee. They're baiting you. But I wish they would stop doing that, because some people cannot read between the lines. So it took me a hot second to go, are they being for real that they think that tracing bad? Or are they just trying to bait me? Are they trying to bait for fucking some stuff? What are they doing? So it takes me a hot minute. I just wish they would just say things bluntly. Bluntly is my favorite. I never had a blunt before, but I do know that I prefer things to be blunt. Your mother is already going. I'm eating grapes. Some red grapes. Waddle waddle. Do 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 waddle waddle. You have any grapes? I fucking hate that song. Waddle waddle. But I can't help but be charmed by it. Hey! Have any grapes? Waddle waddle. I don't know if I like this pose. I think it's fine. I think it's fine. Give it a needle point. Hmm. Okay. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna make these bigger. Let's see. Yeah, they gotta be a little bigger. Huh. Just as big as the face here, a little. There we go. I think that's good. Waddle waddle. Waddle waddle. If you're wondering, this is to scale. This is to scale now. Oh God. Yo, 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 yo. Okay, we heard you the first 2 times. Gotta love it when people honk and honk and honk. It's like, let me honk 60 more times. Because the first 6 were not enough, apparently. Hydrate and save. I will hydrate.
I am not hydrated.
Wait, let me say something real quick. What the hell? Come on. I was typing stuff and it wasn't showing up. That was weird. Waddle waddle. Oh my God. So, wow. Give me a second. Give me a second. What is this? What is this? 13 hours. That's fine. That's fine. Let me put my headset to charge because I don't think it's been charged. Get over here. I'm not gonna put the audiobook on just yet because I'm gonna read what this is because I just looked at this cover and I think this cover looks pretty cool. Oh my God! Stop. The grapes are coming back to haunt me. Look at this. Look at this cover. Can I get a better cover, please? Why is this image so tiny? So tiny and dookie, bro. Oh my fucking God. Come on, man. Take screenshot? That's not what I want to do. A darkness so sweet. Wait. Can I get a bigger, nicer picture, please? Oh my God. This is even worse. Look, this one's even tinier. What the fuck? Oh my God. Oh. Oh my God. There's no, like, better picture. Miss Emma Ham, do you have a website? Seriously. You do. Thank fuck. No, you don't. Shit. God damn it. Oh, you have a Twitter. I guess that's cool. Waddle waddle. That's not it. Miss Ham, I would like to have a better picture of what you got. Thank you. Oh my God. Shop. Books. Just give me the books. Books. Thank you. I should read the other books they have here. They have a bunch of merman books. They have a lot of merman books. Imham. Where's the newest book though? Girl? Oh. Bitch, I'm here for all the books. Not some of the books, all of the books. I'm getting real frustrated with how you do this, madam. Anyway, I just wanted to see this one. Thank you. This is a nice bigger picture. There you go. That's all I wanted. Christmas, bro. Anyway, Trolls. Trolls. We got Trolls. Let me see here. I might buy this one. I read very little of it. It looks dumb. It looks like fun. This is a pretty cover. I'll just save that right here. Save. Desktop save, please. Where's the book covers that I have of her before? Oh, that's fun that I can't seem to find the original book cover. Oh, there it is. Thank God. You know, I was talking with a friend about how often we see fantasy romance always start with the freaking redhead. And I'm sitting here like, yeah. And I'm looking at Philo and I'm like, yeah. Like, to be fair, that's not the first fantasy story I started with, but they are red-haired, you know? But so many of these fantasy stories start with redheads, dude. Like, look at this. Look at this. Here we got 1, 2... I don't know if that's red. It kind of looks red. It doesn't look like fantasy, though, so ignore that one. 3 redheads. At least he's a dude that switches it up. But not by much. Let me turn to the next page. Do I see more redheads? I see another redhead. I see another redhead. In fiction, redheads are plentiful. They are plentiful, okay? They exist in every nook, every cranny. Me looking at my werewolf, dude. Oops. No. I mean, like the main romanceable option main character is a redhead. Heavenly Sword. Was it Heavenly Sword? Like, remember that game? Or a Blood Rain. Or hell, Female Shepherd from the Mass Effects. I think it's even worse in video games. Fucking Aloy from Horizon Zero Dawn. Like, we can't help it, bro. And even with this game I'm playing right now, the fucking whatchamacallem 33 Expedition 33. I'm like, wow. The main character is a girl named Maëlle, and she has red hair, bro. They can't help it. They can't help it. Witcher 3, redhead versus black hair. Yeah. RPG. J'ai RPG. But yeah, what kind of design do I want here? These things have a name and I don't remember what they're called. I just want like one part. I've been playing that game and I've been shitting baguettes ever since. That game is kicking my ass. It's so hard for me to play it. Like, I get really, really tired of playing it, and then I come back for some reason. Because I'm too stubborn. I'm too stubborn to put it down. It's like, haha, fucking parry, bitch. And I'm like, I can't. It's hard to parry. Yeah, I find it harder to parry and dodge in that game than in fucking Kazan. I find it so hard to dodge and parry. And in Kazan, I was able to parry with the harder type of parry. The reflection parry, which, by the way, needs you to time it so your blade connects with their fucking attack. That's way harder, and I could do it at least 70% of the time. Once I learned a move in that game, I'm like, I got you, baby, I got you. But for some reason, with Expedition 33, I cannot do it consistently. I just can't do it consistently. I don't know what's wrong with me, but... So, I figured a solution would be to make myself so fucking beefy, so powerful, that I would never need to dodge or parry. And unfortunately, the game is way too well balanced for you to never do that. Like, shit. For example, once you're like halfway through the game, you're still like damage capped until you pass a certain point, and then you finally get rid of the damage cap. So for the very first half, you're stuck doing 9999 damage, and most of these enemies and bosses have way more HP than that. So you're just making my Kazan build an expedition? Listen, I don't know how I fucking beat Kazan. I don't know. I just did. It took me well over 90 hours to defeat that game and do everything. I 100%ed Kazan. I persevered. That's true. It took me a long time, though. And sometimes I just felt like I got lucky in that game. I got very fucking lucky. Not to mention, I beat the game being a higher level than the final boss. The final boss is 134. I beat the game at 170 something or 80, somewhere between 170 or 180. That's how bad it was kicking my ass. It would beat my ass, but I beat it. And I was like, good riddance. I buy French game. I'm about 66% of the way through. You'll beat it eventually. You'll beat it eventually. So with Expedition 33, I'm about 60 something percent done with the game, according to PlayStation's statistics and whatnot. And I'm just doing a bunch of the side missions. I'm about 50 hours into this playthrough. And my problem with the game is that there's no breaks. You can't just treat it like a regular RPG. To me, I can't treat this like I treat SMT or a Final Fantasy, like a classic Final Fantasy, where I just make menu and I make a strategy that works, and then I blast through the thing, right? That's how I like to play RPGs. I like to relax. That's what I do with RPGs. It's relaxing. It's fun to just do the stats and stuff. This game does not allow you to relax because damage is totally on your ability to mitigate it. It's on you. Either you dodge or you parry or you get slapped and you die because the enemy has a combo attack that you can't run away from. That's the difference between Kazan and something like this. With Kazan, I can just run away from some attacks. If I don't want to engage, I'm just like running. I'm running, you know? And sometimes that genuinely works in Kazan. There are some moments where you can't run away in that game, and it's extremely frustrating. But for a lot of attacks and a lot of enemies, you can just run away. Disengage. This game, you cannot disengage. If you fucking shut your brain off, you're gonna get killed. So, it takes a lot of my energy to play that game. Because every battle, no matter how easy it is, there's a chance for me to fuck up and die. Like, there's some easy enemies where I can just click on the button and proceed. But that's in earlier areas, not so much with the extra stuff. Some of the extra stuff is just like, what if I made this 10 times harder than it ever needed to be? So I'm very bad at this game. If you saw me playing it, most of the time the character is doing this. And wait. Then most of the time the character is doing this. Gun. Most of the time I'm just like, you know what? I don't want to play with you right now. Here's my gun. I'm shooting at the enemy constantly. I'm just shooting at it. Because shooting does not cost a turn. Shooting does not cost you a turn. So what I do, is that I just put a bunch of buffs where number go up and get big multipliers on the fucking gun. Playing like a true American, and then you can mark the enemies with a giant X, which doubles, quadruples your attack, and that's what I've been doing half the time. Half the time, it's me just going gun. And then I put another character who's like, would you like to do double the damage? And I'm like, I would love to do double the damage. Please give me double the damage. Here you go, sweetie. Would you like to play twice a turn? I would love to play twice a turn. Because fuck you. And it's called Cheater. The ability is called Cheater, to play twice in a row. And I'm like, that's right, I'm a big cheater game. I would like to cheat harder. I will cheat so hard. More than any other cheater in the history of games. But that's been my experience with that. Just me trying to disengage as much as possible. And hilariously, it's worked. It really has worked. I still fuck up a whole lot. In areas where the boss just has a combo that I simply cannot read. Some of these enemies are truly the most evil fuckers I've ever engaged with. Like, they do this. Like, there's this one fucker that I was trying to beat. Let's just draw him as a jar, because they have a bunch of jars on their head. It's a jar with legs and arms, looking like the Kool-Aid Man, but with, like, little hairs of flowers. Anyway, that's them. And they have this fucking attack. They have this fucking attack where they're like, oh, hon hon, and they jump in the air, and they go like this real slow, and then they go, Wait. Let me draw the fucking motherfuckers at the bottom. This is your party. This is your fucking party, right? They're just sitting there unwittingly knowing that they're going to get pulverized by this motherfucker. Fucking, and then they're just, and then they go up again, and they go, and they go up again, and they go, let me stay a little, I'm like, why? Why are you like this? Why are you like this to me? Why? But, yeah, they just do that. They just go up in the air, and they do this, they slow down, and you think by the slowdown, that's when you have to fucking dodge or parry. No, you don't do it at the slowdown. You do it after the slowdown, when they're about to fall down on you. But the timing and the delay is so fucking evil that I'm always thrown off. And they do it multiple times in a row. And by the way, you can't counterattack unless you parry every single thing about their combo. Cooked by the delay. Correct. And Kazan has delayed attacks too. So that's not the problem. I'm not saying don't have a delay or anything in your fuck-ass game. It just doesn't feel good to me. Also, something fell, and I'm trying to look for the mess, because I am not a monster that leaves fucking food on the floor. Where the hell did it fall into? Hello? I'm pretty sure it fell down here. Oh, there it is. It was very tightly camouflaged. Sentient jar is becoming the new level 1 slime. I'm just hearing the voice of Psychonauts going, "You cheated when you enter a cheat code." Oh, God. Hey, the ability is just called cheater. You put that in the game, developer. You put that in the game, not me. You intended it. You intended that shit. So, I'm having a so-so time with the gameplay. Sometimes the gameplay can be satisfying when things go my way. When things go my way, I'm okay. It's fine. I'm still super shitty at the game. I'm not able to parry efficiently or dodge efficiently. Not even on easy mode, by the way. So, you know, like, I was having such a hard time on easy that I put it back on normal. Why? Because it made no difference. It made no difference. It's hard on story mode in the same way that it's hard on normal mode. So I was like, bitch, I might as well just play it on normal. What's the point? If I'm still getting fucking slapped. So I kept it on normal mode for most of the fights. The only fights I don't put on normal mode and I switch it to easy to make the dodge and the parry window slightly bigger. By the way, they only make it slightly bigger. That's why I changed it back to normal, because I could not feel the difference. I could not feel the difference at all. So I would change it to story mode because there is a fucking creature that needs to be parried in order for it to not flee. Like, you gotta parry it so it goes, "Oh shit, oh, you're kind of cool. I'll stay for another turn. Sure, I'll stay here. I'm shocked. I am befuddled. I am dumbfounded by your ability to counterattack me. I'll stay here, buddy. I stay on the fight." And I slap it, and it's like, yeah, you better fucking stay, as I take out my nailed fucking bat and beat the shit out of it. I'm so angry. I'm so mad at this game. And then I switch it back on normal. Because that's the only enemy that gives me a lot of trouble. Because it will flee. If it didn't flee, I would continue on normal on that enemy. But since it flees, if you don't parry the fuck out of it... Ooh! You're gonna go, what you say, and put it on the... So, rep... Another painful thing about this game, I shut the tutorial off. But that doesn't mean the game shuts the fuck up. So whenever I lose, and I hear the game tell me I lost when it goes, "Mon clair obscur," and it says you failed, it will then say, "Did you know you can change the difficulty settings? Did you know? Did you fucking know you can change the difficulty settings?" And I'm like, I fucking know. This is like the 60th time you've told me. And I'm not gonna do it, so shut the fuck up. So now I hate reading that corner box there that's giving you quote-unquote tips and tutorial. I want it to shut up. I want it to be gone. I know, game. I've been playing your shit game for over 50 hours. I think I know by now. I'm not trying to ignore what you've said. I'm just playing the way I want to play. And listen, I like the strategy parts in this game. I'm just shitty at parrying and dodging in it. That's it. That's it. That's like my major fucking problem with the combat. Also, accessibility settings, you suck. The accessibility settings are terrible in this. It has for colors, but it doesn't have accessibility settings for the dodge and parry. How come you have accessibility settings where the QTE for the attacks are done automatically, but not for the dodge and parry? That makes no sense to me. Like, why even have any of it at all? The other accessibility thing that they don't have is a fucking map. They don't have a mini map in any of the levels. Good fucking luck if you have terrible guide sense of direction like I do. I have a horrible sense of direction with realistic looking games. I can never tell where the fuck I am. Everything looks the same to me because everything is so detailed and realistic that every tree is the same tree to me, bro. Every single tree, I'm like, oh god. And sometimes I will notice a landmark, but then I'll go, okay, where the fuck do I go? Because I've been running around in circles. I'm running around in circles, my dude. And I gave up. And you know what's the worst feeling in the world when you're playing a video game? How to find the fucking thing in Buckwood. Wait, let me look and pause the game. It's called Buckwolf Fuck Ass. Oh, it was there the whole time? Fuck me. That's the worst feeling that this game has given me. More than the parrying and the dodging shit is me being unable to proceed because I can't tell where the fuck I am. Playthrough, no commentary. The way I've clicked on some videos, it's like, hey, what's up, everybody? Shut up, please give me the answer I need. Please skip to the answer. Where you didn't even put chapters here, and you're just talking about gamer subs and your fucking Feastables and Coca-Cola ad. Please skip to the part where this is why I came to your video, sir. I came to your video to see where the fuck to go. Dude, this game made me think that I glitched the game for real. There's this level called Frozen Hearts. And I played that level like 3 times in a row because I was missing one item for a quest. Hey, what's up, YouTube? Before we begin, remember to smash that like button and subscribe. Make sure to ring that bell too so you know you get more gamer subs. Gamer subs so you don't suck. And I'm like, I'll block you after this. I'll block you out of my watch list forever. I did not come for your personality. I don't know who you are. I came here for information. This is why I like videos from frickin' South Asians. They get to the point real fast. They get to the point real quick. They'll just go like, hey, how do you fix? Like this. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That's all I needed. Goodbye. Have a nice day. I don't know if I want this Alucard ass hair or not. I think I want bangs. Maybe just one side bang and the rest can go down. I don't know if I want long earrings or not. But, this place called Frozen Hearts made me think that the game was bugged. That's how bad it got. So, there are plenty of places in the game that they decided to put these little things, these hooks. They look like this. And they're metallic. These hooks are yellow and metallic. Frozen Hearts. Correct, Laurie, correct. You get me. You fucking get me. So they look like that. They look like golden bones. The problem is they also put like gold crackle around these things to point the path of the next hook and so on. The problem is my eyes, when everything is so detailed, when I can literally see the threading of your fucking denim, when I can see the morning dew on the leaves, when I can see the peach fuzz of your cheeks, I can't see much else but noise. You know, if it's just one singular picture and it's a steady camera, I can sort of see where you're trying to, guide my eye. But unfortunately, the camera is free. So there was one place where it literally has like a fountain in the middle. It has a fountain in the middle, right? A beautiful fucking fountain, by the way, with fucking horses. Yeah, horses, horses. And I was like, a little goober, me, was fucking going around going, oh, hon, where is the place? Where is the place? Where is the place? I guess there's nothing here. And I left the place. And I was like, how come I feel like that wasn't it? Because there was no items down there. I would come back and I'm like, let me look around again. Oh, where's the place? Where's the place? Where's the place? Where's the place? And I went, I don't know where the place is. And lo and behold, it's behind the fountain, but everything is an alabaster rock. Everything in here is an alabaster white rock with crackles all over it. And lo and behold, behind one is those gold fucking thingies to climb on. And I couldn't see it for the longest time. For the longest time, I could not see it. And it happened again in Frozen Hearts. It happened again when I was in that level where I was like, oh no, I can't find the item. I think it's bugged because I defeated an enemy that drops the item, but it never dropped it for me. So the game must be bugged. No, the game wasn't bugged. I'm just fucking blind. Because once again, there was things to climb on that I didn't see before. And it took me that long to find it. It took me way longer than that one. Just me going up and down that map. Everywhere I could go. I left the map, continued the story. I came back today, this morning, and I finally fucking found where was the continuation of the map. If there was a mini map, I would not have this problem. You know? Because I would have sussed that there was more map than what I was seeing. And I think the developers have been very heavily criticized over the game not having a minimap. If this is the game you're talking about, and I'm not surprised, everything is in the same fucking color. Exactly! It's really, really hard. Look at this! Look at this! What is this? Bro! Pourquoi, bro? Look at this! Black and freaking white. And some red splotches of flowers, my dude. That's the problem with having a game that's really realistic, despite how fantastical the setting is. It's just really detailed. To the point where I just... it becomes noise. It just becomes noise to me. The game is really pretty, but not my type of art style, of course. It really isn't my art style. I wish it was less realistic, to be honest. But that's just me. That's my personal preferences speaking. Gameplay wise, the reason why I don't like the game being so realistic is because of that. And the other reason is because video games are still video games. So when something very video game happens and the characters are really realistic, it takes me out of the experience a little bit. It de-immersifies me. And it gets me really frustrated and it looks stupid. It just looks stupid. Like Cyberpunk, for example. And the many, many glitches in that game. There were so many glitches that nobody could take the story seriously. Right? Because it looked so goofy. So this game, for some reason, your little Hon over here, this is mon ami, this is our little friend, mon petit ami, and you're just walking around like a goober. You're just ha 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 ha, I'm having a great time, woo! And you're in the freaking world map, and the world map has stones and crevasses and little pebbles, tiny little pebbles that don't even go, like you're this fucking big. You're this fucking big compared to the pebbles on the floor. But for some reason the game is like, les collisions must happen in every pebble. Because that's how you do it. So sometimes I will be like, haha, wee, I'm stuck, fuck. And I'm there like jostling around the controller trying to get out of the fucking pebbles. The pebbles. I had to restart my game from an earlier save load. By the way, there's no save that you can do. It's automatically saving. So fuck you. If you wanted to save before a boss fight where there's no actual flag, you can't do that. Instead, you have to trick the game a little bit by changing your stats a little bit, and then it will save the stats, therefore saving you right before the boss battle. Or a fight, a particular fight you're afraid of, which is me all the time. So yeah, the collision, when something is super realistic, why? Why can't I just walk through the design that you put on the floor? The collision already took me out of the immersion, so you might as well not give it collision. Don't give it collision. If you're gonna do all that. A lot of games are doing that recently. Give me a manual save, please. Give me a manual save. You already save automatically. That's great, sweetie. But I want you to not save. For example, the jar creature that gives you it looks like a jar. It's not really a jar. It's kind of like an orb creature that gives you extra stuff if you defeat it. But guess what? If you fail, it disappears forever. You know what's not cool, video game? You automatically saving after I fucked up. So I had to, like, use my brain powers and type, like, write down or take a screenshot of when I see that creature, so I know which save to load before it saves a new autosave. That fucking sucks. And that's just the gameplay. I'm only talking about the gameplay. I haven't even bitched about the story. I have not finished the story, but I already know where it's going, and I don't like it. I didn't like the beginning, I didn't like the middle, and I definitely don't like the end. And I have a sneaking suspicion of what the ending is gonna be, and it's gonna suck. No matter what I choose. Laurie, it's not it's ugh. Oh. I think my problem with the story is that it tried to do two things, and these two things don't gel together. You were going for more for the the puffer fish. It was going for two different plots. The first plot I didn't like a lot, but I could give it credence for being fantastical. I could give it credit, I should say, for being like a fable or a fairy tale. Really just magical in every sense of the word, like a storybook. Like a Alice in Wonderland nonsense world. It's complete nonsense. I could give it space to be that way. It's not my favorite kind of story, but I can give it space. I can enjoy this fantastical world. I like these creatures, for example. I really like them. I don't care for the humans. I don't even care for the magic system, because the magic system sort of spoiled me on what this game was going to ultimately be about. It's primarily about grief, but the medium it chooses to express that made me roll my eyes, because it's a little too pretentious to me. Because I'm unfortunately not a person who gives a fuck about meaning in art. I really don't. You know, I'm very much of the don't give a fuck about what this is. This is not the pipe. I don't give a fuck. It's a picture of a pipe. Haha. Hon hon. I see your point. I don't give a fuck though. It's a very nice picture of a pipe. I don't really care for deeper meaning in art. I think it's just a really nice thing to do with your time. I think it's a very, very nice thing to do with your time. That's it. It doesn't have to run any deeper than that. So when people go, it's like, this is about the journey and yearning for something more that we cannot reach. And that's why I drew this tall creature holding the star between fingers. But I'm not touching the star, it's too far away, it's a trick. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck, it's a pretty picture. So it has two plots that I think work fine on their own. I don't think they work good together, though. I don't think they work very well together. But I don't want to spoil anybody here if you're interested in playing the game and you do not want spoilers. I will not spoil you. I just I'm not buying what it's selling. That's essentially it. Also, I don't like any one of the characters. There's only one character that I like. Maybe two. Two characters that I genuinely like in this game. Two. And it's the non-humans. It's this guy. I love this guy. Look at this guy. This guy is awesome. I love this French guy. They're the most French, most lovable guy. I love this guy. He's the best. I want to hug him. He looks like this. He looks like this, bro. He's great. I love him. He's the most French man in the whole game because his voice actor is actually French for the English and French dub. So he's great. And the other best character looks like this. He looks like a fucking monkey, bro. The other character just looks like a fucking monkey. He has like a bell staff thing, and he has like a mask. That's literally what he looks like. Those are the best characters. Every other character is meh. Is from okay to meh. The game is Clair Obscur Expedition 23. I've been trying to finish that game so I can lock it away forever. Never speak of it again. I think the reason why I'm not happy with the story is because I am capable of feeling empathy for characters when their situation is, I guess, condensed. For example, if a family is having a domestic dispute, I can feel bad for those characters within that space. But the moment they start bitching and they're putting a larger conflict into bigger suffering and trouble, that's where I stop giving a fuck about the family. Same goes with the conflict outside. If the conflict outside all hinges upon something that they never had any control over, I could care less about the conflict then. All these women, they do not have the same face, but they're all they're all pretty. They're all skinny and pretty. But they do not have the same face, and the only reason I say this is because I've been hanging around them way longer. But on first impression, yeah, they look the same. Like, one of them is a child. One of them is a 16-year-old. That's a baby. One of them is Asian. And the other one is tanner with freckles, I guess. They're just slightly tan. That's it. That's their major facial differences. One is a child, a wet child. The other one is Asian. And the other one is just an adult white woman who's tan. That's it. But they all have big fucking eyes, that's for sure. Humongous eyes. I wish the game was more stylized so they didn't look so unnerving at times. Because sometimes I'm like, ugh. My first time viewing them. Oh my god. But yeah, you can tell who I'm referring to here. Like this one, that's a child. She's Asian and that's a tanner woman. That's it. Wow. Wow. Why is that man's face so fucking huge? Why is Gustav's face so enormous here? He's not that tall. Why put Maëlle, this 16-year-old girl, her name is Maëlle. Like, it makes sense that she's small, but holy crap. Where you see man equal big, powerful, woman tiny, weak, feeble, small. Is it a good idea to draw without guidelines? No. But I'm doing it anyway. Fuck it, we ball. That's true. I don't know if I want to draw over all of this. I might have to. And I might need to make this face bigger because holy shit, your head is so small. Yeah, that's better. The two men look the same. That I agree with. There's only two characters that if they look the same, it makes sense story-wise. But Gustav and Verso look very similar. They look very similar. Also, Verso, a lot of the characters, their eyes literally look like this to me. To me, their eyes look like this. It fucks me up all the time. Every time they look at the camera, I'm like, ah. They don't have blue eyes. It's literally fucking white, but with a dark rim. Like, I think they're supposed to be silver, but they just look like the whites of their eyes, man. They're like this. Let me like fucking. Here's the whites. And then the inside of the eye is like just as white, bro. And then they have like a darker rim around it. Man, I'm making it look way too good. It looks worse, okay? It looks like this. It's not even blue. It's just, it looks like they're wearing contacts, bro. Thank you, Gustav, for having dark eyes. Yeah, dude. But then Verso is looking at you like this. Verso has these eyes, and I hate it. I hate it so much. You have no idea how much whiplash I've had with Verso. I wanna love Verso. I hate Verso. God. I wanted to love Mael. I hate Mael. I wanted to love Ciel. I still kind of love Ciel, sorta. Lune, I'm neutral with Lune. Lune is the most likable because she is very hands off to the point where I just respect her. I respect her. But when it comes to Verso, Gustav is also fine. Gustav is a good guy. He's fine. I don't hate him. He's neutral as well. I don't love him, but I also don't hate him. But Verso, God, Verso. I wanted to like you so much. But I don't. And Mael, I really wanted to like you a lot. And I sorta did at the beginning. At the beginning, I really liked these characters. But as the story kept going, I was like, ew, this sucks. This sucks. And it doesn't suck because the story is sad, by the way. I like sad stories. They're fine. Sad stories can be good, actually, you know? That's not my issue. My issue is spoilers. My issue is spoilers. And for that reason, it made me hate those two characters in particular. Along with the rest of the conflict they're in. Like, personally to those two. Personal to those two characters, their whole conflict sucks. And makes the whole story suck. For me. Because they are the main characters, unfortunately. They are indeed the main characters, and they are the main people who push the conflict to its fucking bitter end. And boy, is it bitter. I haven't even finished the game, but I have a sneaking suspicion of where it's going. Because unfortunately, I've seen this sort of story before, done better. And I just, I don't have empathy for their plight. I used to. Not anymore. I don't know if I like that hair. I kind of want it to have less of a cloudy look. I want to give it an actual design, a little some waves, some layers. Don't know if I want it like that either. We'll see, we'll see. I'm definitely gonna draw over this. Mm-mm. I don't think that part needs to make a lot of sense, but yeah, I think my pain point with the game, other than me sucking ass at it, it's just that the story isn't connecting with me at all. It had moments where I thought it did, and then I'm like, I don't know. This conclusion is kind of looking bad, sir. I don't like where this ship is heading. I can see the freaking iceberg over there, and I'm not sure if I want to be part of that. I think I want like maybe the tail like crossing over, even if it hurts to color later. Give me a second. Like over here or something. Okay. Don't know if I should make her a little taller or not. Maybe a little bit. Yeah, I think that's better. Oh well, I fucked up. Alright, time for the real version of those drawings. Wow. We're getting there. We're getting there. Fuck. Don't know if I want to make her face wider or more heart-shaped. Don't know. I think the colors will let me know. To be honest, I don't know what I would have done for me to like the game more. Because this story is... I think the premise, the first premise you hear is fine. Not my favorite, but fine. The second premise you hear as you go along is more interesting, just not with the first premise. Not with the first premise, because it just makes me go, wow, you suck. This whole thing sucks. It's the people. You know, sometimes a story really doesn't matter as long as you have characters that you like, that you can, you know, become fond of despite what happens to them. I think that's the markings of something that was successful despite its flaws, right? As long as you like those characters, you will follow them through the shittest thing ever. Like, wow, this sucks, but I love you, my Blorbo. You know? And I think this is a situation where I really, really dislike the characters so much that everything around it, because I'm trying to not spoil anything, just looks so bad. It makes me not like these people. It makes them all look selfish and cruel. Also, hello there. There are definitely characters that are selfish and cruel that I can like, but every single character is selfish and cruel because of this circumstance they're in. And I do mean the main characters. Not so much some of the secondary cast. Clair Obscur Expedition 33 Hon Hon game. The most Hon Hon of games. This game has been Frenching its French so hard. I wish I could keep the audio in French, but unfortunately, since the game has QTEs, I can't read the subtitles at the same time as I'm doing QTE shit. Would this game be improved by adding David Cage? You say that as a joke. But if this game was worse, if this game was shit, truly shit, I think it would be a better experience. Because I like crap. I do like when things are bad. I'm more frustrated that this game has potential to be great, in my opinion, in my stupid arbitrary list of great game bullshit, and it's just not there because of dumb, annoying stuff that happens. I think I like dealing with crappy games. I do. More than games that are so close to being great. Cause my experience is, ugh. It's not gonna be the experience of other people, of course. There are people who are going to think that this is the game of the year, and we're in fucking May. Silk Song isn't out yet. Deltarune. Deltarune Chapter 3 and 4 isn't out yet. Hold your hearses. Hold them tightly, please. The year isn't over yet. Fucking Elden Ring Night whatever thing is probably going to be game of the year for more people than this game. Tundra Hills and out. Nor Nut Dealer. Exactly. Orc Massage 2. I have another game that I'm looking forward to. Lost Soul Aside is coming out in August now. It was supposed to come out this month, but unfortunately they delayed it again for some reason. I'm kind of sad that it was delayed. Not gonna lie. I'm very sad that it was delayed. But that gives me time, I guess, to recoup my funds because I've been playing a lot of games and I need to stop playing so many games. I have other stuff to do. I think I want like the ear clasp jewelry or something. Who is this Noctis impersonating? I love him. Listen, he looked even more like Noctis. That man looked even more like Noctis 10 years ago. That's right. This game has been in the works for fucking 10 years. And I've known about it for exactly that long. Well, actually, more like 9 years. More like 9 years. But yeah, the creator, it was a one-man game, by the way. One dude was working on this that whole time. And I think the last 5 or 6 years, Sony was helping out with another team. So I think that's cool. That's impressive. And he did come out and say, yeah, I really like how Noctis looks, so I made him look like Noctis. And I was like, you know what? I think his name is Ying Bing. You're cool. I want your Chinese fuck-ass game. Your Devil May Cry, but China game. I appreciate the honesty. Like, here, he looks so much more like Noctis here. He looks exactly like Noctis here. Holy shit. And I think they changed his face just a little bit. Just a little bit. Look at this. Dante Noctis? Oh my god! Dante Noctis! It looks like his hair is a little bit more brown now. At least when the light shines on it, it looks browner than black. Yeah, the character model changed a lot, dude. A lot. It used to look so much more like Noctis. It still does look like Noctis, but I think it's better now, for sure. Doctus. Oh my god. What is this? What the fuck is this? Bruh, his freaking turtleneck with the skull blood splatter. That's so funny. Sex doll. Yeah, I'm sorry. It really does look like a sex doll. It really, really does look like a sex doll. Shit. Oh, man. Amazing. Please. Please. I need the China games. I need the games from China. That's right. We're coming. They're coming to get us. There's a bunch of projects from China that are coming out that I'm interested in. There's one in particular that looks great, but I also think looks like ass at the same time. And no, it's not Wukong. Wukong looks fine. I wish it didn't look so hyper realistic with the textures. I don't need to skin pores to be that fucking HD. Freaking 4K. But I forgot the name of that game. Fuck. It was just announced a few months ago. And it's about this girl, and she's like London, and everything's London, and everybody's like, oh, we're so push, with a T, would you like another cuppa, or whatever. And I'm like, man, what's your name? She's probably called Alice or some shit, because you guys can never get over Alice in Wonderland for some reason. But it looks cool because I like action games. I love character action games. I would like more of that, please. I think the other game, it might be Korean though. I might be super wrong here. Is... What was it called? Phantom Blade Zero, I think? It's something really fucking cool like that. These games with their names, Lost Soul aside, Phantom Blade Zero, they remind me of a time when I was a goo-goo and I was drawing like a cool wolf dude character with a skateboard and skulls and spikes, and I'm like, yeah, his name is Black Wolf X. It's very early aughts. Very extreme era. It's the best. It's Chinese? I knew it. I knew it was another Chinese ass game, but you know, sometimes the problem is that a lot of these studios, including Expedition 33, are outsourcing to Koreans. So Korea is actually the Atlas holding up the whole fucking media industry on its shoulders. So whenever I go, that smells like Korean artistry, I'm usually right. It's very, very, very rare for a game not to have a Korean animation team. With MMOs specifically, but if you go back to other games specifically from this day and age, you will find a bunch of Korean animators and developers. In the credits alone, you'll find them immediately on the animation team. That's what I mean. Like specifically the animation. When it's not like completely in-house studios, like even the Boondocks, yeah, like a bunch of anime is animated by Koreans actually. A lot of anime is animated by Koreans. This is not a bad thing, by the way. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that the craftsmanship is in South Korea specifically when it comes to animation. There are some animators from all over the world who are awesome at what they do. It's just the brunt of the work is outsourced to them. Because they already have the infrastructure to handle that sort of shit. I think that's fine. I think I maybe high cheekbones or something. Don't know. I don't know if I want to keep the ear like that. I'm gonna keep it like that for now. Hmm. I want 3 buttons, not just 2. Thank you. I still want to keep the hands very simple. I don't want to do realistic designs. Just the shapes. I just want shapes. Mm-mm. Whoops. Okay. I don't know if I want the cravat or not. You know what? It's staying. It's staying. about that. I don't know if I like that either. Erase all of it. Start over again. There's too many tangents. What do you think about the GTA trailer? I have no opinion because I never played those games. So, zero opinion. I have really nothing to say about it. It's like, wow, more GTA. You guys are getting more GTA. The game that ruined games. I'm being too mean. That's too much. But I do blame GTA for the onslaught, the assault, the ravaging, the violent. No, not that much. Of so many games after the first or the second GTA. I think it was San Andreas. Making every fucking game needing to be an open world ass game. I blame GTA for that shit. I think I'm correct. I think most people can agree that GTA changed the game for other games. And I will hate it forever for that. I did play... I'm being facetious, by the way. I did play one of those games. I don't remember which one, though. I don't know if it was San Andreas. I don't know if it was like fucking some city. I don't know. I don't remember. I don't remember. It was one of the games in the PlayStation 2. I don't know. I just played one of them and I got bored immediately because I don't like the gameplay. Jacking a car, running over people, getting cops to follow you, blowing the fuck up can be fun for maybe a half hour. And then when I do the game proper, when I do the actual game proper, I get frustrated because I just don't think it's fun in the same way that I don't find Red Dead Redemption fun. I don't find Bully fun. I don't think LA Noire. Those games I never found fun, even though I played Bully completely. I liked Bully's story. I liked LA Noire's story. What other game did I play from Rockstar? I did not finish Red Dead Redemption, and I don't care to. So I have no idea about that story. I just know they're like, yeehaw, revenge! And that's it. I did not give a fuck about the character. I don't have a lot to say about those games. They're simply not my game. So I don't think I have a say about it. The best thing that I can provide is that, hey, this game is not for me. You'll never hear me talk about it unless you ask me. And that's it. So when I saw the new trailer, I was like, it's Florida. Yeah, that's Florida, I guess. That's some girl, that's some guy, of course. They look like real ass people. Yay. It's the same reaction I had with what's it called? Far Cry, I think it's called. The one where you shoot animals and people. And everybody was losing their minds over the one dude going like, do you know, ese, come here. Do you know the definition of insanity? And I'm like, whatever, bro. You're the Joker. Okay. You think you're so cool and crazy. Anyway, I'm gonna shoot this elephant and use its tusk to bash your head in or something. Because Albert Einstein quote. He just wanted attention. I think the funniest thing about that game is that people keep talking about that guy, but nobody ever talks about what happens after you beat him. Where his sister is like,
Wow, you're so much stronger than my brother. That means we fuck. We fucking.
and he's like, okay. And then he gets violated by his sister. And then the sister kills him.
And she's like, ah, yes, now I have the child of a warrior.
And I'm like, girl, you don't even know that. Girl, you don't even know that. What do you mean? Yeah, like, she violates the main character in this ritualistic sex thing and then kills him. That's how the game ends. People like this game, bro. People really like... I mean, okay, they like the gameplay. They like the gameplay. They don't necessarily have to like the story to like the game. But, yeah, that's what happens. And the only reason I know this is because I had a friend who played it and had to tell me all of this. They just needed me to know. So now you know the definition of insanity. I'm pretty sure that's what happens. It's been a very long time, but I'm pretty sure that's what happens. That she's all like, "Oh yes, he's a warrior. Now I killed him. Yeah, yeah." And it's a whole sex scene, by the way. She's really grinding on that thing. She's playing around with that joystick up, down, left, right, A, B on that fucking thing. I don't know if I want the cravat to just be that tiny or playing DDR on that thing. Correct. Exactly. Get up off of that thing. Shake it. You can feel better. Get up off of that thing and shake it. Say it now. But yeah, fact check. If you're curious, I'm not curious. That's what I remembered, and I'm pretty happy in my ignorance. You know, I like staying ignorant about things that I clearly have no business in. And that's games that don't interest me. I don't need to know that much. I'm glad that you like it, but you know, I don't need to know anything about that game. If I'm curious, I'll find out on my own, you know. I'll look it up. I'll check it out. Even if the gameplay intrigues me or something, you know, if it tickles my nurples in just the right way. I only say this because I'm still kind of shook. I'm kind of shooketh about what I learned a few days ago about something that happened in late April or early April. I don't fucking remember. And I don't want to get too into it because I don't want to draw attention to those two people. But it's really one of those things where I'm like,
did we need to know this? Did we really need to know all that?
I always get Far Cry, and just because I mix up both games, seem to be wreak havoc in a developing country. And Just Cause mixed up. The way, Laurie, you can show me Just Cause, Far Cry, GTA. You can show me, what's that other game? Borderlands even, but to a lesser extent. I think Borderlands stands out because of the art style with the ugly shaders they decided to do in the newer games, 3 onwards. Not to mention, it has more of an identity than those other games, in my opinion. What's the other game that I'm trying to so hard to remember? The point is, you can show me a fucking screenshot of some of these games, and I'll be like,
they are all the same.
I see no difference. Love is love. And then you can do the same with like medieval GTA likes, open world likes, like fucking, what's it called, Kingdom Come. The way I saw that game and I went, isn't this like Elder Scrolls? The way I looked at that and went, yeah, where's the magic, bro? Where's the dragons? Or then I'll go like, where's the Witcher? Where's the Witcher, you guys? I thought there was a Witcher, you know? Because they're all like fucking, or I'll say like, where's the Inquisitor? Where's the Dragon Age Inquisitor? They all look the same to me after a while, because they are all looking grimy. Why do you all have to look grimy? And sweaty and oily like that, bro? Why can't you look cool? You know what I want? I want a fucking medieval fantasy game that looks like an 80s movie of medieval fantasy. I think that would look cool. With like the vignetting and fucking, what do you call that? Fucking Gaussian blur filter. But not super shitty. Shit game mentioned. I will say, there's some really good games that are talking about like actual history in Europe that I have no clue about. When people are talking about the Moors and shit, and I'm like, wait a minute, what do you mean there was a big invasion at some point in history that I never fucking learned about? What are you talking about? The fucking Hungarians and shit. Games right now sure like to look into their 3D models pores. Not with the glam rock, like, let me show you what I mean. Legend of the Sword, 1980, 87 was it? It wasn't 87. It was like maybe 80 fucking 3 or some shit. Was it called Excalibur? What the fuck was it called? Like, I'm not talking about Camelot. There's another movie. Sword of the Valiant. Isn't that just the Camelot movie? You fucking son bitch. Oh my god, you want to see He-Man? Look at He-Man. I don't know what it was about the 80s, bro. But they thought that this was really good. I want a medieval fantasy. I want a medieval fantasy video game that looks like this, bro. Look, it could be awesome. Look at this. Look at this though. Hear me out. Hear me out. There's another fucking movie I'm trying to remember. I think it's just called Excalibur. Cause these movies love Arthurian tales, bro. Is it 1981 or 83? Yeah, dude, it's Excalibur. Oh yeah. Look at how this looks. Hell yeah. Look at the contrast. Look at the framing. Very shiny. This they love green. They put a lot of green and shiny all over it. A lot of Gaussian blur, bro. Gaussian blur everywhere, dude. Incredible. I'm trying to look for lots of bloom. Oh my god, I almost died. Anyway, I'm alive. I'm living. Not dead. I'm checking my pulse. I'm still there. But yeah, I would like a game that's medieval fantasy that looks like this. It loves green, by the way. This movie loves green. They put a lot of green lighting in this movie. He-Man, He-Man. And the Masters of the Universe. Oh shit. It's a broken ass Link, god damn it. You got some commas? Got some commas? Commas for your mamas? Cause I got no papa. Perfect. Excellent. Also, there's actually a black kid in here. We don't see his face, but that is a black kid. Look at that. Trying to be a little inclusive. Incredible. You know, I will also accept this. I will also accept if it looked a little bit like a Flight of Dragons. Flight of Dragons. If it looked like a Flight of Dragons, I'll accept it. Look how beautiful this is. Like, this is grotesquely beautiful. Look at that. That's a frame from this animation. I think it's wonderful. But can we please stop using redheads? We love redheads with their blue ass eyes. My god. The render shift is hilarious. It looks awesome. I like it. I actually really enjoy the painted backgrounds. Look at this guy. That's just some dude. And that's me. That's me in next year. That's exactly how I'll look like. Those piercing eyes. Everybody's eyes are humongous. But you know what? I like that this little movie tries to explain dragons, and the reason they're so fat is because they're floating. They're just full of helium. Why are you so fat? But yeah, Flight of Dragons. It's a neat little animated movie. Ooh, let me pull this away. I wonder where this movie was animated from. Give me a moment. I want to check. Rankin Bass. Oh shit. Oh shit. Rankin Bass, boy. It was Rankin Bass. It's American. But that also means it's a little Canadian.
I haven't heard that name in a long time. Tales, many tales of the Rudolphs and the Santa Claus and Baby New Year.
Remember Baby New Year? I fucking hate that baby. Everybody hated on that baby, but I also hated on that baby because I did not give a fuck about Baby New Year. I didn't give a shit about their big ass ears. I'm just like, why are we here talking about this baby? Shouldn't this baby be on a crib getting their fucking yummies and stuff? You don't remember Baby New Year? Rudolph, Happy New Year, whatever the fuck the movie was called. Listen, man, it's a classic. It's a certified classic that I did not enjoy as a kid. I was fine with Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. I was fine with frickin' Frosty. I was fine with oh god, what was that fucking story called? Jack Frost. Those were fine. For some reason, Baby New Year was annoying. Because all this baby did was get bullied. For his big ass ears. Like he's Dumbo. I'm Mr. Winter. I'm Mr. Snow. We love the Meisters. True, the Meisters. I was glad that those two were making rounds around the internet again, because I do think they're very funny. And fun. And the song is catchy, that helps. I think that's fine. I was gonna make it a more of a rapier, but I can just make it a thin ass sword. Hmm. Oh. Yeah, let me fucking raw ass this thing instead of using a ruler. Like a true top G. Make the most scrungliest, needle thin ass sword. I call it the Pokesers. Okay. The Tickle Sword. The Fiddler. I don't know if I want the Mega Toothpick. Okay. I don't know if I want a shirt or not to keep going through. Not sure. I feel like if they just had pants, that wouldn't be showing, you know, it would be tucked in. I think what I can do is just fold it to the side, I guess. Like that.
Something like that.
Ooh, tangents galore, tangents galore. A tangent for you, and you. Everything is a tangent if you try hard enough. Everything's a fucking tangent. Oh puta madre, please. Draw correctly, please. I just want Mickey Mouse gloves. Tangents are the kerning of the art world. The moment you learn about it, you can't unsee it. Boo! Like, I've always known about tangents, and you've always known about them. You know what I like to do as a kid? You know what I like to do? I used to, like, whenever I took a pen and I started inking, I would, like, make some of these places even darker, unknowingly that I was creating a lot of tangents. I would do that, what you see right there. Oh! Posture check, hydrate. I will hydrate. That's true. I would do that a whole lot and not really understand why some art had thicker lines in other places, you know? Like, I didn't really know what line weight was supposed to be. Wow, Baby Pee-Pee was already getting into testing line weight. Not Baby Pee-Pee, I'm talking about, like, maybe fucking 20-year-old. Not baby, more like amateur Pee-Pee. I'm still an amateur, but you know what I mean. Adult Baby Pee-Pee. Ah, yes. Good on the correction. Look at that fucking ugly ass tangent right there. Fuck my whole boo. 13-year-old me with the line way all over my drawings with the micros. Like, oh my god. You know, we didn't have shame back then. We didn't have people to go like, what you're doing is bad. Look at this baby artist not knowing how to art good. Let's shame them. God damn. Sorry for the scratching. I've been itching for no fucking reason. I know why I've been itching. It's because I shaved. And I shaved kind of semi-dry. Don't be like me. Don't be a fucking idiot. Shave wet. Not dry. I'm such a child. It's like, Pee-Pee, are you really laughing because you said wet? Yeah. Dry skin. Ooh. That too. You know what? I have creams. I have ointments. Raw dog. Listen, I thought I had enough. It was not enough. There we go. Ah, relief. There we go. I'm Mr. Winter. I'm Mr. Snow. I don't know why I have this habit of just drawing triangles. I'm like, circle bad, ew. Triangle cool, pointy. It's such a habit of mine. I just like them, okay? I'll put them everywhere if I could. Oh. I think this hand needs to be a little shorter. No, please. I need to look at my list of video games. I'm definitely gonna play Deltarune when it comes out because I don't want people to fucking spoil me. I need to play it the moment it's out, bro. The way people are like,
Oh my god, did you know about this, this, and this? I just played it for like 1 second and I know everything already.
and I'm like, why are you guys? You don't even allow us 24 fucking hours. You have to fucking live tweet, post, blog about it, and clip, and fucking just share it around in every goddamn socials. And someone will see it, and then they will share it. And I'm like, God damn it. Like, I don't mind spoilers all that much, but if I'm really interested in experiencing something blind, I would like to experience it blind.
Game has been out for 15 minutes. Meow, I can't believe Gloopy died. Anyway, here's some Gloopy Snurf.
That's the other one. Some bitches are out here ready to shoot you with their fan art. Like, whenever, like, Pokemon gets announced, a new Pokemon, like, 12 seconds later, you refresh the page and there's art already. Like, girl, can you, like, chill for a second? Let it linger in your mind for just one day. Slow down. The algorithm slows down for nobody. Now, that's your problem. You fucking give a shit about algorithms. That's great. It's as if it pays you. I need to be on top of it, baby. So I can then sell my merch. I guess that makes sense. Temporary muting features. Yeah. I'm happy I found the one for Tumblr. I did find a way to mute stuff that's tagged with keywords, so I'm finally free of seeing certain things way too often. Yeah, I'm gonna need to like draw this hand a little further here. I cannot browse Tumblr without my blacklist. It's a wild west over there. It sure is. Some people don't even tag. That's the most painful part. The folks who just raw dog the post. In a second, I'm gonna... There's too many tangent. Oh, fuck. I thought I drew it on a separate layer. I did not. Yeah, I need to raise this up a little further. Give me a second. Now you know I've been playing French game because I've just been talking in baguette this whole time. Fuck. Your French Abu era. Fuck no. I have been going Sutalars whenever appropriate. The few French words I know. The few French sayings, sentences that I can utter somewhat correctly. Not very correctly. Very badly, actually. Let's make this a little shorter. I don't want to redraw it, so... I'm changing my mind constantly on this. It's kind of annoying. I'm just trying to make it look correct. As one does. You gotta fiddle with it, you know. Mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. I think that's fine. I mean, I say that and I redraw this, but you know. You know what I will say about Expedition 33? It's actually funny. It's actually a funny game. It knew it had to be a little lively with the subject matter and all. Literally, there is a suicide. There's two mentions of suicide. One almost, you know, you see the whole scene almost play out. And then you have memes where you see one of the creatures called a gestrel. The gestrels look like this, by the way. They look like marionettes, like a jester figure. Gesture. They have brushes for hair. They have brush for hair, and they just look like marionettes. And one of them is just like sitting down like this. They're just sitting down. And on their little stool. And then there's fire all over him. And I saw that and I went, Are you memeing? So you talk to him and yeah. They'd say this is fine. And it got me. I'm like, God damn it. Memes are funny sometimes. Memes are just funny. Just seeing this one wooden character sitting around their on fire house and just going, this is fine. Still a funny meme, even after all these years. What are you showing me, Laurie? Give me a second. I think my headset is good now. By the way, my favorite character, Enverso, who I wish I loved. I wish their whole dialogue is just me dialogue. It's really just dialogue of dude bros, and it's great. It's my favorite. What are you showing me, Laurie? What is this?
What
What are you showing me? Why is it widescreen on my end here? Don't make it widescreen. Oh, I'm trying to fix it. I think that's more or less the fix.
asks you to hang out? You know what that means, ladies. Not gonna go because I'm insecure and shy. But I do appreciate the gesture.
Okay. The jester. Listen, jester, very hard to pronounce. Very hard to pronounce, okay? Words aren't real. Well, I lag them. True. Let me click out of here. I'm gonna click out of here.
Oh,
Puta madre. Fuck. Where's the thing? What is this layer for? Nothing. You wasted my time. Okay, let me just do the body, and I can do the hair. Woo wee! Big long lines. Oh, my nemesis! Big long lines. Big long lines. Use your fucking arm, not your wrist, dumbass. Me, I'm dumbass. Watch me not do that. Pee-pee, what are you doing? You're using your wrist. Yeah, because I'm a badass like that, bro. I don't need to fucking use my arm. Except I should. I really should. I shouldn't be so up my own ass with this. Drawing with wrist. Drawing with arm. Listen, I like when I draw. This is what my hand looks like when I'm drawing. I'm trying to look at my hand, look at the thing. When I'm drawing, and this is my left hand, I draw with my left. This part down here, this part, the part with your pinky all curled up, you know, the pinky that does like this little shape. When you close it, it looks like a butthole. Why am I like this? It's always like kissing the fucking tablet. It's going mwah, 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 leaving little crescent trails of my pinky and the side of my hand. It loves it. It's comfortable. Also, do it. Do it. Curl your finger. Look at it. It looks like it's a pinching butthole. Now you're gonna draw it like that and you're gonna thank me. PP, what are you saying? What are you doing? No, for real, for real, for real. Look. If I draw a fist, right? And a fist kind of looks like this. And you got a thumb, right? You got a thumb. And then you 1, 2, 3. And you got 4 fingies. And you do this. And then look. You can just draw like this. It's a bajo! It's a bajo! You did it! You did a curling fingy! The finger sphincter! I'm showing you a technique, bro. It's a technique. It's real. The masters knew about it. Trust me, bro. Trust me. The Fink Tea? I don't know about that. Fink Tea. The Itsy Binksy Fink Tea. Itsy Bitsy Fink Tea. Fuck. Don't use your wrist, dumbass. Come on. Feel it. I don't know if I like this. Kinda looks bad. That kinda looks bad. I don't know why it looks bad, but it looks bad to me. There we go. She's very gorgeous to me. I'm talking about the tail and the way it flows. But thank you. Thank you for saying that. Really ups my morale. It's such a good vibration. Such a sweet sensation. Come on. Feel it. I think it should be longer. I don't think this is a very well balanced drawing. You should start all over again. I think you should start all over again. Either that or you should make this part right here longer. Or else you're a bad artist. There you go. Drink. I refuse to drink. I want to get drier. I want to get drier than the Sahara. I will drink in a bit. Give me a second. Give me like 5 seconds. 15 maybe. Oh my god, I don't like drawing long tails. Why did I do this to myself? That's fine, I guess. That's fine. I suppose that's okay. Dandruff gang, let's go. What the fuck? Okay, fine. I didn't have any water. I need to. Because Snake cool. Snake cool indeed. Why Snake cool? Because the S, I guess. Cool S. Very chunky. Snake cool because no foot feet. You know, I just gotta worry about arms. No foot feet. Only arms. Such a sweet sensation. I don't know if I like that. I don't know if I like that, bruh. I don't know if I like it. Maybe that's fine. Don't make fun of a chunky snake. Don't make fun of them. Then listen. Don't make fun of the chunky snake, okay? They're trying their damn best. They're trying so hard. They're trying their damnedest, damn it. They look exactly like that. Melon bread snake. Come on, come on. Feel it, feel it. Tsuchinoko. You know that's how you're all depressed and shit. You're all sad. You're in your darkness. You see the Tsuchinoko come slithering in, and you're like, "Oh my god, Tsuchinoko!" You're like, "Oh my god, my life is now better." Chunky snake. The chunky boy is here. Celebrity approaches, exactly. A renowned creature. A creature of legend. I was watching a video about Hoshi no Ko, I'm Your Star, and I had to stop watching the video for a hot second because one, they think Attack on Titan is great, and two, they said the best scene in Hoshi no Ko is when they said Hoshi no Ko, bro, and I cried, bro. I was moved to tears, bro. And I'm like, please, chill. I've seen the same video. Yeah, it was being like recommended to me, and I was like, I need background noise. And I heard Attack on Titan's ending was like good, and I'm like, nah. I don't know if I want to keep letting you speak. I think I could just watch something else, maybe. Like, it made sense that they did this and that. No, it didn't. No, it didn't. What do you mean? It's like they forgot that Attack on Titan said, genocide good. Killing people is good, actually. Killing everyone is good, actually. Final Solution is great. Woohoo, woohoo, woohoo. I know that what he was trying to say is that it makes sense for Aaron's character to go into that place, but the story still says that that's the right thing because it actually worked. That's my problem with Attack on Titan. It's not the fact that that happens. It's the fact that that's correct in that story. Oshinoko is weird for me because I can't stop thinking about how this teenage boy has the memories of and mentality of a 30 to 40-year-old man. Yeah. It has the Mushoku Tensei situation. Mushoku Tensei is also the same thing. This baby is a grown man pedophile. Woo! Yay! Woo! Yay! I love anime. It's so good. Yeah, it is weird. It is very weird. There is another story, I forgot the name, but it involves, and I understand the desire to redo parts of your life, like high school, for example. Like, if I went back to my high school days with the knowledge I have today, I think I would have done things differently. I think so. I think I would have taken advantage of the privileges I didn't know I had. Right? And there was an anime where a dude gets like a do-over for 1 year of high school. I think his last year of high school, to try and do better. And he admits that it's weird, that he's a grown-ass man in a teenager's body again, and these teenage girls are fawning over him because he's that much more mellower and more mature, and he's like, okay, that's weird. Let's not do any of that, okay? Let's no. So at least they acknowledge it. That's a big no-no territory. And that's also where my brain goes. Like, if I had to relive some parts of my earlier years, I think it would be fucked. Because I have adult brain, you know? I don't want to fuck with babies, even though I am physically a baby, you know? Just nah. I don't think I can do any of that. I think it's a bad idea. Let's not do it. It's gonna be weird. But yeah, it was really funny when they were like, Oshinoko! It peaked when they said Oshinoko. I could not take the dude seriously after that. I'm like, okay, baby. Alright. The best part is when the title dropped. Roll credits, I guess. I think I did finish the rest of it, but most of it just went over my head, honestly. I'm glad that it didn't go the incest route. Thank fuck. But it was still bad that it even attempted to do that sort of thing. That it even diddled with the idea of incest. I think that was not a great choice. I couldn't trust the opinion because of the Attack on Titan praise. That's because they implied it, because it's one of those chapters where they were doing a play and the actors were the siblings, and for some reason every single adult around them was okay with it. Do the kiss scene even though that's your blood related sister. And the sister is the reincarnation of a patient of his who joked about marrying the guy before. So it was a bunch of ews, back-to-back ews. Pedophilia and incest. Let's wrap them both together, baby. Because they're twins, by the way. They're also twins. So they were really Game of Throning here. She was very serious about it. Yeah, she was super cool with it. The moment she learned his true identity, or his past life's identity, she was like,
oh my god, I can like have you.
You know? But they don't go through with it because he dies. He fucking dies, bro. I would have been pissed. I would have been pissed as well if he fucking died. Like, whatever, man. Go fuck yourself, Oshinoko. I haven't even read it. I read like 3 chapters of Oshinoko, and then I dropped it because it was just too weird. It was just too strange in the way that I didn't find entertaining. I just also didn't care about idol culture like that. You know, like, tell me what's new. The media entertainment business is a fuck ass. Wow. Yeah, same here, same everywhere. It's always terrible no matter where you go in the entertainment business, whether that's Hollywood or indie shit. It's always going to be terrible. Every single problem that you can imagine is there. And you know, the problems they were dealing with, they're like fucking small peas compared to some of the other problems with the entertainment industry. But I understand why a lot of people stay in that industry, because there's no other way to get there. Like, things may be a little different now, a little better now, especially with like indie stuff, but it's still very difficult if you don't have the investment in the first place. But some people have been able to make good movies with fucking cell phones, you know? And a lot of people put a lot of effort in freaking video essays. Those are just documentaries, man. That's legit movie making. You made a whole video essay that's an hour long? Guess what? You just made a movie. You made a long form movie, bro. With music and chapters and an ongoing story, like the Defunct Land series of videos. Yeah, that those are movies. Those are just films. I want a video essay that gets graded at the end. I think Defunct Land has been the best so far in terms of actually making a movie going experience with those documentaries. Like, it has twists and turns. It has incredible writing, witty writing. I honestly feel like we're at the point where that should happen. Graded. Oh my god, who did that? Who did that? That wasn't me. Oh, that was me. Yeah, I think I've seen those videos. I don't recognize the name, but I'm pretty sure I've seen a video or two. It sounds very familiar. Mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. Alright, alright.
Please, please, don't look like Dookie, please. I want you to look good, not bad, please.
freehand the crap out of this. Or high production value. I also think one of the longest videos that I think was worth my time artistically was fuck, I forgot his name. I think it's Tim Rogers. His videos on like freaking Natsumi. Fucking what was it called? Boku no Natsuyasumi? Tim Rogers. There's a new video.
I didn't know there was a new video. Oh my god. I didn't know. Let me check.
Give me a second. What do you mean there's a new video? I follow the guy.
9 puta hours, cabron. What the fuck you mean 9 hours?
Tim, what the fuck you mean it's a fucking gajillion hours long? Bro, he speaks with the vocal fry the entire time. Oh, my dude. I wish I was able to find the video immediately, but unfortunately I'm not, because I think he calls himself something else for the channel, and I forgot what it was called. Yeah, I completely forgot what it was called. What the fuck it was called, damn it. I'm trying to look for it because it's not appearing in my list. Hey, pee-pee time. Hello. How come I can't find it? Hello there. I'm trying to look for something before I go to the bathroom. No. Where's the thing? Also, I can't believe Game Informer is back. It did not die. It died and then it went, I'm back, guys. Hello. And I was like, wow, you're not dead. Hi? It's action button. Thank you. Christ. The way I'm subscribed and it wasn't showing up. Yeah, freaking Boku no Natsuyasumi is 6 hours long, and now the newest one, Action Los Angeles Noir, LA Noir, 9 hours, LA Noir, fucking Christmas. The other thing I watched completely, and I might watch it again, is freaking Tokimeki Memorial, because I think that game is awesome, even though I never want to play it in my life. Let me put this here. I'm drawing on a blackboard right now. It's for an awesome plant place where it's vibes. Man, the way I struggled to read that. I struggled so hard to fucking read that. What the hell? What are you saying that Game Informer was only a 2000s product? Because they've been around for a long time, you know. Let me redo this, but before I do, let me go to the bathroom real quick. Be right back. Ah, there we go. I'm back. Time to finish this hair. This semi-wavy hair. Getting some of the magazines from GameStop in the mid 2000s. I had quite a few. I only kept like the posters. I never really kept the full magazine. There you go. Don't know if I like this, but I'll keep it this way. Okay. It just needs less details. I don't know if I want to like completely finish this or not, or move on to the next one. Then I'll finish like coloring and stuff. Don't know what would be my course of action here. I'll see the moment I finish this line stuff. Okay. God, I hate this blue. Why does the select gotta be blue like that? Just neon. I think I'll leave this alone for a bit. Just wanted to make sure I could just select the outside of it and continue on my way with the others. Let me save. Okay. I think that's fine. Okay. I can finally delete the sketch. Boop. Gone forever. So this is a normal 5'6" man next to this lady. Wow. What I like about Sneeple is that they could be taller if they want to be. They could be taller. I mean, do we count the whole length of the tail, or just like their fucking human, their human half? I think we have to count up to the tip of tail. Even though they won't present in that whole the measuring tape of people. Okay. Who's next? Let me make this easier for everybody. Let me put letters. We love letters. A B C D. Fuck. Why did I almost draw B again? E F. Oh yeah, E again. F. There we go. I don't know which one. Time for a poll. Time for a poll. Poll time. E. Laurie, leave me alone. Sneeple. A, B, C, D. Fuck! I can only do up to E. E. I can only do up to E. Fuck. I can't do more than E. Damn. Okay. It looks like we have to do 2 rounds. We have to do 2 rounds of 3 choices and then the final 2. So we're gonna do A through C. We gotta do A, B, C, and then we'll do D, E, F. Okay? Okay. No additional votes. 3 minutes. Start poll. Sneep poll. We got A. We got B. We got C. Let me make it fucking. Let me take it out of fucking here. Just let me zoom in. Nessa Sneepo. A shoosh. A samado. And Nessa people. A peapod. Nessa people. A shoosh. Samado. And Nessa people. You thought B had 2 tails from afar? No, they're just really long. They're just really long. I think they're the longest ones of all of them here. And they also have no arms. They're a traditional Naga. I mean, they shouldn't have any tits either, but I decided to give them tits. They're just hanging. Real hangers. Okay, looks like B is winning. The tits are integral to the plot. B is going to be the winner. So I'm just gonna put B. Actually no, I'll put them in tiers. That's more fair. B is growing on me, not gonna lie. If I'm gonna do A at any point, I'm gonna change it quite a bit. I think their arms could be cooler. Okay, so we have B as winner. Let me point here. The winner is the letter B. Let me choose a color. There we go. And now we're gonna do our final tier. Put them down here. Let me do another poll. Sneeple 2. The if. Also 3 minutes. Here you go. Here's round 2. Tier 2. And then we'll have the final 2. Fight off. They're gonna have a fight. They're gonna claw each other's eyes out. I'm actually pretty hungry. I should eat something. It's been like over 4 hours since I've last ate, I think. What time is it? 5? Man, it's 5 p.m. Yeah, I should eat something. What should I eat? I got jalapeno poppers, bro. I'm gonna eat the jalapeno poppers. I don't give a fuck. That's my meal. I'm gonna have jalapeno poppers. Oh, wow. Everybody voted F. One person voted D. D is pretty good. I like D. If I'm gonna draw D, I'm gonna make her fluffier. Like the fur she has, it's gonna be fluffier. Are you gonna stream tomorrow? I hope I do. I sure hope I do. If I'm not too tired. I want to continue doing this. I think there's a clear winner, and the winner chicken dinner is letter F. 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 They yearn for the claw hand. For some reason, I made the Quetzalcoatl girls claw-handed. I don't know. I guess, you know, like a griffin. F. Like a griffin, yeah. You know when griffins got the bird claw, and then the lion lower half, kind of like that. I guess that was my brainage. People yearn for the claw, so it's either bird or true snake. It comes down to those two, with a pre-claim or only once they have line art. You really want to claim it even though you don't have any clue of what they're gonna look like at the end. God. God damn it, Snick. Give me a second, bro. Let me finish them first, bro. Oh God, I believe in you. Give me a second though. Let me make this. What if the colors are dookie? What if the colors are nasty? Let's see here. Let me move these around. Oh no, I need to grab all the layers, please. Thank you. Move you down here. Move you up here. Oh God, there's barely any space. Make the bucklers pee pee poo poo just for me. No, that would be funny though. Okay, it's a these two divas gotta fight it off. The last poll. I'm gonna make it a smaller time this time. Smaller time. The 2 minutes. Sneeple. 3. B. F. Okay, there we go. Got a little crazy there. No extra votes because it could be stupid and I don't want it to be stupid. Oh, I see. You want me to fucking suffer by drawing bird shit. I see. I see what you're doing. And I disagree. I should not have to suffer. Not to mention I have no idea what I'm gonna do with the hair. If I'm gonna do hair. I guess I'll do like maybe a mohawk or something. Because I don't want to cover the back, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna do like maybe a ponytail. Maybe like a... Maybe it'll look stupid. Like a troll. Like I'll just put tears like a Marge Simpson. Skrillex hair. I can also just do it to the side. True. Maybe I'll just do a braid. Pitting two bad bitches against each other. Shame on you, pee-pee, shame. B. Show me the snitty. I also wanted to draw the snitties. Also, I didn't have to draw hands. That would have been nice. What do you mean it's 50-50? Fix it. Someone vote already. Vote. Someone vote. Oh my god. We're at 50-50. What do you mean 2-2? Shit. Fuck. Someone vote.
This is how I know there's only like one person watching this stream. There's only like one person. Fuck. Thank you. No! Oh! Who did this? Who did this? Who thoughted? Who decided to ruin things again? Who decided? Why? Why? In real life? You son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. You, not me. God damn it. You forgot to vote. I want to do over. I want to do over. As arbiter and final decisioner. Time for a coin. I should have just done a coin flip. You fucks. No democracy. Lady Luck is her turn to shine. Coin flip. Okay. Whose heads, whose tails? I think the person who's mostly a tail should have tail, and heads should be bird. Okay. We flip-a-ronies. We flip-a-roni. Democracy is dead. Can I, you know, let me show you. Let me show you the coin flippers. Okay, there it is, right? Let's do it. 3, 2, 1, go. It's tails. It's tails. We go with tails. Democracy is dead. Diplomacy has failed. We are doing tails. Let me get over here. Snitties! Yay! Woohoo, woohoo! And then I'll do this one next. Do 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 do. Boop
And now I have to look at this to make sure that I'm making these her snoops. I hate everything. Her snoops. Okay, okay. Maybe a little smaller. Maybe just a comparably just a little. Just I might change the pose just a little bit because it is a little odd. Even though I like how the hair spills on the tail here, I don't think it's very natural. And I kind of want her to be more horror. Let's see. What am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? Should I make it shorter? Should I make her taller? I should make her taller. Why can't you be taller? I can just make you taller. I can just make you tall. Stando prouder. Nichinano Ukokara Natarara Sirashi Yamino Kowe. Okay, okay. Yami like a bloody stone. Itsuki like a bloody stone. Those things hanging. Things are hanging. Giving her the snake face. Because we need more snake faces in the world. I think they look cool. But not like Voldemort. The way Voldemort really ruined snake faces for a hot while. Like, oh my god, his nose is stupid. A snace? Oh my god. Oh, god, that was actually kind of forceful. It was out there, bro. I think I want her tail to have some jewelry or something. I'm thinking. You know, this girl should also have some jewelry. Let me give her some. Some jinglers. In a different context, a jingler would be something else. But I'm an adult. And all I meant is that they jingle. Would Sneeple wear wedding rings on their finger or their tail? Why not both? I mean, if they're a handless Snipple, they would have to be on the tail, I guess. A very specific piece of jewelry. Don't know if I want more janglers on there or not. Yeah, you're writing that down? You're writing that down? I'm thinking. I feel like I should have made this wider or something, like a cobra. I think that's good. I'm thinking. Thank God today is Saturday. The way I almost thought it was not Saturday for a hot minute. I woke up thinking I had to go to work today. That's how tired I am. And I don't think my job is overworking me. I'm just not resting very well. Like I said, I'm playing video game and I don't think that's good for me when I'm at work. I think that's a bad idea. Because the game I'm playing is just it's so involving. Like I can't just play it like it's some kind of mindless gacha or some shit. I have to pay attention to it. How many hours of sleep are you getting? 6 to 8 hours, but I would really like to have 10, please. 10 hours. I would love fucking 10 hours. I think that's my sweet spot. Like, I would like to go to sleep at 10 and wake up, like, around 8 a.m. That'd be beautiful. Oh. But if I get 8 hours, that's nice. But I'm definitely of the opinion that 8 hours is a fucking fallacy. Whoever said that that's the normal amount of time, they lied. They fucking lied. I need to construct how their face actually works here, because I kind of drew this without thinking. You sleep 6 hours. I feel so tired. I mean, I can manage for a day or two, but I crash. Yesterday I crashed. I had only maybe 5 or 6 hours, something around that. And then after work, it was like 4:30, and like half an hour later or so, like somewhere around those lines, I went to my bed and I didn't wake up until 9 p.m. So I slept somewhere around 3 to 4 hours. And I couldn't go back to sleep because I was too woken up. I was like, ah shit, I'm awake now. Your anxiety won't let me sleep more. I feel that for sure. But yeah, today I woke up like that. I woke up like at 6 p.m. today. Not p.m., a.m. 6 in the morning, and I could not go back to sleep, even though I wanted to. And I just did a few chores, got groceries, and ate, and now around like maybe 11:30, I was starting to draw, and I was like, you know what, I feel like streaming. And here we are. I was like watching YouTube videos when I was drawing, and then I was like, you know, I feel good. I feel like strong enough to stream a little. What the fuck was I doing here? What was I fucking thinking? I need to fucking change this because the anatomy is very fucking wild. I think what I wanted to imply is the spine. Drawing this just reminds me of the harpy from The Last Unicorn. Your sisters, you and I. I usually try and work before my partner wakes up so I get to spend some time with them later. I see. I definitely don't feel envious of people who have like really long distance relationships, and I do mean long distance, like they quite fucking literally live in the other side of the world or some shit. Or for example, maybe like fucking Hawaii versus Eastern Standard Time. That's a whole like fucking 10 hours, I believe, or 6 hours. That's rough. Good luck with that. because you being on Eastern and your fucking boyfriend lives in, I don't know, San Francisco, you don't have it too bad. That's like 3 hour difference or some shit. You're fine. You're fine. But when it's like Europe or some shit, or literally China or fucking Singapore or some shit, like really far away, right? Other side of the world, or worse yet, Australia. If they're an Aussie and you live over here, nah. They're on the next day. They're living in the future. What are you doing? That's big confusion right there. I don't know how flat I want her face to be. I think the lower lip should just be kind of round. In my case, it's not even long distance. They just really like to sleep. Yeah. EP pilled. Is her back okay? Listen, it's a snake. I think the whole thing runs through the spine. It's fine. She can handle it. She can handle the contortion. I have a few friends who live on the other side of the fucking planet. It's really hard to, like, catch up with them. One of us sacrifices sleep, that's for sure. Whenever we do. Don't know what's going on in Arizona. Wait a minute, let me see. What do you mean? What the fuck? Oh my god. Okay. Alright. Oh, got a message. What do you want? What do you want? You know what I want? I want a good Wordle. Let me actually, like, message. Uh-huh. That's very strange. What are the orange countries? Okay. 1 second, I'm just... Orange is southern hemisphere, so I guess reverse DST? Oh. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. All right. This Wordle got me. I got 3 of the letters right away, but it still took me 4 attempts. What do you mean? What do you mean? Is it a hard word? Or like, does it have like, well, no, actually, don't tell me. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. I'll try to do it later. I'll try to do it later. No? Oh my god. I feel like I should have changed the pose, but at the same time, I don't really mind this being the pose. Once I finish this, I'll try to Wordle. The Wordle. I want to do connections. It's been a long time since I've done the connections because sometimes it pisses me off. Sometimes I go like, I don't know, trees? No? And it's like, you're 1 off. And I'm down to like 2 tries. You son of a bitch. Like sometimes I get it immediately. Most of the time I'm like, I don't know what that is. And I just win because of, you know, like, what do you call it? Process of elimination. Which is, to me, a little just a little unfair. I win because those were the ones left. Nah. That doesn't feel satisfying to me. I need to know what the answer is. So I try to do the hardest one. Or what I think is the hardest one. You told me not to give any hints, so... Yeah. Don't worry about it. Let me just finish this drawing. This one's easy. Because I don't have to draw arms. I don't have to draw arms. It feels so nice when I don't have to draw arms. I just have to draw these freaking long ass lines. I don't know what it is about long lines, but because I use my fucking wrist all the time like a goober, I mess up the lines and they just look very fuzzy. But I don't care. Let's keep going. Now, you know, you've seen like monster fuckers, and whenever they show a monster fucker, and they're like, "Yeah, I'm a monster fucker. I love monster girls," and you know, like whatever. Like if you like this one that I drew over here, that's nice. You know, I would still call you a monster fucker. That's nice that you like the snake lady. But you know, if you just looked at her from the top, you just wouldn't really know. She just looks like some kind of elf girl. But then you see this and it's like, a connoisseur. A true monster fucker boy. Let me take off my headset. I don't need my headset right now. There we go. Oh, whoops, wrong layer. I know that cobras don't really have a hood like this, but it's my design. I do what I want. I kind of want a different design going around the body. Let me see if I can think of something. Because I like the pattern, but I kind of want it to take more real estate in some way. Pee-pee, do you know about Sheltopusik? No, I do not. There you go. Is it like one of those like teeny microscopic snakes that look like worms? Because in that case, I know what it is, but I didn't know about its name. Oh, it's a legless lizard. Very smooth. I think I want this thing to repeat itself. I think that'd be cool. Oh, I see. Worm. Worm. If you move without rhythm, you won't catch the worm. Walk without rhythm, you won't catch the worm. Oh, that link is monstrous. That is a horrendous link. Why are we like this? Why is Twitch like this? Why can't it just translate things? Oh yeah, that's definitely a lizard and not a snake. That is definitely a lizard. It looks like when somebody draws a snake for the first time. That's what it looks like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, I'm gonna draw a snake. That's what this lizard looks like. Heraldic beast. Like, they don't know what the eyes really look like, how the face is set. They make the neck really, really chunky. When snakes actually have very, very small necks, actually. Depending on the species. Like, they almost look like arrows. And their eyes are really close to the mouth. But not every snake is like that. It's okay. You can say phallic. No, I really mean arrow. Listen, some wieners just look like this. Some wieners really just look like this. So no. Man, if I ever see a wiener that literally looks like this, I'm gonna ask them to go see a doctor. I need them to go see a doctor, cause that's just a shroom, bro. What the fuck? Roblox penis. I think my life reached max capacity on my brainage when I saw Minecraft porn. Like, Sims porn makes sense to me, right? They look like people, so they want to see them fuck. You might even say that the reason Sims is popular is because they let them do whoopee, you know? I think that's one of the main reasons it was so popular and continues to be very popular to this day. But Minecraft? I mean, I know people will fuck anything. Like, some people will see a hole in a tree and they'll try. They'll try their damn best. Minecraft Roblox smut is somehow more disturbing than guts spilling out gore to me. Like, it's not disturbing, it's just, at least to me, it's not disturbing. It's just funny. Like, it makes me just go, why? I guess it's disturbing in the same way that children show characters fucking in the art style is disturbing in its way. Yeah, off-putting, unnerving. Like, this is a kid's thing. You know, it kind of feels wrong to see it like that. You know, it's like seeing Teletubbies fuck. You don't want to see that. Why? I don't want to see them fuck. And if it's in the official art style, yeah, to me, it's the official art style that definitely puts me off. Yeah, that's definitely. Listen, Rule 34. We learned this in school. While we were at school, Rule 34. If it exists, there's porn of it. Very important lesson. Let's see. Walk without rhythm. You won't attract the worm. Listen to the sound of my voice. It's a weapon of choice. I do not like this tangent right here. This tit tangent is very bad. I do not like it. I will fix it immediately. You were listening to it literally 5 minutes ago? Well, it's a good song. Tangent. I can't believe you would say that. For some reason, I have the Jammer Lammy menu sound in my brain. It goes like and you can press on the buttons, right? You have new game, continue, and all that. New game, and it's like the sound of like a really scratchy guitar. And it kind of sounds like Weapon of Choice a little bit, just a tiny bit, like the vibe, not necessarily the sound, but Jammer Lammy. Let me just fucking put it on. Because it's hard for me to explain. I don't have vocabulary. I don't have the vocabulary for it. I'm just gonna put the Jammer Lammy menu. Jammer Lammy. See what I mean? That's it. It's just that.
Boom, 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 boom. It's just that sound over and over and over. Let's see if there's an actual... That's the opening. I would like them to press the button. No. I would like you to press button, please. Play through. I just want the new game. Oh my god. Okay, there we go. New game. That's what I wanted. That's all I wanted. New game. Wow, look at this chair. This chair is fucking old. That's what it sounds like when... You know what? I'll stop right there. I'll let you imagine that. Okay, wait. Bunny style. Give me a second. I think I'm gonna do it. I shan't say. Sounds like two plastic robots doing it crazy style. Okay. Wordle time. Let me get the Wordle. B. Do. Okay. I'll just leave it like that in the middle of the screen, really annoyingly. Okay, what word do I want? Do I go with easy word? Whale is a good word, but it's very rarely ever a noun. It's very rarely ever a fucking noun like whale or a word of a fucking animal. Easy word. Place would be a good start. Place. Are you fucking serious? Oh, now I can't say place. Place is not a place. Is place a noun, or is that an I guess it can be a noun. Place can be a noun. But it's also a verb, as in place that down on the table. But no, it's probably a more proper noun, a more the name of something. Let's see, Yeah, but when I said place, I was thinking of the verb. Oh, it's a noun. Now you got me thinking. And it's easy? It's easy and it's a noun? Happy is not a noun. That's an adjective. That's an adjective, Peter. Easy word. So I'm not gonna say cider. I kind of want to say cider as my first word. Some guy named Happy. Let's see. I want to say, God, what kind of, I don't think it's gonna be an animal, though. It's never an animal, dude. It's never a fucking animal. Like, if I put, like, fucking, I don't know, swan, not even long enough, fuck. You know what? Sneak. I wanted to say snake. You know, we gotta go with the theme of today, which is indeed a snake. Oh shit! So we got an S, we got an A, and an E. If the S is not at the start, it's very likely that it's going to be either on the last, the second to last, or the last. I think it's going to be the second to last. It's going to be the fourth letter. Fourth letter. With an E and an A. E and an A. It's a noun. What's a noun with an E and an A? Wordle never does plural words. I mean, I don't know if it does, actually. I have no idea. It doesn't start with an S, though. Fuck. An E. Beast? Oh shit! Oh my god! What? But it's a noun? Fuck. It's a noun. So it's an easy word. I want to say feast, but it's an easier word. Feast is not really a word you hear every day. Weast. Get out of here. Yeast? Yeast is a noun? It's yeast. It's yeast. I think I would have been fucked up. I would have put feast if I didn't know it was a noun. If I didn't know it was a noun, I think I would have put yeast, not yeast, feast. Or peace even, or herd. I would have put those words, well, not herd, because herd doesn't have an S. Neither does peace, actually. For some reason, I thought peace had an S. Absolutely, there are a lot of words with east in them. Oh, man. Okay. Connections. Connections. What are today's connections? Can unblock more of you subscribe? Shut up. So what are the letters? What are the words? Beans, minus, love, energy, zip, best, comic sans, sincerely, wanting, bacon, sunset, absent, landing, cheers, and pep. Let's see. Love, cheers, best and sincerely are things you put in letters. You put that on a letter. Love, so and such. Best, all the best, blah, blah, blah. Sincerely, and cheers. That's probably the easy one. Ooh, okay, wait. Minus also means sans. Absent. Wanting? Wanting? None of the others fit. I don't know if wanting is the right one, though. Minus, sans, absent do mean the same thing. It means without. I don't think it's zip. I don't think it's zip because zip also means energy. It means getting like really peppy. It means you know, like, oh man, this one's hard. Yeah, pep and zip is when you have energy. But I don't know what other word. Cheers? No, it's not cheers because cheers, love, sincerely, and best is letters. Give me a second, because we got bacon in here for some reason. We got bacon. What the fuck has bacon gotta do with anything? Bacon and beans. Bacon and beans. No. I don't think it's beans. Bacon. What is a bacon? Bacon is a food, it's breakfast. That's why beans is there, but I think that's to fuck you up. Just like Comic Sans is also there to fuck you up. Let me put love, best, sincerely, and cheers. Let's take that out of the way. It's the easy letter sign-offs. Okay. Couldn't bacon be a slang? No, it's not a slang. Oh. You know what a comic and a bacon have in common? They come in strips. Comic strip. A bacon strip. A landing strip. A sunset strip. It's strip. Okay. Absent. What the fuck is beans? What's beans? Pep, zip, energy. Beans? Beans? He got the beans? I've never heard of that. I'm gonna try it. It's beans. Vigor. He got the beans. Oh, and of course this one I already guessed it. It's without. It means without. Yeah, there we go. Beans. Like, I've heard beans, but only in, like, you spilled your beans, you know? You spilled all your secrets. But never in like, energy. In vigor. It's a slang of sorts. Definitely haven't heard that one. Bacon strip. I think they've used strip before. And that's why I was able to kind of guess it. Beans. Very old-timey. That makes sense. You spilled its beans. Spill the beans, Johnson. Full of beans? Oh, that old Timerson. Full of beans. What a wild saying. A bag full of beans. A bean bag is something I heard. I was thinking that there was something with bags in there, but none of it made sense. I was like, a comic bag? No, what the fuck? Full of beans. It really does sound pretty funny. It sounds hilarious. Full of beans? Is that a real thing? Because I just well, maybe I heard it somewhere. Energetic and enthusiastic, full of beans. Full of energy. He got the beans. I think I like, he got the beans. Full of beans. He's a mean bean. Sounds more like something I hear in a YouTube video making voices about their blorbos. The beans make me gassy. Beans, they're good for your heart. The more you eat, the more you fart. Be on one's bean water. New England slang? Full of gas. Full of beans. Oh, full of beans. Incorrect, uninformed, exaggerating, or expressing falsehood. Man, you're so full of beans. Yeah, when you shit. So you're full of shit. That makes sense to me. Being full of shit, being full of beans. Maybe that's where I heard it. I'm not entirely sure, but so definitely wordage you rarely hear. Beans. Yeah, rated G version of full of shit. I do like how some terms are similar but mean slightly different things. Like dog shit means that it's, that it's awful. Horse shit means that it's like it's unimaginable. Bullshit means lies. You're lying to me. That's bullshit. Monkey shit is that it's crazy. But I really like it when people say, man, that's dog shit. That's actually awful. English slang is truly a magical thing. Ape shit. Yeah. I said monkey shit. This is how you know I'm not American. When I misattribute things. Like, one time, I will never forget. You know how people say, shut the front door? shut the front door is to not say shut the fuck up. But my brain decided to say them at the same time, so I said fuck the front door. I just went, I don't know how to say it, so I'm just gonna say fuck the front door. And I like to make up sayings. My favorite one that I made up is eat a pussy, fuck a donut. As a way to telling you to chill out, calm down, eat a pussy, fuck a donut. PP, do you know my favorite not swear HE double hockey sticks? Hell. Yeah, some people think that saying hell is bad. Why not bagel? Listen, donut can be glazed. The bagel will then become donut, if you know what I'm saying. Disgusting, by the way. Gross. Ew, disgusting. Sugar honey iced tea shit. Lori, it took me 2 years to figure out what that meant after I first heard it. It also took me 100 million years. I was well into adulthood. I was well into my 20s when I finally figured out what they fucking meant by saying HE double hockey sticks. Fuck a bagel, make a donut. Exactly. Why would Shadow say that?
Listen to me, Shadow. You must protect the Constitution.
Smell you later. I still don't understand why some people said smell you later. Why smell? Why is there has to be an olfactory factor into this? Because farts. But why do I need to smell you? Why do you need to smell me? I just associate smell you later with Gary Oak. I also associate him with that's Blue. Blue is the one that says it, isn't it? It's not necessarily Gary Oak. You is smelly. Okay. Okay. I get it, I guess. I suppose. But you know, as someone who doesn't know, I'd be confused. As a kid, I would be so confused. And your quip just wouldn't work on me on the fact that I'm just like I don't know what the insult is.
Blue, green, Gary.
Online immersion. I think I also learned English in a similar way. Just media consumption. Like there's a character from Sly Cooper who's like this iguana guy, and he has a very thick accent. I forgot what country he's from, but he learned English with music videos, essentially, just popular culture. And he would just say the weirdest shit like, this suit is greasy sweet. You know?
And that just always stuck with me. Greasy sweet, disgusting. I think that's just how we foreigners learn English, bro. I'll definitely make some food once I'm done with the hair. I'm trying not to do the hair because hair I don't like drawing hair. Okay, I just don't like it. It's bad for my health. All right. Oh. Also, I should separate this. It shouldn't be on the same layer. Oh my god! Please stop burping. You've been hungry for at least an hour. Yeah, and... So? And your point is... I can be hungry for another 2 hours. That's fine. I'll be hungry again anyway. Now, how do I want... Do I want bangs or not? Do I want bangs? Do I want something else entirely? What do I want? What do I need? What do I need to persist on, insist on, and subsist on? I do not know. I don't know. There was a character design I saw in this anime called Rock is a Woman's Modesty. And I have concerns with that anime, but this one girl looked like this, and she had like this, like so much forehead, but she had a bang right in the middle like that, and then she had like long fucking hair all over it that didn't match the bang at all. So every time I looked at that hair, I was like, what if I gave like a goat, and like a goat would start like eating that piece of hair. It looks like straw. Those were my thoughts as I was watching this anime. For 3 split bangs. You know, the M. The M. Like, it's really hard to watch just one anime, right? Just one anime where this haircut does not appear. This haircut right here. The M. The fucking M. And they may try to spice it up by making it a little to the side, a little to... But the M, it persists. There's always one fucking character with this shit. No matter what. No matter what, the M. Anime girl inbreeding has been so hard on these creatures. 3 sections once you notice that you see it everywhere. The thing is, we can, you know, be a little bit more creative about that. But that's up to the designer, I suppose. I know I want it to the side this time. I don't know how I really want this hair to flow necessarily. If the same face syndrome wasn't enough. Same bangs syndrome. I don't really mind the hair being a certain way. Not really. It can get old. What I am tired of is everybody having this Kirito non-special looking ass design. I'm sort of sick of that. And it happens with everything. It happens with Western shit. It happens with everything. There's always a default dude design that I get fucking tired of looking at. For anime, it's Kirito. It's just every dude looking like fucking Kirito now. This happens a lot with isekai. Just isekai anime, just for some reason, that's the default dude design. Crisscross bangs. Oh yeah, the Kowloon. Looks really pretty. I want to read the manga. I watched episode 1 and it's intriguing, but I feel weird about Kowloon anime. It's strange. Because Kowloon was never a good city, okay? It was very fucking bad. Yeah, it's called Kowloon Generic Romance. That's the anime. These bangs bother me more. The crisscross bangs, yeah, they're kind of hard to look at after a while. It's very, very tragic. You know, it's not a place that I would say is nostalgic in any way, except in the bitter one. Not even sweet, just bitter. It just sucked. I think I want this to be less feathered. So it's a little strange to see characters saying, "Oh yeah, I love this city. It's so nostalgic." And I'm like, "Huh? Nostalgic? I don't know." You know, it's the city that inspired a lot of sci-fi, so. And a lot of sci-fi does not make that city look great to live in. Don't know if I like this. Let me start over again. Yeah. A lot of tight corridors. But you know what? I miss this hair. I miss when the bang, you had like a bang, and then you had a bigger bang going on top of that bang. Now that's some 80s shit right there. That's some voluminous hair you got there. That's some good shit. Or, you know what? I miss it when anime did like the one bang, and then, you know, you would have like cat ear bangs. The vents. You had the vents.
I miss that. Give me more of that, actually. It's cute. It's cute. I miss it. I think you can modernize it somehow. I want it kind of flatter. More share. I guess I'm just gonna do a mid-split here and just make it look like Cher. If I could turn back time. Yeah. Yeah, that's cute. Like, if you wonder why I put a little antennas and shit, it's because I'm nostalgic for that sort of stuff. You sort of use it everywhere at this point. Like, these little hairs, yeah. Put that back in. Put that back in. Give me that anime bullshit. Some of the hairstyles for the newer Pokemon stuff is pretty neat. I think it's neat. Oh my god. What am I gonna eat? Oh yeah. Wow, I got excited over food. Now I'm excited over again about the food. Damn. Why am I like this? I also need to look for an audiobook. I really want to listen to that Troll audiobook. Maybe it'll be good, maybe it'll be bad. Who knows? We'll find out together. If you don't eat pee-pee. I don't know if I like this hair. I feel like it should have some braids or something. I don't know. Hydrate. I'll hydrate in a second. Oh my god. I don't have water with me either. Ugh. I'm not feeling this. I'm not feeling this. I'm trying to figure out, like, if I want to do, like, those hair braids that wrap around the body. That might be too much, though. But I kind of want to try it. Like, there would be a bead here, a bead there, and then you would wrap it around. And then I'll just tassel it down. Look at that hair, bro. That hair is so legit. She even got the little hair thingies on the sides. Unbelievable. Listen, you saw real He-Man. You saw He-Man, so of course the hairstyle is real. I know I want the big hair. I just don't know how I want it to spill. Whoops, wrong layer. Do you happen to have a Discord? I'm wanting to get better. I need someone to judge me. It's not a real, like, art Discord. Sorry, no. Listen, I'm more than happy to judge here. But, you know, don't expect good advice. I think your art is good. Yeah, but that doesn't help me. Can you criticize it in a constructive way? It's a drawing, and I can see that you drew it. Excellent. Thank you for nothing. Bye. I feel like I would be terrible at that kind of job. Good. That's it. That's your comment. Good. Wow. You made it. Just good. You know what? Let me just cover this because that makes sense to me. I'm sort of happy I never really felt like doing tutorials and shit. Mostly because I'm bad at tutorials, and every time I do like an explanation, it's like, wow, even I don't understand what the fuck I'm on, bro. So, you know, be thankful. Be thankful that I'm not up my own ass. See you later. Bye. Yeah, let's just try and make it very stringy and long.
And it's going to this side or something, I don't know. Fuck. I don't know shit. Fuck. I don't know about that. I don't think I like that at all. Also, I think one of the things that I sort of don't have the chops for is that some people will just go, I want to get better at art. And it's like, okay, but what, for what though? Because art is a lot of things. And I'm not good at all those things. So if you're asking me, it's because you want to draw somewhat like me, huh? So maybe anatomy. Maybe some fucking gesture shit would be a pro. Consult with the videos of people just doing exercises. But the moment people will ask me for something like a little more abstract, like character design, I'm like, I don't know. Exercises, sex, including sex. I'm so sorry, but if you want to draw porn, you gotta look at people fucking. I'm so sorry. I mean, you can just look at hentai, I guess, but you're gonna draw it like hentai. So, if that's how you want to draw porn, then yeah, just look at other hentai. But, if you want to draw, like, naturalistic looking bodies, I'm afraid that you gotta see people boinking it. Schloinking and doinking. Oh my god. Who did that? Oh. That was so violent. There we go. Shit. I think this is nicer. Yeah, I think I like this. Finally. I will be able to eat, except not really, because I need to preheat the oven. The oven. Shampoo commercial lady. Oh my god. Okay. Let me see if it works. It did not completely work. Oh, puta madre. Fix it. Fix it now.
save. I should save. You're correct. And I should hydrate. And I should eat. And I should,
Oh, no, does this fucking chair.
No cursing. Why would you not, why would you do that? Why did you feel that as a necessary thing to do? Why did you think that I have to look for my timer now? I didn't think after not streaming for so long, I would be bombarded with these fucking proposals, these demands. These are not even proposals, these are demands. Long overdue, I'd say. You're going to break the prompts. Remember when they weren't working? That was weird. Give me a second. I'll do it in a second. In a minute. In an hour. Okay. That looks good. I really wish the select tool wasn't so fucking shit. I don't know why. I don't know why I have like the Mario World shit in my head sometimes, okay? It's a sound that I heard a lot in my life. Just that's the overworld sound, I think. Is it the overworld of Super Mario Brothers? 3? It's not 3. I think it's maybe just the first one. Let me check. It's Super Mario World 1. It is a very happy jingle. Yeah, it's Super Mario World. And then you would go into the Yoshi part. Well, you would take Yoshi, and then you hear ding 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 ding. You can. Did you know that you can play that game in like fucking 3 hours? If you're fast enough and you're a casual player, you can probably beat it in 3 hours. The game has incredible songs. They're all catchy. They're all oh, look at that. 2 hours and 40 minutes. Why would you do this? Put you right here. Play the game! Little guy coded music. It's really loud. Give me. There we go. One of my first video games. I definitely played this shit a lot every time I visit. Banana. No! Go back! Give me a second. I just want to listen to that. We love Jamaican steel drums. That's what it sounds like to me. Just Jamaican, like just steel drums in general, I should say. Ooh, there was a mistakey right here. It's so happy. Incredible. Video gaming. This song is really good too. Oh, this one's really good too. But damn it, I don't get a moment to savor this music. Work your ass off. Get all those coins, damn it. Yeah, I think this game is the game of games, truly. Truly and truthfully. It's still the game of games. It's more of a game than Mario 64. Like, you can't have Mario 64 without this game. You know? You know what I'm saying? No, I need the OST. I need the OST. Ah, this is so loud. Puta madre. Ooh. Why was that so loud? That's just the title music. Not my favorite. The title music is fine. It does what it does. I think it's too shrill to my liking. I don't like the title music. We did it. We now know we have to save Princess Toadstool. There we go. Banana. Banana. You know, I can just hang out with this song for hours. You know... I'm just realizing that's a very Tism thing. The fact that sometimes a song would just appear in my brain, you know, it's just a sound. It's just sound. Like, God, what was the other one? The Crash Bandicoot music. Just the Crash Bandicoot shit. It just sounds like sounds. Just random ass sounds to me. That's all I wanted to listen to. Just the... I think this is alright. I'll leave it alone. The next Goyle we're doing, the next lady. is bird. Bird adjacent. This lady right here? No, it's this one. This one is the one that defeated the others in combat. Perfect. Perfect. Bring her in. Now she's going to be a little smaller because she already got wings going on. I don't want to fucking destroy myself here. Let me make sure I have enough space. We make them a little taller, but also a little smaller. A bird. Snake bird. A great combination. Question. Legit question I have for them paleontologists and frickin' people who study animals and evolution. Snake. What is the fucking closest link to like the earliest ancestor of snake? We know that crocodile is basically a living dinosaur. But snake, when? When did snake? When did snake first go, you know what? Fuck feet. Foot feet. I don't need any foot feet. That's what I want to know. I'll have to do some research later to satisfy my curiosity. I'm imagining a snake with a small Kirby-looking feet. Yeah, cause vestigial and all that, right? Like whales still have vestigial forelimbs because, you know, they gotta have some muscle to fuck. You know, as mammals, they kind of need the pelvis thing to happen a little bit. I would like to know when Snake was like, yeah, you know what? Feet overrated, bro. I don't need any of that. Feet stinky. Because some snakes are like wild in locomotion, you know? Some of them go sideways. Some of them do that springy thing. And some of them literally need a notch to move forward. They're too smooth. They need like they take advantage of the unevenness of terrain to push themselves forward. It's really awkward when you think about it. Most snakes cannot run me. Oh no. But yeah, I imagine that the snake that lives in the desert is all like, God damn it. There's no rocks. What do I do? Sideways. I can just move sideways. That's neat. That's cool. Scientific American? I don't know if I can trust that. How snakes lost their legs. New fossil analyses and insights from evolutionary developmental biology elucidate the long-thought origin of serpents.
A Chinese riddle invites on to guess the identity of runners without a leg, swimmers without a flipper, gliders without a wing. The answer is, of course, snakes. Today, more than 3,000 species share a long, limbless body that can negotiate land, water, and even air between trees. Girl, just answer the question. You found fossils? Shapeshifters, lizard, a snake. It is kind of wild that snakes have just a really, really long rib cage with a gajillion things, and some I forgot there's some snakes that move with their rib cage. I don't know why that's a fucking unnerving thing to me, but ooh. Like they move their muscles between the ribs. Like a centipedal. And that is a little gnarly, bro. Najash rionegrina is a 92 million year old terrestrial snake from Argentina. It has tiny pair of hind limbs that may have functioned as claspers during mating. Amazing. I'm here scrolling going like, more pretty pictures, please. Reading is dumb. I'll definitely read it later. I wish there wasn't this tangent here, but at the same time it looks fine. I just wish I didn't draw it like that, but I think it's already too late to erase it and start over. I don't want to fucking start over on this side here. I can just shift it, but I don't want to do any of that. I don't want to do any of that, bro. Let me save. I'm gonna look for food. But first, audiobook. Oh my god. Did I forget to wishlist it? Let me listen to what does the audio sound like? Let's have a preview first. This is a 5-minute sample. Save as. Wait, you know what? Let me just use this. Boop. Oh my god, it's huge. Oh my god. That's too small, maybe. There we go. I think that. It's really hard to read the title. Oh, we're straight today? Oh, I see we're heterosexualizing today. Listen, I couldn't find a good gay book, unfortunately. I really couldn't. Like, surprisingly, I'm trying to find, like fantasy gay romance, and it's bad. It's just bad. It's always Omegaverse shit. That's just heterosexuality times 2 on the molecular level, because it's always like, I don't want to be submissive Omega with the semi-alpha and then my butthole is leaking. Like, don't want any of that, bro. I don't want any of that. It's almost Pride Month soon. For shame. Fruit shaming. No, I'm Omega shaming. I'm alpha shaming. I just don't want Omegaverse. Why can't fantasy just not
add the heteronormativity. Why can't it just be two fucking dudes, bro? One of them can be fruity. I just don't want the whole, like, let me put gender norms on the fruity person. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I just wanted to be just people, and maybe they can be an orc. It could be a fucking, I don't know, a fairy. Sorry, PP, it's dog meeting time. No, I disagree. But that's why I haven't been able to find any gay books. I've been trying to find fantasy romance specifically. Erotic fantasy romance. That's what I want. That's what I want. And I'm not getting any of it. And that's disappointing. I'm upset. Anyway. I'm gonna get this book. But before I get this book, I want to hear what it sounds like. Who are the voices? Nina Indus and Will Thorne? I think I know who Will Thorne is. I think I've heard Will Thorne before.
This is Audible.
I know.
Podium Audio presents
Oh my
A
god,
Darkness
it's
So
British.
Book 1 of The Kingdom Below, written by Emma Ham, performed by Nina Indus and Will Thorne.
It British.
Chapter 1. Maya.
Oh my god.
Maya stood outside the door that would change her life forever.
How come you're not British? How come? How come you are not British? Why are you not from Yorkshire? I'm disappointed. Let me talk with a flat American accent. Fantasy accent, vaguely American. With my Atlantean. Let me make sure that this is not blasting my ears. I think the audio is fine, but we'll listen to just the sample right now.
She could hear her heart thudding in her chest and the sound of her own ragged breathing. In through her nose and
God.
out through her mouth. It felt like she was going to die. Right
Like
here.
that?
Right now. This was all she'd ever dreamt of. Every opportunity that had ever been given to her, all rolled up in one moment that meant so much, and she could not mess it up.
Oh, she's suddenly starting to get comfortable. She was like, oh, that's right. I have to speak like this. I had to get comfortable with this new voice, this new accent. That was strange. There needs to be a Brooklyn accent, spice things up. That's those loose hockey romance books.
If she did, then her entire career might as well be over. Perhaps it was a little dramatic, but having the chance to create floral arrangements for the royal wedding itself, she'd never see this happen again in her lifetime.
Fluctuating.
The king had only one child, his daughter. Her wedding would be the grandest display this kingdom had ever seen, and if she played her cards right, everyone would know who Maya Fremont was afterward. Taking another steadying breath, she lifted her shaking hand and knocked on the door. The sound was too loud, even to her ears. But she was standing in a cavernous hallway. The cathedral ceilings over her head ended in arched peaks, so tall she swore she could see clouds building in them. The grey stone was familiar, though. How many peasants like herself had stared at the pristine marble castle and wished they might see the interior at least one time in their life? 16 guards stood on either side of her. Each of them wore gleaming silver chest plates that reflected her red features and the crazed curls that billowed around her head. When she'd first gotten here, she had sworn those curls were tamed. That had very much changed by the time she'd made it up the massive stairwell to the castle. She smoothed her hands over the red locks, trying not to make it obvious that she was staring at her own reflection on the chest of the nearest guard. He shifted, almost as though he had turned toward her and made her reflection a little easier to see. "Thank you," she started to say, only to be interrupted by the door opening. A stately woman stood on the other side. Her expression was severe, her dark hair pulled back so tightly that it made her features seem pinched. A beak for a nose must have been put there to stare down at other people, like an arrow pointing towards something the woman didn't like. "You're late," the woman hissed. The words struck through the air like the crack of a whip. "I'm sorry," Maya replied. "I was told noon. It is nearly noon." It wasn't, though. She'd been punctual, and had arrived nearly an hour early. Maya had made certain that nothing, not even an unexpected circumstance, could ruin this opportunity. But she couldn't just say that the woman was lying. Clearly, this woman worked with the princess, and to argue with someone who had that much power was folly. Anger made her cheeks burn even more. A part of her wanted to argue, but Maya had learned a long time ago to stay quiet, even if she was angry. If they wanted flowers for the wedding, she was contracted to do so. They couldn't find someone else this late. Maya opened her mouth to apologize for her supposed tardiness, only to snap it shut again as the woman stood aside and gestured with her hand. "Come on then." The words were angry and clipped. "Get inside." She did what she was told. Maya still had the question of why she was even meeting with the princess. As far as she had guessed, she would meet with the head of staff or whoever oversaw the wedding. There was no reason for her to meet with the princess herself or any of the royal family.
Okay.
Yet, when she'd
Just,
gotten to the
warming
castle,
up the oven.
first thing they'd done was send her right
oven.
up the stairs to this room. She wasn't one to question why she was getting those orders, if only so she could see more of the castle itself. But still, it was odd to walk into a building so full of opulence. Her flowers had
Sounds
been
like she's
taken the moment
masking
she...
an Irish accent. Oh, that was the whole fucking sample. Okay. You know, I'm buying it. I'm getting it. Oh my god. Here you go. $11 billion. It was $7, don't worry. So, 10 with taxes. There we go. From we left off, there you go.
stepped foot onto the castle grounds, and she'd never felt like her arms were so empty. All the oddities were worth it to see this particular room, though. Where the rest of the castle was grey, this haven for the princess was glistening white marble. The ceilings were painted blue with clouds dancing across them that looked so real, Maya wondered if she could touch one. The bed in the far corner looked plush and comfortable, with its sky blue blankets and gauzy white fabric hanging from the posts. This room was larger than her entire cottage was big. There was a dresser taller than Maya, a seating area with 6 different chairs, and a podium that was placed right in front of a mirror that must have taken years to perfect with its massive silver frame. Then there was the balcony. 4 doors opened up to the entirety of the kingdom, laid out like a child's play set before her eyes. It was hard not to stare at the town. All the little quaint homes painted different colors, with wisps of chimney smoke above them. But then her gaze turned to the right, and she was frozen yet again. The most beautiful woman in the entire kingdom stood just beside that podium, golden hair coiled in waves down her shoulders, and spilled nearly to the small of her back. Not a single glistening strand was out of place.
Ew,
Tiny
a
pointed ears were
blonde.
just barely visible where they poked through the gilded strands. The princess wore a white dress that tucked in at her ridiculously tiny waist. Even Maya thought if she wrapped her hands around the woman's torso, her fingers might meet.
Ooh,
Not that
a
she
little
would.
gay.
There was bound to still be dirt underneath her nails.
Orion.
Sky blue eyes matching the ceiling, and the world beyond the balcony turned to look at her. The princess was lovely in body as well as face, it seemed. Tiny bow lips, perfectly plush, were contained within a face that was porcelain smooth and
I
certainly
don't
never
care
reddened
about
like
this
Maya could feel her own
princess.
doing.
I know she's not the
"You're
main character.
beautiful," Maya
Oh,
stuttered.
wow.
Before grabbing fistfuls of her
Gay.
brown dress and dropping into a curtsy. Princess Liliana laughed, and the sound was like the
Lily
tinkling
what?
of bells. "My goodness, aren't you charming?" No one had ever called her that before. People forgot that Maya even existed. She wasn't charming. She was odd
Having
and
a quick
slightly
urine
cloying to
break.
be around. Or at least, that was what her father used to say when he'd been alive. He'd always suggested she stay on a separate side of the house before anyone had come over. But correcting a princess seemed inappropriate. And besides, when the princess said it, it made Maya feel like she was, perhaps, slightly charming. She stayed in the curtsy for too long before straightening. "It's an honor to create the florals for your wedding, Your Highness." "Ah, yes, that's what you're doing here. I thought perhaps you were another maid." The princess smoothed her hands down the intricately beaded bodice. Maya took a step closer and realized the tiny pearlescent beads were actually woven in a pattern. They were roses. Shimmering roses that spilled down her chest into a smooth satin skirt
I don't
that
know how that
swayed
would
with her
work,
movement.
but okay.
She was exquisite. The true depiction of all the elven blood the royal family shared. Nearly half-blooded, if the rumors were true. Maya needed to remember where she was. She
Boo,
certainly needed
elves,
not to gape
boo.
at the princess like she was a complete dolt. But it was hard being in the presence of a half-elven woman when she herself only had the merest drop of elvish blood. It was like standing in front of the sun. "I hope the flowers are to your liking. It's an honor to be part of the first royal wedding in many years." She cleared her throat, trying hard not to stare at the pillowy cushions of the princess's breasts, which
Wow.
really were impressively high.
Gay.
How did she get them to stand up like that without it hurting? The princess wandered
Wow,
over to
your
the podium,
tits, they're
stood
so
on it,
magnificent.
and admired
Can
her
I touch
reflection.
that?
"A royal wedding that will chain me to a beast. What a wonderful thing it will be." She could hear the bitterness in the words, and pity flooded through her chest. "You are not. I'm sorry. Did you say beast?" "You haven't heard? My father is marrying me off to the trolls. It's a bid for peace, although I highly doubt such creatures were capable of controlling their baser instincts." Maya felt all the blood drain out of her face. She grabbed for
We've
the
been
nearest
gated.
object, a chair at the vanity,
And
as she
switched
lifted
with
to
this
the side.
book cover.
Trolls?
Let me make it a little bit.
She'd never seen one herself, of course. They were rarely
Please,
seen in
oven.
these
I should have
parts,
put
but
the
she'd heard
oven
they
on
were
a
getting
lot fucking
closer.
faster than.
Attacks on the outskirts of the
I'm an
kingdom
idiot.
were becoming more
Oh, well.
regular. Rumors abound that trolls were tunneling through the ground and coming into homes from the basements. Everyone knew to fear the beastly creatures. They hardly even fought with weapons. They liked to use their massive fists, pounding a man's skull until it popped into nothing more than gore and brains. "Your father wouldn't marry you off to one of them, would he?" she asked, her voice quiet as maids suddenly
Unga
poured into
punga.
the room. 6 maids, each of them in the same black and white outfit. Their skirts kissed the floor, their hair pulled back just as tightly as the beak-nosed woman who still stood at the door. They all lined up against the wall, waiting for Princess Liliana's command. I'm a princess. I don't get to choose who I marry. Then she looked over her shoulder at Maya, and she swore there was a calculating look on the princess's face. Do you get to pick who you marry? I'm sorry, what was your name again? Maya, Your Highness. It was so strange that a princess wanted to know her name that she almost forgot the original question. Clearing her throat, she shifted from foot to foot as she tried to find the right words. I cannot marry. You cannot? What an odd choice of words. My father... She shouldn't even be talking about this, but the words still poured out of her. When my father died, I was his sole heir. If I want to keep the business in my name, and I very much do, then I cannot marry. Whatever I inherited from my father would transfer to my husband, and there are very few suitors out there who wouldn't sell the whole thing. Her father's business had hardly been his in the end. Maya grew the flowers into the perfect blossoms. She cut them at the right time, making sure all the arrangements were perfect. And yes, it was hard. Few people had a reason to spend money on flowers when there were more important things. But plenty of nobility used to sponsor her father simply so that their homes looked more impressive when people came to visit. Then he'd died. Fewer nobles wanted to give a woman money when she was running the business, even though the product hadn't changed. The princess turned, looking perfect even though more maids had rushed to attach more fabric onto her back, weaving through the strands of her hair beneath a veil. They draped jewels over her throat and rings on her hands, but the princess's eyes were on Maya. Come here, the princess said, her voice low and melodic. An icy cold wind coiled around her. It seemed to take root in her chest, twisting painfully the longer she stood still. She had to move, even though she didn't want to. Maya drifted forward as though in a dream, taking one of those bejeweled hands when one was offered to her. She stared in shock as the princess turned her hand over, looking at the calluses on her palm and the dirt underneath her nails before gently kissing her fingertips. You and I are the same. Stuck in a life we didn't choose. Unknowing who our husband will be, or even if we want to marry.
I don't know about
feel
that.
such kinship with you.
You just met her.
Kinship, Your Highness. You are alone, are you not? That stabbed her right in the heart. Because, yes, she was. Her mother had died when she'd been very young, and her father had passed last
The
year.
way you should have
It had been
smelled a
hard ever
trap
since.
ages ago.
Maya had worked her entire life for her father until she'd been little more than skin and bones some years.
Girl, why
Even
is the
during a
princess
good
even
year,
talking to
she
you?
hadn't time to find friends or even suitors. But it was hard to believe a princess was ever really alone. It was almost as though she said the words out loud. The princess smiled, but it didn't quite reach her eyes. You can be surrounded by people and never feel like a single one truly knows you. Again, that icy cold sensation stabbed at her. What was it? Magic? It felt like some kind of power coiling throughout her entire body. Maya supposed that made sense. Swallowing hard, she tried to tug her hand out of the princess's grip, only to find that the other woman was gripping onto her a little too tightly. Your Highness? She asked, trying not to look too afraid in front of the other women in the room. Are you well? I'm fine, the princess said, but she didn't appear to be well. It's rare to find someone who is so unlike me. I'd like you to be in my wedding party, Maya. What? Excuse me? Maya asked, certain she hadn't heard the princess correctly. I think you would look lovely standing up there next to me. I need someone who won't look afraid as the trolls come in. You seem like you have a spine of steel and clearly have your wits about you as a businesswoman.
I don't know about that, madam.
But why would a princess want her? They'd never met before today. And even if they had known each other for years, it simply wasn't done. She wasn't even remotely nobility, not in the slightest. I
This
don't
is a
think...
trap, lady.
The princess snapped her fingers,
Princess on
and
the
all the
program,
maids
just
moved
like
away
you.
from
I'm
her
just
as
like
one.
you. You're just like me.
It was strange to watch them. Every step was synchronized, as though they had planned every moment of this. I would like Miss Maya to wear a gown of the finest quality. She will stand beside me as the brutes enter our castle grounds, and she will be the first they see. No one will question if she's afraid or if I'm afraid. That smile appeared on her face again. So perfect, it made her appear to be made of stone. She will be the only one to accompany me to the altar. I don't really want to. I won't take no for an answer. The princess interrupted her. Her bright blue eyes turned steely, as though she was unused to anyone even beginning to say the word no to her. Or would you like me to ask my father to ensure you are there? No, she didn't want to catch the attention of the king. He was known throughout their lands for his iron fist and his speed to kill. She'd heard many artisans who came to the castle never returned to their home because their product didn't provide him with what he needed. No need, she whispered. I'd be honored to be there with you on your wedding day. Some of the tension leaked out of the princess. She held out both of her hands, waiting for the maids to appear underneath and help her turn her back toward the mirror. Good. I simply don't believe I could do it without you. What strange words they were, as two more maids gestured for Maya to follow them and drew her toward a dressing room.
This is a big trap.
It was an odd day already, and apparently it was only going to get more strange by the hour.
Chapter 2.
Oh.
Ragnar.
Oh.
Splashing water over his face, Ragnar tried to still his thoughts. They'd been rushing for the better part of 2 months now. 100 thoughts, 1,000 of them, voices screaming in his mind over and over again. What he had agreed to do was wrong. No, it was more than wrong. It was repulsive. Helping his people in any way that he could, that was the honorable thing he had chosen to do. But marrying a human? He wasn't sure he'd be able to stomach it. He'd walk down that stupid aisle and he'd throw up right at her feet. Not in fear, but in knowing that he was going to marry one of her kind. Humans were creatures he had never found attractive, and yet now he would be bound to one. Not just in life and in marriage, but offspring were expected as well, which would require... Gagging again, he shook his head and braced himself on the edge of the leather basin.
Wow.
He could do this. He had been bid by his king to make this connection, even if it was a lie. The human King James had asked for peace.
James.
Troll King Egil had laughed and said the only peace would come from elven blood. And that was when the treaty had been signed. It was King James who had offered up his own daughter, a woman who was half elven. Her blood was pure, far more pure than Ragnar's own, that was certain. His people needed those bloodlines. They were tired of the baser instincts that came with being made of mud and fur. It had taken centuries for them to build up as much elven blood as they already had. The magic that ran in their veins was stronger than most humans would ever see, but it still wasn't enough. The Troll King had no interest in using his own offspring for this treaty, however. No, he would not give a prince to a mortal woman. That was where Ragnar came in. The flap to his tent opened, the supple leather barely making a sound as another massive troll walked through the opening.
Interesting that they're
Gunnar
making
was the
elves
spitting
seem like
image of
they're
their father.
extinct.
broad shoulders,
And
darker
therefore
green
important
skin,
to keep
and
a
tusks that were so
bloodline.
large they nearly curved up to his cheekbones. His flat features were what made him so handsome to the troll women, but it was the faded stripes on his skin that set him even more apart. They had the same set, he and his brother, markings that made them blend into the foliage when they moved through the birch groves that dotted their mountain home. But Ragnar had not been blessed with the same deep green skin. He took after their mother, with plum and mulberry streaked beneath the tattoos across his arm and chest. "You look like we're sending you to the gallows rather than a wedding," his brother said with a laugh. He
Incredible.
leaned forward and smacked Ragnar's
Bravo,
shoulder
bravo,
hard
bravo.
enough that he knocked it in a basin and nearly sent it to the floor. "Careful! Your troll wife will wish to know her husband is strong." He could still taste the bile on his tongue at the thought of her. He groaned. "You know I have no interest in humans." "Yes, you've always found them so disgusting. Why was that again?" "Because they are weak. Their skin is far too pale. They have no talons, no claws, nothing even remotely pretty about them. Instead, they are just..." Gunnar interrupted him because he'd heard this rant far too many times. "Fleshy bags of weakness that should be hunted into the next realm?" "Yes," he burst out. "That's exactly what they are, and they have no patience for it. I understand the king having no wish to marry his son to one of them, believe me. But why is he sending me, of all people? Because you are the best of us." The best of them. He'd heard it countless times, and he knew there was some sense to the claim. He was larger than most trolls. Both he and his brother were massive beasts, even among their kind. His chest was broad, his waist trim, his tusks were sizable but not overwhelmingly large. Their mother had been nearly a quarter elf, which gave both him and Gunnar impressive magical abilities. Any woman would be glad to have him. Ragnar reached for a few of the piercings in his ear, tugging at the ones that he'd gotten for his wife. Each of them had meaning, but the rings at the very tips of his pointed ears showed her that he had plenty of elven blood to gift their children. There were more piercings as well, countless of them. Ones he had gotten for her, the famed mate he had dreamt of his entire life.
I think it was supposed to be
who would now prove to be a
Gunnar, not
nightmare.
Gunnar.
Sighing, he shook his head.
It's
"I am not
Gunnar.
the best of us.
What,
If they
what
were
do you
looking for
mean
that troll, they should have
Gunnar?
chosen you." Gunnar grinned, his tusks only marginally getting in the way of the expression. "Ah, yes, but I am not meant to have a troll wife yet." It was always the same excuse, the same reasoning. Those who were meant to have troll wives were found in the smoke and mirages of those who could see the future, just like he was now supposed to go see their bone reader. The seer would tell him that he was, indeed, about to meet his mate for life, confirming what he already knew, because the king's smoke breather had already deemed it so. Sighing, he ran his hand over his head, scratching at the newly shaved sides that were already growing sharp stubble. "I shaved my head for her, for this woman who I know I will not wish to have as a troll wife. And yet, you look like your
Troll
mate."
wife. Troll
Gunnar
wife.
opened the flap of his
troll.
tent, and a spear of light filled the room. "Come, brother. Morning is upon us, and the bone reader grows antsy to get home. At least she can't go home alone," he muttered, and followed his brother out into the sunlight. He lifted a hand to cover his eyes, the burning light of the sun a blinding white that took long moments for him to get used to. Trolls were not creatures who regularly found themselves in sunlight. Many of them still had the slitted gaze of a cat or the rounded, wide-eyed vision of owls. Twilight was the time when trolls saw best, not at high noon like this. Grumbling under his breath, he weaved through a crowd of his brethren. Women and men, trolls of immense power, created a wall between him and his fate. He pushed through muscular bodies, all while listening to the sound of clinking piercings and gnashing teeth. The flashing of fangs and tusks and claws filled his vision, until he pushed through the many-colored bodies to the center of their tented circle. And there she sat, the bone reader. She swayed on the ground, her legs crossed beneath her. Her dark hair was dreaded and piled atop her head in intricate designs. There were bones woven throughout those strands, the remains of creatures she called upon when she wished to see the future. Her eyes were milky white, and her skin a pale lavender that was so thoroughly tattooed it was almost impossible to see what her skin color really was. She sat cross-legged on a rug someone had laid out for her, a low hum building underneath her breath as she swayed. The other trolls fell silent as Gunnar shoved him into the middle.
Gunnar.
They all watched,
Really?
waiting for the moment when they would witness the confirmation of a mated pair.
God.
His stomach
British
rolled again.
English, I swear.
He did not want this to be his moment. Ragnar had always prayed that he would find a troll wife with certain traits he'd find beautiful. Rounded muscles in her arms, tusks that were perhaps smaller than his own, but ones that would scrape against his as he kissed her.
Wow.
Light blue skin, the color of the sky just before the clouds came in, and pitch black hair, like coals in a fireplace. Now he would find none of those things in the partner he had been thrust upon. The bone reader reached out her hand, her palm full of tiny
For
animal
shame.
bones. Some of them were rabbit, he knew that from memory. Others he thought might have been the individual ribs of a snake. They all rattled in her hand as she shook them.
Ragnar, seed of Frode, son of Ingvild. You stand
Incredible.
before me in search of a troll wife.
No. No, he
Troll
didn't.
wife.
He didn't
Troll
want a
wife.
troll wife. Not like this. He wanted a woman who desired him, who could see the beauty in the world they shared together. He wanted a wife who didn't hate his people, like a human certainly would. But the bones never lied. They rattled
Incredible.
in her
10 out of
hands
10.
on their
10 out
own
of 10.
now, magic coursing through them as the icy tendrils of their power coiled around his body. He was forced to take another step closer, bit by bit, until he was right in front of her. He stared into those milky eyes, feeling the icy shards of her power crawling through him, and he envisioned the troll wife he wanted. He thought of her bravery in the face of all odds. He thought of the kindness in her heart, and how she looked at all trolls with love and not judgment. But above all else, he thought of a bride who loved him dearly and with every ounce of her being. The icy power radiated through his body until he was on his knees before the bone reader. Her eyes were level with his, and he could see the power in her gaze. It sparkled through her body, making her veins glow with a strange darkness that he could see like a web through her skin. She was powerful. He wondered how they'd gotten such a powerful seer to risk her life and come this close to a human settlement. The bone reader trailed her fingers along his ears. They weren't as long as hers, but its points were prominent.
A good bloodline.
She said quietly.
You got these from your mother,
My father had less elfin blood than she did.
and so you will follow in your father's footsteps. A man who sees true goodness in his children, regardless of what they look like. You have a good heart, Ragnar, but I fear you are short-sighted.
He wasn't following the last bit. Or the first, really. The princess was supposed to be well over half elven, and that should mean his children would be even more than that. Has the king lied to us? He asked without thinking. But she did not answer his question, because that was not the reason she was here. The bones in her hands rattled free. They clacked against each other, skittering across the ground into a pattern that meant nothing to his eyes, but everything to the bone reader. She pored over them, her back arching as she hunched over the skeletal remains. She murmured under her breath, nudging a bone here and there as though it displeased her. But then she leaned back on her haunches. He could see the disappointment in her gaze. The answer was not the one he wanted either, and he felt the need to reassure her that he already knew the damage was done. He would suffer with the bride he did not want. Their lives would be miserable, and he would give up the future he had once dreamt for himself. All because the king thought he was the right troll for this job. Instead, she gestured for a man at her side to come forward with a bowl of white paint.
A troll wife is a responsibility. She weaves herself around your soul like the roots of a tree.
The bone reader pressed her palm to the bowl of paint, and then over his thundering heart. It was all he could hear. The pounding in his chest nearly drowned out the sounds of her words as she continued to speak.
I open your heart to the woman who walks into your life. It is your responsibility to take care of your troll wife. You will keep her safe, keep her happy, and you will put her needs above all others, even your own.
He could hear the crowd murmuring in agreement. To them, the creation of a mated pair was nothing short of holy. They were bound, body, mind, and soul. There was no getting out of a mated pair without death, not even if he begged the gods themselves to free him from the torment. The Bone Reader dipped both of her hands into the paint this time, a grim expression on her face as she met his gaze.
You have been blinded by too many years of fighting and hatred, Ragnar. Your troll wife waits for you beyond the walls of that city. You will stride into the wedding with your heart locked away, because what you see is far beyond what your heart can stand to reason with. But the gods have spoken. The gods have sent her to you. I will do my best to open your gaze.
She reached forward and pressed the palms of her hands into the hollows of his eyes. Her fingers reached beyond his temples, into the short strands of hair he'd shaved just yesterday. Leaving the handprints behind, she met his gaze once more with a sad expression. As the trolls behind him went wild, their chants echoed through the clearing.
Troll wife! Troll wife! The hunt is on, the Bone Reader said. The gods have chosen wisely for you, even if you do not believe it to be so.
Doing the little skeleton
I
dance.
know you are lying, he quietly replied, standing and towering above her. It will be a hard path for both of us to walk.
I suspect you will make it harder for her to walk than it has to be. I know my words will change little to nothing in your eyes. But Ragnar, hear me. It is not the end of the world to be mated to a human.
I don't see you mated to one. He turned toward the crowd of trolls behind him and lifted his fist into the air. They all cried out, stomping their feet on the ground and repeating the chant of Troll Wife. They would hunt tonight. They would go into the human realm and bring back his mate. They didn't care that he didn't want one, nor did they care he didn't want her. This was his path to walk, no matter the consequences of what waited for him at the end.
Chapter 3. Maya. This is... white. No, dear, it's cream. This is the one that the princess chose. And she was getting a very bad feeling about all of this. Maya knew for certain that the dress they had shoved her into wasn't cream. She was staring at it in the mirror. Anyone with eyes could see that this was, in fact, a white dress. It was simple, but beautiful. A square neckline wasn't too risque, and the satin bodice tucked in around her ribs and then poured from her hips in a delicate waterfall of clinging fabric that left very little to the imagination. On someone who was born noble, it likely would have been even more elegant. Maya's arms were left exposed, and the muscles there were far too prominent for any noble woman to have, but the dress was pretty. They'd brought her into a back room that was just as nice as the princess's. The bed in the corner was clearly unused, and while the view wasn't quite as nice, it was still larger than her entire cottage and filled with fine velvet. And the smell of it. The room smelled like fresh strawberries, and she really had no idea how they were doing that. The maid next to her tusked. "It needs more lace." "I don't understand why I need more lace at all. I'm going to be standing up there next to the princess. Shouldn't I look plain?" Maya snapped her mouth shut as the maid started snickering. Apparently, no one was concerned that Maya could outshine the princess. Honestly, she wasn't at all that concerned with it either, but it was awfully strange to be wearing a white gown next to the woman of the hour. She should say something. She knew she should. A part of her screamed to just open her mouth and say she wasn't going to do this. Maya could figure things out if the royal family pulled out the flower contract. But they wouldn't. Anyone with their head on straight would know it was far too close to the wedding, less than an hour away for any contract to be dissolved. Unless they didn't want flowers. But that would be the scandal of the next 10 years if they didn't have flowers at the princess's wedding. Maya talked herself out of arguing. Saying anything would just make her look even more foolish, and she didn't want to look foolish in front of these people.
Making sauce.
So she wouldn't.
Hell yeah, that
She
was
would keep
5
her
minutes.
mouth
I'll go
shut,
check on it in a second.
even if it made her very uncomfortable. Even if alarm bells were screaming in her head that this wasn't right and she should be looking at the finer details. Like that veil they were carrying to her. Oh no. She put her
Yeah,
hands
girl.
up and backed away from the mirror.
Bamboozled.
No, I don't need that. That's what the princess asked. When the trolls enter the room, she has decided she would like your face to be covered. It only makes sense that they should see her features and not yours. But that wasn't a face covering. It was a veil. Like the kind a bride would wear. She was in white. There was a veil. Something was definitely wrong with this situation, and she didn't like where it was heading. She just needed a few seconds to get her head on straight, and then she could confront everyone in this room. All it would take was for her to say that something felt wrong. The maids here weren't paid well enough to lie for anyone, after all. They were cut from the same cloth as she was. Maya wasn't born into this life of riches and wonderful things. She was like them. But then the maid shook her head and sighed. What do you think is happening here, Flower Girl? You're just lucky the princess even looked at you. Who wouldn't want this opportunity? I suppose, Maya murmured, but she still didn't let them walk toward her with that veil. I don't expect anything to be happening. It's just all rather odd, don't you think? Rude, the maid said. You're ridiculously rude. This
Oh
is
my
the
God.
opportunity of a lifetime. You want a contract with the castle that never ends? You put on the veil. It
We
would be
got the
life-changing
big
if
money,
the castle
so
signed
we're
a
gonna
contract
sell
with
you
her
out,
that
baby.
declared her the official florist for every function that they had. The castle had more money than they knew what to do with. If the princess liked her, then they might just do that. Still, this was all too odd. The warning bells going off in her mind wouldn't let her agree to all this without pushing back some. I just don't think... Her stomach interrupted her complaints. The angry growl filled the room with an embarrassingly loud noise. Yet again, the maid looked at her with pity. We'll get you some food once the ceremony is over, too. We'll do something about that hair of yours, and then you can head out to be with the princess again. Yes? She tried. She really did. The words were right at the tip of her tongue, and a part of her screamed to stand up for herself. All it would take was a single word, but they were all staring at her. They all had expectations, and they were, unfortunately, in a position of power. These maids knew the royal family better than anyone else.
God.
They were the ones getting her dressed, and she had to listen to them, even if it felt wrong. So she nodded and let them work on her hair. They curled it, coiled it, made it look entirely unlike her. All her curls were smoothed out and
Man, I
piled
hate
atop her
doing
head.
profile
They
view.
were so pretty, and she wasn't... that. Winged eyeliner made her eyes seem bigger. Bright red rouge burned when they put it on her lips, making them so red it was almost comical to look at. When they were done, they had created a different person. She bit her lip, horrified at what she saw. This wasn't her. It wasn't even remotely her. Stop doing that, one of the maids said, before smacking her shoulder. Now we'll have to fix your teeth. Baring said teeth, Maya realized she had gotten some of that rouge on them. The bright red streak seemed like an omen for what was about to happen, and she had no way of stopping it. They scrubbed the 3 teeth affected by her mistake, and then covered her hair and face with a veil. Why now? She had no idea. All she knew was that they were then tugging her out of the room and down the halls again. All she could hear were the repeated clacks of her heels on the stone floor. She could barely see at all through the veil, just shadowy figures behind the white that all moved past her. Even then, it was distracting to feel her own hot breath pressing back against her face. Her breath puffed the veil out, and still she couldn't see anything until the maid suddenly let go of her hands, and then she was alone? Why were they leaving her alone? Why were they doing any of this? She reached for the veil to remove it from her face. "I wouldn't do that if I were you," a deep voice said. "You'll ruin all the hard work of the women who prepared you." Not alone then. A cold sweat broke out over her entire body, and she froze. She wasn't proud of it. Maya had always been that person, though. A piece of her knew she was in danger, and instead of fighting or running, or even just being scared, she was the first person to appease whatever caused her danger. Her father had likened her to a fawn once, a creature who made others want to help her, even if they had originally hunted her. A long exhale puffed the veil out, just enough to reveal scuffed wooden floors, before it dropped back into place. She returned her hands to her side and replied, "They did work awfully hard." "I should thank you. My daughter was very pleased you showed up when you did." His daughter? Maya's knees went weak. She stopped being able to breathe, although that might have been the tightness of the dress. Certainly it wasn't the king himself in this room with her. The king who everyone in this kingdom knew to fear. Rumors about him fluttered through her head like a flock of birds had suddenly taken flight. He'd loved to behead trolls in the war when he had been a young man. Humans didn't satisfy him any longer, and the women who were brought to his bedchamber never left. He used to be known for wearing a necklace of troll ears around his neck.
A
Their multicolored
barbaric
skin
man.
and pointed tips obvious to all
Ew.
who saw him. And then there were the darker rumors. The ones that said he bled
Darker?
young women dry and had his daughter drink the life force to keep
well,
her
yeah,
young.
that's kind of darker, not gonna lie.
Someone had once said he hunted down strong young men in the hedge maze at the center of his castle because he grew tired of hunting animals. That man was now standing behind her. She could feel his breath toying with the faint hairs at the nape of her
Crunchy
neck
cartilage.
and his fingers as he trailed his hand along the back of her neck to her shoulder. This was bad. This was very bad. Was he going to sacrifice her at the start of his daughter's wedding? Why was he even here? He was the king. Surely there was something very important for him to do. Like, be in the wedding? She had to say something, had to figure out what he wanted. But what came out of her mouth was, "I just arranged the flowers, Your Highness." He chuckled, but the sound had no happiness in it. "Of course you did. I thought I heard wind that you arrived with a cart full of flowers that you had harnessed to your shoulders like you were a workhorse." She didn't have the money for a horse or a donkey, so she
Wow.
had to do it herself. That was
She's
something this
strong.
man
She
would
big
never
strong.
understand. He
It's very
continued
important.
speaking.
Like,
No, that
sacrificing
is not
her.
why I am
Also, hi
thanking
there.
you. My daughter is a particularly young woman.
The way this
You could
woman
say
is
she
like,
doesn't make friends
something's
easily.
wrong. Anyway, I'm not
Nor
gonna
is she
say
all that
anything, but
interested
something's
in doing
definitely wrong
so.
here.
When she came to my rooms, claiming that you were going to be standing up there with her, I was rather surprised.
Yep,
Truth be told, so
we just
am I.
started.
I am sure you are. He walked around in front of her. His
I also have food with me, and I might take a break just to eat the food separately. But so far, it's just this girl was a woman who just arranged the flowers for this half elf princess who's gonna get married off to a troll man. And then she's like, wow, this girl is so like me. You're just like me. You're just like me. You're just like me. You're supposed to also sing with me. And she's like, you're not. I'm not like you. I'm like, you know, I'm a little buff and I'm a redhead. I'm a ginger. I'm a ginger and you're like not that. You're a blonde Orion. I'm just like me. You're just like me. You're just like me. And I was like, no, I'm not playing with this. And then she's like, wear this dress. And I'm like, this is a white dress. No, it's not. It's cream color. Wear the white dress. And she's like, it's not cream. I know what cream is. This is not cream. And then the maidens are like, wear this veil. The princess said to wear it, and she's like, no, that's not like a veil. That's like a wedding veil. What the fuck? And she just says nothing. She just lets all of this happen, even though her freaking brain is like, run. But unfortunately, it looks like big trauma and patriarchy has slapped this woman into silence. And then Ragnar has a brother who the voice actor is going, the narrator is going like Gunnar instead of Gunnar. You know, he says Ragnar, but Gunnar instead of Gunnar. But whatever. We'll ignore that. Anyway, Ragnar is the one marrying off to the quote-unquote half-elf princess, right? And some lady, some bone reader lady was like, oh my god, you're like biased, bro. You're so biased, but you're a good man. You're just short-sighted, bro. You're just short-sighted. And he's like, no, I'm not. I just don't like humans. Humans are ugly. They're weak. They're stupid. They do things that are stupid, like eat with fork. I don't know. I have no idea what troll culture is, other than they have a lot of piercings and tattoos, and they got the long ears and the tusks. That's all we know. So he's really upset. He wanted to marry a troll wife, and everybody's going, troll wife, troll wife, troll wife. They're all very hyped for troll wife, except him. He wants a real troll woman, not a human. But he's doing this because the troll king is like, I don't want to sacrifice my princes. You, though, you are a cool guy. I know that you'll do this because we need it. We need it because King is an asshole who would wear our ears as a necklace. He's a barbaric piece of shit. So you're gonna prove to them that we better than them. So do it. And he's like, fuck. So he's gonna do it. Expecting that his also, they seem to treat like elves are no longer in existence, or at least their blood has been diluted across the generations, because they keep talking about blood percentages being attributed to magic. Like a little bit of elven blood means that you got a little bit of magic. So the more elf, the better. So we'll see. We'll see.
Shadow
That's where we
blocking
are
out the
at.
light in the room, and then slowly he lifted her veil. She'd heard he was handsome, and he was. Though his hair had turned silver, there was still strength in his square jaw. The once broken ridge of his nose might have been ugly on anyone else, but on him it was austere. Shrewd brown eyes stared into her very soul, making it hard to look at anything but them. Still, she looked. She looked at the golden crown on his head and the gold tunic he wore. But mostly, she looked at the malice in his eyes. This was a man unused to being kind. Maya had been around people like him her entire life. She'd come to learn how to read them, and in this moment, she knew he wanted to hurt her. The king's hands came down on her shoulders, squeezing just a little too hard. Are you loyal to your kingdom?
No.
The change in subject was so unusual, she wasn't exactly sure how to respond. I am. Are you certain? I love this kingdom with all my heart. It's my home, and I'm proud of it. Was that what he wanted? She could continue if he needed to hear her say other parts that she loved. He sighed, those hands squeezing harder until she thought her bones might break. But then he released her, and Maya had to lock her knees so she didn't fall onto the floor. You're shaking like a leaf, he grumbled. My daughter claimed you were far braver than that. How would the princess know? She had seen Maya for only a few moments before she'd made some insane decision. Breathing hard, Maya licked her lips and tried to sound like the brave person they wanted her to be. I can be, Your Highness. Although, I will admit, your daughter does not know me. She sees into souls, he replied. He glared at her as though her performance had been lacking. She sees deep into the hearts and minds of those who stand before her. If she says you are brave, then you are. Was that what the ice-cold sensation had been? Maya had thought the woman was controlling her like a puppet master, reaching into her mind and forcing her actions. Perhaps the princess was skilled
Well, that
at
kind of makes
both
sense as to
talents,
why you're here.
neither of which would be surprising,
And not running
considering
the fuck
amount
away.
of elven blood that ran through her veins. What did he want to hear? What could she say that would convince him to leave her alone? I suppose I have not had many opportunities to be brave. Of course she had. She had spent her entire life keeping her mouth shut when men like this one threatened her. She had stood by her father when he'd gotten sick, learned every part of their business, broke her back day in and day out in the gardens, and then prettied herself up for the customers in the afternoon. Maya had been brave every single moment of her life, but this man made her feel as though none of it had been all that impressive. The anger in his gaze softened. My dear, sweet girl. You are going to be braver today than you have ever been. You will be there when the trolls arrive. You will greet them. You will be the person they see before all others. In that moment, you will have to be brave. What do you mean I will greet them? But then he flipped the veil back down, placed his hand on her back, and shoved her forward. Suddenly, thrown out into the light, she could do nothing other than walk where he drew her. There were more shadows, all of them moving and bobbing in front of her, almost as though there was a crowd surrounding the two of them. Then sound hit her. The murmurs
Man, you
of
can't
people,
even see through
hundreds
this
of them,
fuck-ass
all
veil.
standing in this room.
Okay, I'm gonna eat. I'm
Were they
hungry.
already at the wedding? Maya tried to straighten her spine a little more,
Man, it should be
making
cool.
sure she wasn't slumped over beside the glowing beacon of the princess. The king's booming voice silenced them all. My people, it is a great honor to have you all here. I beg you all to steel your hearts and your minds, for it is now that the trolls will enter. She tried not to tremble, but it was hard not to, in the sudden silence that filled the room. And she couldn't see anything at all, not a single thing through the damn veil. But they had said she would be the person to greet the trolls, which made little sense. That twisted feeling in her gut grew worse. She thought she might vomit. Something was terribly wrong. Maya turned to leave, only to find that heavy hand
Ooh,
at
this
her
is
back
spicy.
again. Not just a hand. Something sharp pressed against her spine,
Oh,
right between her ribs. with its tip against her hammering heart. Do not move a muscle. The king growled into her ear. The threat made her freeze even more, like ice had filled her veins. That was when she heard them. The whooping cries, the animalistic snarls, nightmarish noises filled the room with their haunting song.
Troll wife.
The trolls had arrived.
Chapter 4. Ragnar. Trolls scattered around him. They all lunged in different directions, their chests bare and their tusks on full display. Ragnar and his brother strode through them, hearing the calls of troll wife in their language. The humans called it the Black Tongue. They were so afraid of what the trolls were saying in their deep voices and their chanting calls. They assumed it was dark magic that would threaten their lives, or perhaps steal their souls right out of their bodies. The humans feared everything the trolls did, though. They feared his people for just existing. The air in the castle was thick with smoke. It coiled out of sconces on the walls and made it hard to breathe. Black smudges darkened the walls. Not to mention the ever-present scent of body odor that clung to these people. They tried to hide it with perfumes and bundles of herbs they wore around their necks, but he could smell it. He bared his teeth, flashing tusks at women who fainted at the sight of him. One of them, who wore a bright yellow dress that puffed up around her body like some kind of crazed flower, toppled right into the man behind her. He caught her for a moment, only to freeze when Ragnar caught his gaze. The man released his hold on the woman and allowed her to fall onto the floor with a hard thud. It was hard to hear over the chanting
We are
calls of his
definitely in
people,
stinky.
but he did.
People don't know how to
Humans weren't even
shower
capable of protecting their own kind.
and wash their
I wish
hands
to endure one as a
of
wife.
corpses.
Gunnar grinned as they made their way up to the podium where King James
Wow, I
stood.
wonder why so many babies
Ragnar
are
had never
dying.
met the human
Anyway,
king,
I'm gonna
but he
touch
knew what the
this
man
baby
looked
with
like.
my corpse hands.
Silver hair, angry eyes, a crown on top of his head that had been poured out of gold stolen from his own people. Not to mention the gemstones on it that had been set by troll hands. Beside him stood a smaller figure. She wore the customary white that he had been warned she'd be in, but her face was covered by a veil. It was strange. He'd figured his bride would be tall and willowy, and had expected the lithe body of a nearly half-elven woman. Instead, the woman he saw was rather broad-shouldered. She had strong arms, revealed by the dress she wore. Her biceps were remarkably defined for a woman of her lineage.
Excuse
And
me.
he had to wonder what had given a princess arms like that.
Makes her buffer beam. Bzzz, makes her buffer in my brain. Even buffer. Oh man, she's drunk. She's drunk.
Although he supposed he knew very little about her people. The veil rustled with her breath, in and out, a little too fast. There was the fear he had expected, the terror that he was going to eat her alive. Some part of him found a thrill in that. She should fear him. He was massive in comparison to her, strong arms or not.
Massive, you
The king
say.
barely came up to his shoulders, and this woman only came up to his chest. She should tremble, knowing that it would take so very little for him to snap her neck or rip her head clean off her shoulders if he wished. He did not,
Tell me
though,
more.
because his own king would
Clean
be
off,
livid
you
if
say.
he killed the princess that was supposed to end all this fighting. At least for now. Perhaps someday King Egil would give him leave to rid himself of her shackles. The human king had his arm behind his daughter with a smile on his face that didn't reach his eyes.
It is an honor to meet the troll worthy of my daughter.
Ragnar tilted his head to the side,
To
knowing the
shreds,
sconces
you
on the
say?
walls would gild his sharpened tusks.
Is it?
Again, that veil annoyingly shuddered. Had he said something wrong? Somehow he felt like he was making all of this worse. But that wasn't entirely his fault. The two of them had to marry each other, and she was a human woman who knew nothing about his people. Of course she would think him blunt and callous. Gunnar nudged him from behind, and that was another sign that he was being too gruff. But he didn't even know this woman's name. So he ground his teeth together and bit out,
Princess,
It is a rare treat for one such as me to be before one such as you. The veil stilled. There was no sound at all now, not even the sound of her panting. The calls for his troll wife died down, and there was sudden silence. Just him, staring down at this woman in white with her face hidden from him. What did she look like beneath? He hadn't been at the meeting between kings, nor had anyone even offered to tell him about her appearance. He hoped her hair was at least dark. If she had black or perhaps even deep brown hair, he could suffer through this. At least then, if he turned her around, he could pretend she was a troll. The king lifted one of his hands and raised his voice. The trolls have arrived.
Blondes are fine.
From
but,
this day
we see them
forward,
a lot.
with a marriage to my daughter, our kingdoms will be united. No more fighting, no more war.
Man,
Together,
this man sounds
we will walk into a new
geriatric.
era. A pretty speech, but not one that Ragnar readily believed. None of the trolls did. This was a bid to perhaps see if the humans could keep their word. Did the trolls believe it was the end of fighting with them? Certainly not.
Let me eat more food. I'm hungry.
The king moved behind his daughter,
I don't know why
and
I'm
another man
drawing.
stepped up.
There's food.
This
to
one
be
wore a
eaten.
long black robe with a stiff white collar around his neck. The man looked at Ragnar's bare chest and gulped. We are gathered here today to witness a ceremony of binding. Together, these two individuals will walk into the future, hand in hand, soul with soul. On and on he droned, more useless words about giving and taking in life. Yet he was right. A relationship was a give and take, but in his case, well, it would mostly be take. He turned toward the woman beside him instead of the priest. She kept her gaze firmly on the floor, which he found to be rather odd. There was much to look at beyond the pattern on the floor. Ragnar was a troll standing beside her, and she wasn't even curious about him. He'd at least expected her gaze on his claws that flexed at his sides repeatedly with stress. He wanted this all to be over with, and he'd never been particularly good at hiding how he felt. But no, she didn't look at his claws, or his bared skin, or even the tattoos visible on his massive thighs.
Well, she can't even see.
She was
though.
covered far more than he was, and he found himself ready to see what she looked like. Gunnar leaned over beside him, lips nearly touching his ear. Do you think she's hideous? What? He hissed. Is that where they covered her face? By all the gods, he hoped not. She's half elf. Elves were beautiful creatures. They were lithe and cunning, but they were mostly known for their stunning beauty that nearly blinded anyone who looked at them. A princess with such high elven blood content would be just as beautiful as a natural-born elf. Right? But then he found himself staring at the veil and trying to see beneath it. Was that a pretty sharp nose, or was it the blunted end of a snout? The priest continued on, until suddenly everyone was staring at him. Silence rang through the room again, and he realized he hadn't been listening to a word the man said. He looked over at his brother, who was trying hard not to laugh. The priest asked you to kiss your troll wife, he said in the black tongue.
Troll wife.
Kiss her? He felt all the color drain from his cheeks. That was the very last thing he wanted to do. He didn't want to kiss the creature before him, no matter what she looked like.
Old school
Besides,
Hylians.
he was quite certain she
I mean,
was
I guess that's-
repulsive, and that was why the king was so ready to
whatever.
give her away. Even the king seemed to hesitate. I don't think that's necessary. Your Highness, it is tradition, the priest blustered. But it was the little princess in front of them who answered for all of them. He was surprised to hear her voice at all. The raspy tones didn't fit the elven bloodline, which should have made her voice sound like the tinkling of bells. It's fine, she breathed. I'll do it. As if it was something she had to endure. At least they both shared the same mindset. He reached forward and lifted the veil from her face, slowly revealing a long neck that was both graceful and beautiful. For a moment he was reassured that he would be getting a bride with high elven blood. At least then he knew what to expect, even if he didn't find their kind physically attractive. But then he revealed spots. Dark little flecks that spread across her jaw and even dusted over her far too red lips. Her nose was a little crooked, something he'd only seen in his own kind after they'd been in a fight. Dark eyes, faintly green and faintly brown, looked up at him. They were a little too wide set on her face. And red hair, bright, flame-colored hair that framed her face. They clearly tried to tame her curls, but already a soft halo of baby hairs had escaped. She was fine, he supposed. As far as humans went,
like,
she could have been a lot worse.
I guess.
But she wasn't what he had expected, either. She looked up at him, her chest rising and falling more quickly the longer he stared at her. Perhaps he was making her uncomfortable. It was just that he wanted to know every inch of his troll wife's face before he bound himself to her. Those ruby-red lips parted,
A
and she
passing
whispered,
grade.
"Did you not want to?" "He does," Gunnar snarled, before giving him a hard shove between the shoulder blades. But he didn't, and she didn't want to either, he could tell. Kissing her in front of all these people felt wrong. That was a private act. Even worse if she was against it. His eyes widened a bit, and he wondered how much of his thoughts had been plastered across his face for her to see. She swallowed hard, and then a tiny hand landed on his chest. "It's all right," she said quietly. "It's all mostly for show anyway." He'd make the decision for them then. He slotted his massive hand at her waist, hearing her sharp intake of breath before dragging her against his chest. The harsh slap of both her palms against his skin echoed in the church, but he used his free hand to hide her face from the crowd. He cupped her jaw, his fingers spanning most of her head. Leaning down until their lips nearly touched, he realized these were the first words he was going to say directly to her. No one would hear what he said. No one would know what was shared between breaths. "I am not your husband," he murmured, "and I never will be." There it was again. Wow. That little gasp that made every part of his body crawl with revulsion. But then he leaned back and turned her toward the crowd, as though they had kissed after all. Cheers from his people turned thunderous. They shouted their pleasure and pride that he had taken a troll wife. Ragnar wasn't looking at his own people, though. He was looking at hers. At the confusion
it's
on
kind
their
of hot.
faces.
I don't know.
How some of their expressions were odd before being wiped clean, like they didn't want any of his people to notice.
The way
When he
he's
looked
gonna
down at
eat
the
those
princess, however,
words,
she
we know
appeared
this.
dazed,
They're in the
confused
cover.
as well.
Troll
Perhaps it was
wife,
merely he did
troll
not know
wife.
how to read humans that well.
Slap that me.
Gunnar leaned forward again, already walking back down the aisle. "Let's not give them a chance to change their minds, brother. Take your troll wife and let's go."
Troll wife, troll
He
wife.
didn't need to be told twice. Ragnar bent
More
at the
like,
waist,
he gonna
jammed his
eat
shoulder
her?
into her hips and
Exactly
lifted her.
correct.
There was the faintest squeak from
Oh,
the
he's gonna
princess as he
become,
tossed her over his shoulder.
you know,
but even
troll
that
wife
sound
man.
was drowned out by the calls
He's gonna
of his
become a
people.
troll wife man.
King James didn't argue. He merely stood there
He's
with his
gonna be like,
stolen
"My
crown
troll
on his head
wife."
and watched as his
I love
daughter
my troll
left.
wife.
A pit boiled in Ragnar's stomach at that. What father didn't say goodbye after losing his child? What father didn't insist upon just a few more moments with the little girl he'd raised?
Look at these pictures
He
of
would
my
not
beautiful
pity
troll
this woman.
wife.
He could not and should not entertain the thoughts in his mind that she might have had a hard life.
I do like that despite her being
He
human,
had to
she's still
focus on all
being
the
called a
things he did
troll
not
wife.
like.
Simply
He
because
was not here for
she's
a pet
married
or for
a troll.
mercy. He was here because his king had bid him to do so, and
I
now
love
he had
that.
done what his king had asked. Ragnar strode out of the castle with her on his shoulder.
I cannot live without my
Not a
troll
single
wife.
troll said anything until they had passed the castle walls and moved out into the open air and
Isn't she
fields,
beautiful?
where his people were much more comfortable. Soon enough, they would disappear into the forest and be almost impossible to find. With the woman still on his shoulder and cleaner air in his lungs,
Excuse
he
me?
felt better. But still, he could smell her now. The musk of her body, the stink of her sweat, and the scent of fear that clung to her skin. Her people didn't bathe often. From what he'd heard, they only bathed once every other week. And even when they did, they cleaned themselves with nothing more than a quick rinse of water only. The bath was in order, and quickly. "That was too easy," Gunnar said in the black
Girl,
tongue,
shower.
appearing beside him with a frown on his face. "I agree."
You know, at
She's the
least he's not
princess.
going.
Oh yeah, that stink of the musk.
You know, he's going, okay, she is rank. She needs a shower. You know?
They should have fought to keep her. Such was the reason King Egil hadn't offered his own child. The son of a renowned general, yes. But his own son? Never.
They tricked you real
Ragnar
good,
turned
baby.
his gaze to the forest. Perhaps we should run, then. Oh! Bury your woman, brother.
Why would you
I
say
have a
that?
feeling she won't like running in her current
Digging his
state.
troll nose into
Right.
her troll
She
wife
would be
armpit.
jostled on his shoulder, and the bone of it would jam into her stomach and make her ill. He should tell her to prepare.
If only they looked like the Warcraft trolls, then yes, they would be shoving their long ass penis nose in there, and then she would go, oh yeah. Like it's some sort of fucking sexual act. Well, for some people it really is.
Because the journey would be long and grueling. What he said was, "Do not throw up on me."
Oh.
The princess planted her hands on his back and shoved herself upright. Why would I throw up? She'd figure it out on her own. He was certain of that. As he picked up his pace, feeling her jolting on his shoulder, he could admit he admired her spunk. Every jolt of his body rammed his shoulder into her stomach and lightly stole the air
Jesus,
from her
dude,
lungs.
be gentle.
She didn't complain. She just wheezed and tightened her stomach muscles. Those strong arms helped prop her up a bit until he really started running.
Oh god.
Wait! She almost slid off his shoulder twice before he planted his hand on her bottom. He could hold her in place like this, but he was surprised to find how plush her ass was.
Wow.
Soft enough to be tempting, and he'd never thought that about a human woman. He was losing his mind already.
He's like,
he wasn't
"Ooh, I
tempted
like
by a human, he
big
pitied
butt."
her.
That's a nice
Because the
butt.
moment he looked at her face again, all
That's
he
a
would
nice
see was a
butt, he said.
disgusting creature that somehow
Oh my
he would have
God.
to fuck.
Chapter 5.
I love how
Maya.
much this man is like, no, I don't want to fuck a human,
What the
please.
actual fuck was happening to her?
Oh my god.
Maya had always had a problem saying no.
Yeah, I see
It was
that.
why she'd gotten herself into the whole situation with her father in the first place. He'd been an ailing man, begging her not to let his life's work die. And frankly, she enjoyed gardening. But did she really need to take it all on? Of course not. She could have married. She could have gone on a great adventure without the ties of an ailing father who had taken up so much of her time. Instead, she'd stayed. She'd continued his work even after his death, which had led her to this moment,
snap the
slung
asshole.
over the muscular shoulder of a troll who was significantly farther from the ground than she'd ever been before. And what did he tell her? Not to puke on him. Her mind whirled at the reasoning for that until all of a sudden he started to run. Not just trot, not even a slight jog with the rest of them. No, the trolls turned as one and they bolted toward the forest with an unnatural speed. She went from just being uncomfortably slung over his shoulder to having her stomach slammed down on his muscles again and again.
Oh,
The
okay.
repetitive strikes
Goddamn,
sent her
girl.
meager breakfast up into her throat, and it took every part of her to focus on not vomiting. Which was probably a good thing. At least she wasn't focused on embarrassing herself rather than the way the world changed in front of her eyes. Everything familiar disappeared all at once.
Yeah,
She
it's
barely
not
managed
comfortable
to
at
lift
all.
her head and stare at her entire
Like, at least
world
do a bridal
disappearing.
carry, bro.
The castle faded into the distance.
Sonic the Hedgehog.
The rolling hills that had always framed her home like emerald swaths of fabric disappeared. They ran through waist-high fields of wheat, likely shoulder height for her. Sunlight burned against her back until the world sank into darkness. The stark difference of being in the forest was hard to ignore. The air was colder. Icy shadows lingered on her spine and danced down her legs until it was difficult to remember what warmth felt like. The sun disappeared, left
think
only
he
to be
has, like,
seen in the
a
dappled
braid or
marks
some
on the
shit.
ground through the leaves that soaked
You
up all
gotta
the
be-
heat from their
It's
rays.
gotta be juicier.
As she
Listen, her
lifted
legs
her
are
head
like
again,
this small.
pressing her hands against the small of the troll's back so she could see what they
It's
passed
big
by,
enough.
all she could see were trees. Maya had spent her entire life living in fields of golden wheat and verdant grass. She had never left the safety of the castle's shadow,
And that's
nor had
like
she
her
ever
veil
traveled.
and the hair as well.
She'd seen the forest, of course. It surrounded large portions of her home, but it was always far away. When she was young, other children used to talk about these woods. They whispered how dangerous they were, and how people died when they went into it. Monsters roamed among the trees, not just trolls, but beings that were far older than that. Slumped over this troll's shoulder, she could see why children would believe those stories. So many of these trees were ancient. She could have fit her arms around them if she stretched herself. The bark was textured, some trees pale silver and others almost white. But the more she stared at them, the more it felt like something was
Oh my
looking back.
god,
Her mind
please.
played tricks on her. She swore she could see movement in between the trunks in the darkness that lingered between the silhouettes of straight lines. It was impossible. There was no one standing there, watching as a woman was taken from her home in the worst case of a miscommunication anyone had ever heard of.
Miscommunication? I
she
think
could still feel
you're just the
their
one who
eyes on
didn't
her.
communicate.
Swallowing hard, she flopped down when her arms
Even though they
gave
could have
out.
killed you, I guess.
Her biceps trembled and her
She
stomach
was
ached.
threatened, so
Worse than all of it,
I can't really
she
blame her.
feared what the trolls would think once she told them the truth. She
Oh, that's
wasn't
true,
the
yeah.
princess.
Uh-huh. Yeah, what are you
Obviously,
gonna do
they had
about
made
that?
some kind of deal with the king. But what was she supposed to do about the deception? With the knife at her back and the king himself threatening her, there hadn't been a choice. She'd had to do what the king had told her to do.
Yeah, they sure
Or be
did.
stabbed in front of hundreds. King James hadn't wanted to give up his
Fucking
daughter, that much was
James.
certain. She could appreciate that. No one wanted to be married to a
boo.
troll, and certainly not the most beautiful woman in the kingdom. What would the trolls do to her when she
Racism.
told them the truth? They clearly thought she was the princess, and they had made a deal with her people. She hadn't been thinking about any of this when the king had thrust
Marry
her
a
forward.
troll.
All she thought at the time was that she wanted to stay alive. And if she was going to do that, then she had to do whatever that priest had said. Parrot the words back. Kiss the man in front of her. Marry. When she had promised herself she wouldn't do that and risk everything she'd worked for.
Marry for money.
No,
M-O-N-E-Y.
she regretted doing what she was told. Bracing herself again once her arms had rested, she peered over the shoulder that still dug into her belly and looked at the creature who
Man,
now
if you guys
believed he
actually
was her
got the
husband.
reference that I just made, that good
troll.
for you. You watched a lot of fucking
really
baby
was a
films.
She thought she was hallucinating when he'd pulled back the veil. How strange it was indeed to realize without question that the monster she'd seen was real. The dappled sunlight played across his pale lavender features, blending into the tattoos that marred his face.
Tattoos?
The white paint that had been spread across his eyes and torso had been smudged by his hands when he'd wiped his eyes.
Tattoos.
He had tusks, sharp teeth that curved up from his bottom lip and
it's
glinted in the
tickling me.
meager sunlight.
Tattoos?
They were the first thing she'd noticed about the strange creature who had agreed to marry a human. His mouth was broader than her kind, his jaw wider to make room for such impressive teeth. His nose was broad as well, flatter than a human's and more cat-like. But his eyes, those eyes were as human as her own.
Boo.
Maya's first impression had been maybe he would be kind.
Cat eyes, cat
He had
eyes.
the
I'm
eyes
imagining
of a
cat
kind
eyes.
man, and she'd easily read the thoughts that were filtering through them. It had almost appeared that he hadn't wanted to be there either. The thought of marrying her had turned his stomach, and in that they shared the same opinion. But then he'd leaned forward and whispered that he would never be her husband.
Oh my god.
And Maya felt again the charge of terror that came from those words. Or maybe that was just vomit pressing against the back of her throat. Stop! She hissed out, trying hard not to spew it all down his back. No, the monster growled. Stop, or I'm going to vomit all down your back. I told you not to do that, woman.
Well, you're also like
She slapped her hand hard
her.
against his spine, not caring if he beat her for the action. If he didn't stop, she was going to embarrass herself even further. She wanted to tell him that not vomiting wasn't an active choice, but all that came out was a horrible retching sound. He stopped immediately and tossed her from his back.
And like that.
Maya landed in a heap on the ground.
Come on,
Some of it
narrator,
was
you
soft
can do
moss,
it. Do it for me.
So at least
Be
her
funny.
knees didn't hurt when she landed. But her right wrist cracked against a
Yeah,
fallen
like
log.
it's literally
The blinding pain
pushing
was
up
a
against her
distraction,
stomach.
only for a moment, before everything
my
heaved
God.
out of her body in one impressive projectile mess.
Ooh.
Her captor made a low hissing noise.
Yuck.
One that she was certain was meant to be an expression of disgust. She was disgusted with herself too.
I
But
mean, it's
maybe
not your
if she
fault
could pull
though.
herself together, she could get home. All she had to do was explain to him that she was in the wrong place at the wrong time.
No,
He'd wanted a
that's the
princess for
wrong
a
way to
wife.
say it.
She certainly wasn't that.
Incorrect way to say
Just
it.
look at her.
To
There was
say
mud on
they
her wedding
tricked
gown.
you, and in
It
turn,
splattered
it
over her
tricked him,
knees and
you
left
know? Like,
dark,
come on.
wet patches all down her chest.
Girl.
She'd managed not to get vomit on her dress, but the puddle of it in the moss was humiliating enough. She stared down at the fabric and could only feel angry at what the king and princess had done to her. Cream, she muttered. They'd truly expected her to believe that. And she had. What a mess she was. None of this would have happened if she had just said something. Her entire life was filled with moments like this because she was too scared or too passive to speak up. All of this was her fault somehow. That made it even worse.
Oh my god.
What did you say? The troll asked, his deep voice different from anything she'd ever heard before. The accent there was similar to how the other troll had spoken. She'd never forget the way that green creature had sounded. Everyone always talked about the black tongue and how just hearing it could curse a person. But it had sounded so lyrical. Like a song or a hymn the other troll had hummed through words. And that made her feel like an absolute idiot even thinking so pleasantly of him. Because so far, all she had seen from these people was callous treatment and vomit. She ran her hand under her weeping nose. I said nothing. I have better hearing than humans. He crouched down in front of her, sinking into his haunchers and not even caring that his pants were loosely tied onto the sides of his legs, and his movements revealed more skin than it should have. She averted her gaze, just in case it was rude for her to stare. I know you can hear better, and see better. There are many stories humans tell of your kind. What do you know of trolls? You won't even look at me. Why did he want her to? He didn't want to be around her, and he certainly didn't want her as a bride. So she stared at everything but him. The forest was just as unforgiving, though. She'd always thought there was a romantic quality to the hidden trees and space between the glens. But now, all she saw were the sharp edges of the twigs and the ominous silence that surrounded them. I used to dream about walking through this wood, she whispered. It was always forbidden for any of us to come in here, but I always wondered what magic was hidden within the trees. There is no magic hidden here. No. Her voice cracked around the word, and she tried hard to rein those feelings in. I fear there is very little here for anyone but trolls. Even the rocks that poked through the moss were hard, sharp. Her wrist ached where she'd struck it against the log, and her stomach felt bruised. She feared he'd injured her just by carrying her. Her mind whirled, the truth pressing against her tongue even as hopelessness set in. She should tell him now. This was all just a horrible mistake.
You should
If
be
she didn't
telling
tell
a
him the
long
truth
time ago,
soon,
girl.
he would think she was part of the plan. Would he
I mean,
kill
it's
her?
a little late for that. He's
Would
gonna
he
think
do
that
what others
regardless
have
of
said
when
the
you
trolls
tell him.
did? Skin her alive, and then hang her
Oh
body
my
from
god. Well, the more you wait, the worse it
Finally,
gets.
looking
So
over
tell
at the
him now
monster
already.
that crouched in front of her, she stared at all the pieces of him that could so easily harm her. His claw-tipped hand
crap.
rested on his knees. The black claws were curved like a falcon's and left little dimples in his skin, as though even he could not escape their sharpness. They could tear out her throat,
Band-Aid.
even if the massive size of his hands didn't give away that he could kill her without a moment's thought. All he would have to do was grab onto her head and twist. The power in the size of his shoulders, in the towering height of him, all of that proved he was a walking weapon. This troll was a monstrous being, one who had fought her kind for centuries,
the feel
and
is
who
so
would
tiny
continue to
compared to
fight
these
them,
ladies.
no matter how much she wished it wasn't true. And now, she was married to one. Bound to him
You
before the
marry that
gods.
troll.
There was nothing she could
You
do to change
marry
that now.
troll.
Exhaling, she wiped her nose one more time and curled her fingers in her lap. He gave her a look of disgust. But then, when wasn't he looking at her like that? I think there's been some grave misunderstanding, she said, her voice hoarse from vomiting. Indeed. Had he figured it out without her having to tell him?
Oh my god,
Perhaps it had
girl.
become clear to him that Maya was obviously not the princess. She swallowed hard. Then perhaps you would bring me back to... I was promised a princess who was lithe in figure and light in form. One whose bloodline ran deep with elven magic, and who would gift our sons with true power. You're not what I was promised, princess. And in that, I have no trust that your king knows how to tell the truth at all. No, he had it all wrong. He still thought she was royal, and she wasn't at all. The words stuck in her throat, too jumbled with all her arguments.
Oh,
That
girl.
they kept coming out wrong. Well, that's because... He stood, and all her words dissolved. This troll
Nana,
really
please.
was massive. Seated as she was on the ground, staring up at his body, she was forced to face the reality that they were even more different from what she thought. Her eyes danced over the swirling tattoos that meandered down his thighs, his bulging calves, all the way down to his bare feet. She hadn't noticed he wasn't wearing shoes, but the tips of those toes were still marred with claws. Black-tipped and terrifying. His feet flexed in the soft moss before he made a noise like a growl. Maya blinked up at him, ripping her gaze from the sight of those strange feet. I have no faith in humans, nor do I have any respect for your kind. I should have known, elven blood or not, that you would be little more than a dirty creature who only knows how to wallow in the muck. Now, get up. Tears stung Maya's eyes. She was more than that. She was a talented woman who knew how to make plants grow and how to give people happiness at the sight of bright flowers. But in this moment, clothed in only a ruined wedding dress and the tattered remnants of her pride, she stood. He watched her with a cruel gaze before clasping his clawed hand around the back of her neck. That massive, warm palm felt like a shackle
like, ew,
that closed
yucky.
around her neck. You
You're
have
yucky.
wasted my time, he snarled. Now we must make camp here for the night. It is not a good place for us to sleep, but your foolishness has cost us too much time. He was the one who had thrown her over his shoulder.
Right.
He was the one who had pushed her to the end of reason.
Uh-huh.
But she remained silent.
Oh my
seething
god.
As he marched her through the woods like a misbehaving child. Figures appeared in the shadows, moving out from behind trees where the trolls had been listening.
The way I'm like, you're
stood
gonna
there
say something?
watching
No?
him.
Okay.
Their
I don't
gazes
know why
burned
I expected
as he
anything.
moved her through the crowd until they came upon a little stream. Was he going to drown her?
Oh my god, girl.
She wouldn't put it past the monster who gripped the
Chill
back
out,
of her
you
neck.
smelly.
He gave her one hard shake that made her teeth rattle. Do humans not bathe? We do, she ground out through gritted teeth. When was the last time you bathed? Last week.
Jeez.
Filtered
Stinky.
laughter rose from the trolls who had followed them.
Stinky.
Her gaze slanted to the side.
You stinky
seeing the wall of
smelly.
multicolored
Damn.
flesh and muscles.
Your ass smell.
No one here would give her even an ounce of pity. No one would step in on her
He
behalf.
really did call her
The
stinky.
troll who had his hand around her neck released her as though she had said
is
she was
literally
ill with the plague.
stinky. She smelled like
Trolls
ass.
bathe daily. Sometimes more if the work is hard. That's how you get sick. The words slipped out.
Girl,
a little
who
too
told
bitter
you that?
and biting to be safe. She knew better than to talk like that. Maya knew what happened when she talked back to men. Curving in on herself, she waited for the slap or the shove that
Oh
would
my
send
God.
her onto her knees.
Domestic violence.
Instead, there was a long pause, and then deep guttural laughter. They were all
No, girl.
laughing at her.
Not bathing is
Every
how you
single
get
one
sick,
of them.
unless you're taking a bath with like
She
cold
curved
ass
her body
water or
tighter,
some shit.
rounding her shoulders and trying to make herself smaller. Then came the hand that she knew would hurt. He planted his palm
Damn,
between her
Matt.
shoulder blades and shoved her into the stream. Her feet slipped on the algae-covered rocks, and she fell onto her hands and knees again. Not quite as painful as the last time, but still making her wrist scream in pain. But she ground her teeth and didn't let them know it hurt. She'd never let anyone know it hurt. Her husband's laughter died to a snarl. Clean yourself, troll wife. And take off those rags. I'll return with clothing more suited for you. He turned to leave, weaving through the trees with the other trolls. They almost made no sound as he moved, leaving her alone with her desolate thoughts.
Chapter 6. Ragnar. He didn't like being cruel, but you would have to be tougher to be a troll wife. This creature had barely lasted a few hours on his shoulder before vomiting.
Few
Humans were
hours? I think
delicate.
that's more than
He would
most
need
people.
to ensure she ate and drank enough water during their travels to keep her alive, but he did not know how much of either she needed. Clearly she would have different needs than his own kind. Her people were more delicate, softer than the trolls. He wasn't sure if she could go a full day without food, let alone a week like his own people could.
Oh, yeah, definitely not a
Regardless,
week.
she would need to be capable of
that'd be
significantly
bad.
more than what he'd seen thus far. He was worried, and that feeling didn't settle well with him. He didn't want a wife he had to worry about. He wanted a sturdy woman who knew how to hunt and fish and all the things she would need to do while he was out in the war bands as their healer. She would need to be able to take care of herself while he was gone. And this little creature? He doubted she could even bathe herself regularly.
Oh
She thought
my
it made her
God.
sick. Striding through the trees and toward a clearing nearby, he was pleased to see the rest of the
Nah,
trolls
she'll
had
be
already
fine.
started
No,
making
Ari,
camp.
no.
The black-dyed hides were hand-stitched with gold threads in runes for protection, good rest, and warnings in case anyone snuck up on them while they were asleep. Among those rune borders were markers for each family. He and Gunnar had the same stitchings on theirs. Twin bears, both of them fighting each other in a great battle until the end of time. Their father would have been proud to see his family story still on the war tents. After all, it was their great-great-grandfather who had found the two bears all those years ago. Their lineage was that of the bear tamer, the troll who had found the bears and brought them home with him. Gunnar waited for him at their tents, seated
Freaking
outside of one with the
Gunnar.
fire already started. You left her in the stream. You saw. His brother grinned and shook his head. The entire campsite is talking about the troll who shoved his wife into the water. We're taking bets on what she
Jesus.
takes in retribution. Your cock or your ears? I bet on the cock. If only. Trolls valued a woman who knew how to fight, and troll wives were known to be the fiercest among them. My
I
troll
want my
wife
wife
is weak,
to
he
wrestle me.
muttered, before ducking into the tent his brother had set up for him. What? His brother's squawk echoed before Gunnar thundered into the tent after him. What do you mean she's meek? I mean she's little more than a ground mouse hidden in a hole. I scolded her, ordered her around, shoved her into a stream, and not a single word. She's
Wow, he's
delicate, fragile,
disappointed
everything
at
she
her
should not be.
non-fierceness.
And that terror was already consuming him.
She is without
His
cunt,
brother had done
brother.
little to set up the tent's interior. Normally he would have layered plush rugs inside this late in the evening. They would keep her feet warm in the icy wind that always crept through the forest this time of year. He'd have to get those out of the crates, along with the clothing he wanted to bring her. But none of the bridal clothing he'd made for her would fit. He'd spent his entire life learning how to stitch and sew and design clothing that would befit a troll wife.
Wow.
All of it had been made for a much larger
A
bride. A
fashionista.
creature who would have, without a doubt, been his match in every way. 2 crates in the corner held all of his travel gear, and he marched over to them and opened up the one on the right. There were furs there for the bed he would eventually make, and the bridal clothing that he'd brought with him. Bright baby blue leathers would have made any troll wife hiss a happy sound. He'd taken time to learn how to string pure silver into a thread he stitched into them. The dress was designed to hang off the shoulders of his wife, showing the graceful lines of her neck, which were his favorite part about women. The strong lines of her shoulders would be bare for him to linger on and kiss, to drag his tusks along the muscles there. But the dress was far too large, and the pattern wouldn't fit her. His troll wife wouldn't want to wear anything that told the history of the trolls. She wouldn't care about the time it had taken him to carefully stitch, line by line, how his people had been
you don't
born
even
from
know
mud,
that, sir.
fur, and scales, how the elves had created them, and how the trolls had freed themselves. Besides, allowing her to wear such a garment felt like a denial of the bride who should have been.
Wow.
Sighing, he reached beyond
He's
the
still
beautiful
like,
blue
I need
fabric
a
to grab one
real
of his own
troll
shirts.
woman as wife.
It was plain cotton, but it would have to do for now. Standing, he turned to face his brother's frown. What now? Ragnar snarled. You would give her that to wear? What else should I give her? I didn't have time enough to stitch her anything else. The bridal wear was made for a troll, brother. She's hardly the size of our children, let alone a full-grown troll wife. There it was again.
She is not
More
my
anxiety,
wife.
more nerves churning in his belly because she was so much smaller than he'd expected. Would she even be able to keep up with them? Would he be forced to carry her for the rest of their days? What would he do when he was older and incapable of carrying her such a great distance? Gunnar clapped his hand on his shoulder, giving Ragnar a little shake. She deserves the honor of any troll wife. I know you're struggling with this, brother, but it will look bad in the eyes of our people. For her to be covered in little more than cotton? Of course it would. The entire camp would think he was ashamed of her. But what else could he do? I have nothing else to give her, Ragnar grunted. Gunnar searched his gaze for a few moments, before nodding.
Second, I'm trying to
Of course you don't.
some
I don't know why I
references.
assumed there would be more. Allow me to set up your tent while you go and gather her. Make sure she's dry. Helplessly he stood there, facing his brother's disappointment. All he could think to say was, "She thinks bathing will make her sick." His brother blinked in surprise. "She does?" With slow steps, Ragnar backed to the trunks and sat down hard on top of one. He crushed the shirt in his hands, wringing it like there would be some answers in the fabric. What do I do with a creature who believes the mere act of cleanliness will harm her? I knew the humans were backward and knew far less than our kind, but I didn't realize I would be bringing an animal into my home. What disease does she already carry?
I mean, most
What little
animals
else will she
also
know?
fucking cleanse
I
themselves.
didn't realize the humans were so. They stared at each other, at a loss for words. There was no chance for Ragnar to feel better. This troll wife of his was more than disappointing. She was a waste of time. Gunnar sighed and ran a hand over his head. Well, I don't know what to tell you. She's your wife now. Not yet. There's still another step. She will be, Gunnar insisted. The Bone Reader saw it, as did the King's Seer. You will be her husband, and she will be yours to take. You can fight it all you want, or you can accept it and learn how to... Don't say it. I wasn't going to say love her, brother. I was just going to say,
This
learn
girl
her.
stink like dog
Gunnar
ass.
circled his hands in the air. Her. Learn. All of it. There are differences here perhaps you do not understand, but it's a choice. This is the first time any troll has mated with a human, but it's for the betterment of all our people. You will bring about a new age of elven blood. Would he?
I doubt
Ragnar
that,
reached
sir.
for the tips of his ears, slowly dragging his fingers along the piercings there. She doesn't have pointed ears, Gunnar. Maybe humans don't, even with elven blood. Something was wrong here. He could feel it. He might not have been the warrior that his brother was, or the tactician their father had been, but Ragnar had always trusted his gut. And right now, his gut was saying something was terribly wrong.
It's
Perhaps
implied
Gunnar
that she
felt the
has
same
very
way.
little elven
His brother's
blood.
gaze narrowed.
Like
before he
a
said,
droplet.
There is no way to know
A
unless you ask her.
droplet.
Go get your troll wife, Ragnar. There are many reasons for you to speak. He supposed there was, but he was enjoying his time away from her. In the tent alone, he didn't fear what she would say next, or what she wouldn't say. There was something off about how she took whatever he yelled at her. She didn't seem to care when he was rude or downright mean. She just curled into herself, even when the others laughed at her fears about the water. A troll wife should argue. She should fight. She
Oh
should
my
shout at all the
God.
others to not laugh at her because she didn't know these things. Then she should demand someone teach her. Perhaps he would have to do it for her. The mere thought made his heart skip a beat in his chest. If he fought all her battles for her, then when he was gone, she would have no one to fight on her side. She would be picked on by all the other trolls. She would be the weakest among them. Heading out from his tent, Ragnar stomped through the
you're not
woods and told
wrong.
himself that his fears were unwarranted. She could take care of herself. He would return to the stream and see she'd already made her escape attempt. He'd track her through the woods easily, because there was no human who could hide from a troll in their own home, but it would reassure him that she at least had some sense. A hunt like that would do them both good. He would be able to hunt her down and ease some of the anger in his chest. She would be able to get some of her own anger out in attempting to trick him through all of her tracking knowledge. And once he finally found her, perhaps much of their fears would lessen about the other. When he arrived at the stream, already prepared for the hunt, he did not find a trail of scent growing cold and footsteps hidden in leaves. Instead, his dirty little creature was seated on the edge of the stream in the muck. She was plucking handfuls of sand out of the water and scrubbing her skin nearly raw.
Girl.
In some ways he understood why she was bathing like that, but now there was sand all through her clothing. Clothing she still had on. Would she bathe with her clothes still on?
Girl.
The wedding dress had been ruined when she'd fallen from his shoulders, smeared with mud and specks of vomit. The fabric wasn't meant to get wet. Already he could see some of it disintegrating and floating away in the shallow current. He crouched,
Wow.
watching as she lifted her arms to her hair.
She
and
really is a
was she
peasant.
rubbing sand into her hair as well? That was going to take forever to get out. She'd bring sand into his bed
She's a
tonight.
hot mess.
The absolute horror. Not to
This
mention
is
she
a
still hadn't
blessing
realized he
for
was
her,
right
really.
behind her. Where was this creature's sense of self-preservation? At the very least, she should have felt his eyes on her. The hairs on her arms should have stood up in fear. But no, she was just grunting and grumbling under her breath as she washed herself. Not a single realization that there was a hunter watching her every move. Ragnar only had so much patience. He lifted a stone beside him and tossed it into the stream. The heavy plunk caught her attention before she looked over her shoulder and realized he was crouched there. A myriad of things then happened in rapid succession. She let out an ear-piercing shriek, tried to stand, slipped on the rocks, and then fell backward into the stream.
Wow, you really are a hot
wave
mess,
of impressive
woman.
volume splashed around her, nearly reaching his toes, before surging back into her face as she tried to sit up. It pushed her back underwater, and for a few moments all he could see were her flailing limbs. Was she going to drown in knee-high water? He wasn't all that certain what to do, considering he was the catalyst for all of this. He remained where he was,
Fucking
watching
hell, man.
until her head finally crested the water, free of sand now that she'd been flailing about so badly. Spluttering, she moved all that red hair away from her face and stared at him, wide-eyed, far too concerned for his liking. Black streaks dripped down her cheeks, likely from the makeup they'd painted all over her. A smear of red streaked from her lips across her cheek as well. "What are you doing?" she wheezed, her breath sounding a little ragged in her lungs, likely from inhaling too much water. "I brought you clothing," he said, lifting the shirt in his hand. "Don't you need to remove your dress to bathe?" "No." "How'd you get everything underneath clean?" She stared at him a little longer, before rasping, "You just reach up under there and clean it." Perhaps she believed that was sound logic, but he didn't think so. The corset alone
girl,
covered too much
clean
of her
that
ribcage
properly.
for her to appropriately clean her torso. Not to mention the heavy skirts would make it hard for her to see if there was anything left that she had missed while wiping at all the other bits. Their kinds weren't so different that he couldn't imagine everywhere she needed to take care of. That dress would be the death of her, not the stream. She was so convinced it was cleanliness that would be her downfall, but that just wasn't true. Keeping wet clothing on her body for long periods of time could actually make a person sick.
Well,
She
people
would need
were
to
getting
dry
sick
off.
for
And
reasons.
like an idiot,
for
he hadn't brought
sure.
her a blanket with which to do so. His shirt would have to do. It was thick enough to soak
And yeah,
up much
those
of the
places
water,
got cold
and he
as
likely had
fuck,
another
but
one
still,
lingering
you would
somewhere.
heat that shit
He wasn't
up.
one to wear a lot of shirts, though. His stomach churned and his chest grew tight with that anxiety again. He didn't want to be known as the man who lost his wife to something as stupid as the cold. "We're not taking the dress back with us," he declared. "Excuse me?" "Take it off. We're not returning to camp with that." Her mouth parted, those berry red lips dropping open.
The dress stays on.
"It comes off."
I don't want to wear the shirt you have in your hands. It's not a dress and hardly enough fabric to cover me.
She crossed her arms over her chest, as if those meager biceps were enough to shield herself from his sight.
It's simply not done to walk around men I do not know with my legs showing.
"You're no longer with the humans." He stood, letting her gaze trail over his much larger
Disgusting.
form.
I'm not gonna
She
wear
needed to
that.
understand that when
It's
he
so
told her to do something,
revealing.
it wasn't because it was a choice. He wanted to keep her safe. "Take the dress off, or I will take it off for you." Her features paled at his order, but she nodded, even if the muscles in her jaw jumped a bit as she did so.
Fine, if that's how it is.
Ragnar held the shirt out for her. "Good. I'm glad you've finally seen reason." But she still stared at him, seated in the water, while her lips started to turn purple.
Are you going to turn around?
"Why would I do that?"
Gentlemen would.
Ragnar tried very hard not to let any emotion show on his face. "What makes you think I am a gentleman?" Gentlemen were the nobles who hunted trolls down in the middle of the night. Gentlemen were the humans who went out of their way to leave his people dying painful deaths and then hang pointed ears around their necks. He didn't want to be like any of those people. Still, considering how pale she was, he supposed he could relent. Shaking the shirt in his hand, he slowly turned and then held it out behind him. "Quickly, fire hair. My patience grows thin."
Not fire hair.
They had very little time. The forest was dangerous at night, and there were many creatures who hunted in the silver light of the moon. He needed to get her back
It
to the
is
tent
the
site,
most name
back
in
to where there were
fiction,
fires to keep
period.
away the creatures who would attack even a troll.
It is the most
He listened to the
barbarian
sounds of
name of
rustling
all
fabric
time.
and her soft breaths before he felt the slightest tap on his
Fire
forearm.
crotch. Oh my god.
Glancing down at her, He ground his teeth at
Ugh,
the delicate
I hate when
sight.
I try to do this
All
pose
that
for
red
the
hair
hand.
had turned dark as blood, plastered back from her face and revealing those strangely rounded ears. But even more than that, she just looked small, fairly swimming in the shirt he had given her. The hem reached her knees, and the arms pulled around her fingertips. "Ready?" he
You think our
asked.
coochie
His
smells
voice
like...
perhaps a little softer. With her nod, he
Why
grabbed
would
the
you
back
do
of her
that?
neck and guided
Why
her
would
through
you
the
say
woods
such a
to his
thing?
tent.
Chapter 7. Maya. She'd never felt so
I'm pushing
exposed in
you.
her life. The shirt he'd given her revealed far more of her body than she'd ever shown to anyone. Not even her father had seen her bare legs since she'd been a child. And this beast had put her in a shirt that was hanging off her shoulders, and then paraded her through an entire camp of terrifying trolls.
Very innocently.
Maya supposed she should have known they wouldn't reach the Troll Kingdom in a single day. But she didn't actually know where the trolls lived. No one did. Humans assumed that the trolls had homes. The rumors were that they dug underneath the ground to live, which was
Oh, fuck
entirely
me.
possible.
Can you please
It made
draw
sense
this
that
in
they
a
wouldn't be
separate
living
layer
so
I'm
close
not
to the human
suffering?
homes. Still, it hadn't been her greatest worry with all the other things happening. With a throbbing wrist and an aching stomach, there were so many other things for her to think about. Walking into a campsite full of trolls, she was starkly reminded of that. The trolls looked different in the dim light. Most of them were seated in front of their black tents, their long legs crossed as they rested on animal skins. She wasn't sure what kind of animal had such glistening white fur, or how they kept each of the rugs so clean. It was as impressive as it was intimidating.
You know what? Too long.
Fires were built before each tent, all of them surrounded by what looked like crystals. The fire glinted in each of the pillars, reflecting light in prisms all around the ground. The tents glistened in the dying light as well. She could just barely make out the golden stitches before her new husband thrust her in front of a pair of tents that were rather close together. "This one is ours," he grunted, shaking out his hand as though touching her had made him dirty. "Go
Well,
inside."
Sorta did.
She hated how he ordered her around.
Well, you
Maya
don't
was
say
her own
shit either,
person.
girl. Come
She could
on.
make her own choices. What if
are
she
you
wanted
sure
to
about
stay
that?
outside by the fire he was surely going to build? What if she wanted to look at the other trolls, ask questions, and try to get her bearings? They were married now, after all. If he didn't kill her, then she would have to make this her home
Girl,
as well.
fuck around, find out.
He wasn't even giving her a chance to do that. Another troll came out of the other tent. Though it was hard for her to see him very clearly, she thought he was the one who had stood beside her husband at the wedding. Maya hadn't been able to get a good look at him. All she knew was that his skin was a deep green. He nodded at her, then gestured toward her husband. "You found her, I see. Didn't even attempt to run." Why did that sound like a derogatory statement? Her husband said it as
He's
though
like,
he was disappointed
Did
she
he even
hadn't
try to
run.
fight me?
When she had been told to
Damn.
stay in the stream
She's
and
so
wash.
boring.
Rubbing her hand up and down her arm, she decided to introduce herself before ducking into the tent. "My friends call me Maya." The green troll looked her up and down before his gaze flicked to her husband behind her. This was her moment. All she had to say was, "But actually, I'm not the princess. You have the wrong person." But then her gaze caught on the weapons resting by the fire.
Oh my god.
The sharp edge of the axe, leaning just beside the trolls, glinted in the firelight. She looked farther, seeing the rest of the trolls all staring at them. Some of them were stroking the knives at their waists. Some of them were even sharpening swords. Not here, she told herself. Once she was alone with the man she'd somehow married, then she would tell him.
The blicky,
instead-
my fuck.
She said nothing.
The blicky.
This troll's
Blicky
tusks
with
were
the
larger
sticky.
than her husband's by far. Even those seemed like weapons as her heart raced. Gunnar, the green troll said. You can call me Gunnar. It's nice to meet you.
Man, Gunnar. Fucking.
Lovely wedding you had. Thank you, she whispered, trying so hard to be polite while also feeling as though she might topple over at any moment. I didn't have anything to do with it. But that wasn't true now, was it? She'd been the one to bring the flowers. All the flowers that had hung over their heads, draped along the columns and banisters that the trolls had walked by. She was the only one who had turned that entire room into a wonderland of brightly colored wisteria and hydrangeas dripping from every inch of cold grey stone. Her husband snorted behind her. Lovely. The only thing lovely about that room were the plants. And you can't convince me any of the royals had a single thing to do with that. He'd liked her flowers. Cheeks burning, she rushed into the tent. It was dark inside, so all she could see was the shadowy outline of the interior. Strangely spacious for a tent, she could easily stand and walk 15 paces from one end to the other. Her feet were immediately cushioned by plush rugs as well. Maya curled her toes in them before groping for what looked like a few trunks. She could sit there and wait for him.
Take off 2 of her
Primly,
arms.
she sat her bottom down and held her aching wrist. A heartbeat now resided underneath the skin, likely prevented by the icy cold stream. Maya was only distracted from the pain for a few moments by the sheer size of the trunks, which left her feet dangling above the ground when she sat down.
God damn, that really wants the yeast to be canon.
Everything, and she would make him listen. Too much time had already passed. The moment they had exited the castle, she should have been begging him to let her go.
Yeah, no shit,
All of this
girl.
was a mistake. She was a foolish girl who was in the wrong place at the wrong time. All he had to do was look at her to believe her. She didn't have a high blood content of elven magic. The last person in her family who had even a drop of elven blood had been centuries ago. It was why her only talent was with plants. She'd just come right out of it. She'd tell him everything that she'd seen in the castle and all the details he might need. Then she'd beg to go home. Yes, she wasn't entirely able to do that, considering they were married in eyes of her kingdom. But maybe this would be a good thing.
No!
She planned out her argument while she waited for the troll to enter the tent. If they remained married, then she could just ask him to sign over everything to her. Her father's business would remain safe. Why would a troll have any reason to take that from her? And even if he wanted her to pay him a small sum every year, she could do that. After all, everyone would know that she was the one who worked on the royal wedding. Clearly, they had intended the princess to marry this troll. She'd been in a wedding dress after all. Or had all of that been a ruse? Perhaps they were intelligent enough to seek out one of the few people in the kingdom with no family, no friends, and who wouldn't be missed. Then they'd lured her to the castle, popped her in a wedding dress, threatened to kill her, and voila. The princess was free.
That's exactly what happened to you, girl.
Her plan wouldn't work if the entire kingdom knew what happened. If this was the plan the whole time, then she was certain the king would insist that everyone knew. People would know she was married to a troll, and they wouldn't want to work with her. So she'd have to fake his death. Or perhaps try to swing it that they'd gotten a divorce. Which also wouldn't work because if they had gotten a divorce, then he would have the rights to her business, not her. Oh, damn it. Was there no way out of this? The flap covering the tent's opening swung open, revealing a small glimpse of the outside
fantasy
world.
bigotry.
As she'd suspected, a fire now burned in front of the entrance. The golden light burnished the muscles of his
Yeah,
thighs,
but to what life,
outlining his
Bat?
massive
What
form as he
life?
bent low to enter. He was a god straight out of a fairy tale. A massive warlord come to claim his prize. Gulping, Maya
She
shrank
wants
a
her
bit on
flower
perch.
business.
She'd never felt smaller than she did in this instance. His shirt was too big. The trunk made her feel like a child sitting here with her feet swinging. And now he was staring at her with those strange eyes. He looked back at the entrance for one moment, and she swore she saw his eyes glow like a cat's did in the dark. But then the flap swung closed, and she was stuck in this tiny tent with him. "Troll wife," he said, his voice a command that could not
yes.
be denied. "Why are you sitting in the dark?" "There are no candles," she replied. Even if there were candles, she had no flint or match to light them. He reached above her head toward a metal contraption hanging from the ceiling. With a slight twist of his fingers, fire
look, an oil
bloomed
lamp.
within it. Her jaw opened as she stared at the small metal cage now illuminating the space. There was a heavier metal bottom, filled with some kind of fuel she could only imagine, and now a tiny flame merrily dancing and filling the room with golden light. "I've never..." She cleared her throat. "I've never seen such a thing." He grunted before walking to the back of the tent. "I'm not surprised." Maya narrowed her eyes at the man who was now her husband, watching as he slapped at the furs in the back. She thought she could hear him grumbling about how Gunnar never set the bed up correctly, but surely that wasn't the bed he expected her to sleep in. "You don't think very highly of my kind, do you?" she mused, not realizing the words were out until they hung before the two of them. "It's hard to think well of a species who are so beneath me," he replied before gesturing toward the bed. "You can go to sleep now." "I'd like to talk, if that's a possibility." "It is not." He crossed his arms over that massive chest and glared down his nose at her. He really was an imposing figure, but he hadn't hurt her yet. So Maya took a deep breath. "I think there's been some misunderstanding between the two of us, and I would like to rectify that before we go any farther." He just watched her beneath those hooded lids in a way that made her feel so small and so insignificant. But he wasn't arguing with her. So there was that much, at least. "It's just..." How was she going to say this without him killing her? "I think it's a situation of wrong place, wrong time."
Oh God,
I'm not
girl,
supposed
just
to be
be
here.
frank. Be
That
fucking
apathetic expression
candid.
disappeared from his features. Instead, she could easily read something akin to hatred on his face now. "I know very well what your kind is like. I know the lies to expect from you and the way you will try to twist the truth. I have seen what your people are capable of. Fire hair."
Not fire hair again.
"That's not what I'm saying." Suddenly, he was right in front of her.
Well, you're not saying much
looming
of
in the dark,
anything.
and so big, her tongue tied in her mouth. It was hard to think when there was a massive creature bent down, embracing his arms on either side of her. "Silence, troll wife." But she couldn't stop her tongue
Silence,
now
my
that it had
troll
started.
wife.
"Why do you call me that?" "It's what you are.
Because you're.
It feels like you're trying to erase who I am. You haven't even asked for my name." He seemed to freeze. Those dark eyes reflected a strange glow as the light from the metal contraption reflected in his gaze. "You already told Gunnar your name." "But you have never asked me for it." He blinked. "I do not need to. I know your name is Maya." Right. Of course he did. But that didn't mean... She took a deep breath and told herself to be brave. "Then may I ask what your name is?"
No.
The troll sucked in a deep breath, and she thought for a moment that she'd asked something wrong. Perhaps she wasn't even supposed to ask for her husband's name. Maybe that was against their traditions. You know my name. It was told to you by my king and all others when your father and him made this deal.
Actually, no.
But she hadn't been there. That's what I've been trying to tell you. It's Ragnar, he snarled. And there was anger in those words. You forget the name of your mate and yet insist I remain a gentleman. You have followed none of the rules that were set out for you. You are a weak mate, a delicate creature who will be broken in these woods long before you learn to walk in them. Suddenly, those big hands were around her waist, lifting her from the trunk and carrying her toward the bed. Her legs dangled in the air, and though she grabbed at his wrists for stability, she was once again too small, too weak. Everything that he said she was. Ragnar placed her down on the furs, surprisingly gentle for the rage that seemed to blister through him. Maya lost her breath as he planted his knee between her legs, pinning her in place by the shirt he'd given her. And now she was surrounded by him. His scent, his clothing.
Oh man, we got the snorfs.
The fur smelled of him. A strangely citrus scent. That was both clean and surprisingly...
He smells like pine sol.
She hadn't thought a troll would smell nice, and yet, here it was. Here he was. Crouched above her, one thick thigh parting hers, and anger on his features. But he was still gentle as he reached for her hair. He caught a curl between his fingers, then wrapped it around his massive pointed finger. I prayed for a troll wife, he murmured, his voice deep and low. A beautiful woman, with lavender or pale blue skin. A wife who would let me tattoo
I'm pretty
my
sure
clan
it's just the
markings onto her
peasants that
skin,
were told that
and who
not
would
to
wear my
bathe.
piercings with pride. But your pale
'Cause,
skin
you know,
would crack and bleed.
They'll just die faster that way.
That blunt finger trailed along her bottom lip, and she drew in a deep breath at the sudden sizzle of
'Cause I'm
awareness
pretty sure
that
the
flooded
nobles
through
bathe.
her body. At his touch, all she could think was that he felt heavy,
Wow.
a weight she welcomed because it calmed and stilled her anxious mind. He prodded her lips, willing her to open them so that he could trail the pad of his finger along her teeth. No tusks, he said. Not even fangs. You cannot understand the qualities I am missing from the wife I was promised. Pity made her heart ache. She knew she wasn't what he'd expected, but from the sounds of it, neither was the princess. I thought you wanted someone with elven blood.
I'm sure some of them did.
His gaze hardened. What use have I for a bride with porcelain skin and fragile glass appendages? I wanted a sturdy wife, a hard wife.
I want
one who
a
would
hardy
survive
wife.
the harsh winters and the beckoning skies.
A chunky
What shall I
wife.
do with an elven bride? But then his eyes flicked to her ears again, and something deeply troubled crossed his expression. Because he had to know now, in some way, that she wasn't who he'd been promised. She opened her mouth to tell him just that, only to freeze as
France
his knee
always
came
stink,
up and
though.
pressed
That's
against
just
her core.
France.
They both froze at his movement, staring at each other as heat flooded through her body. She didn't know why she was reacting like this, only that she was surrounded by him. His
Snorf,
scent,
snorf.
his need. It all swelled around her, and she was overwhelmed by it. Ragnar leaned closer, his lips nearly pressed against hers. She could feel the heat of him spreading through her entire body. Her own breath came in tiny pants, puffing against the stone wall of his body.
I'm gonna pretend that she does have
wouldn't even
bigger
fit,
muscle. She's
he
just not
murmured
as muscular as a troll
before he was
wife
gone.
who's a troll and a
Cold
wife.
air rushed in where he had been, and she took in a deep, shuddering breath. The light went out, and the tent flap swung as he left.
Chapter 8. Ragnar. There was the slightest hint of a fight in her, Ragnar realized that night. She'd been trying to tell him something, and even though he had interrupted and pushed, she'd still tried to speak. Even then, though, she had only the most meager arguments. Fear dogged his steps all night.
He's like, man,
he tried to consider all
so
the
close
things
to
that could
making me
possibly go
interested.
wrong.
Anyway.
His little wife needed food more than anything else. Of course, he would have to carry more water for her as well when they were running. He caught her sipping from the stream while she bathed, so she must have been thirsty. Clothing would be the most necessary, though. She wasn't warm enough with fall edging away from summer and toward winter. Not with the shirt that he had brought her, and certainly not with that wedding dress. So he'd spent his evening bartering. There were things he could do that others couldn't. His healing touch was renowned among the trolls, and if he offered those services, then he was usually able to get something in return. Shoes that would fit her feet a little better, although they had been created on this journey. A dress that might fit her form, although it had been made for a much younger troll. A cloak that wasn't yet finished, so it was considered far too short for the owner just yet. Pieces and parts of what he should have already had for her, and yet he hadn't the time to prepare for a human. It took him the better part of the night, and when he'd returned, she'd been tucked underneath his furs so deeply that he thought he'd lost her for a few moments. Then he'd seen the small lump beneath the blankets rising and falling with her deep, even breaths. It was enough. At least she hadn't died in her sleep. Perhaps there was hope for her yet. Glowering at her for the rest of the night, he stared as she slept through even the loudest ruckus. His people rarely slept as much as humans, and if they did sleep, it was only for brief spurts. Apparently that was not the same for humans. She slept through the revelry of his people, and he missed it all, because, well, he was just looking at her. Only the peak of her forehead and the tip of her nose showing through his furs, and still, he was fascinated by the sight of it. So many differences. So much he didn't know about this woman. He wanted to ask her more questions than he knew how to verbalize. What was it like growing up with her people? Did she know how to hunt, to fish, to live as she was meant to live? Probably not. She didn't hear the earth singing the way the trolls did, nor would her people be able to find the deep mines where the crystals and gems had been birthed. She was weak, with tender limbs that he would have to be careful were not overused. Ragnar planned all evening and into the early hours until she stirred. Then she blinked those eyes open, forest-hued and flecked with gold, and he didn't know what to say. She'd caught him staring at her, appearing like he cared about her well-being. Somehow that made him feel like he was doing something wrong. So he stood abruptly. "We'll leave now." "Now?" she asked, sitting up slowly. Her hair billowed around her head into a wild red tangle, like flames that had been stoked ever higher by her rest. The shirt he'd given her slid off of one shoulder, revealing those dots along her face also traveled down to her shoulders. The peaks of her arms were red, he realized, burned by the sun and travel just from the castle to the forest. She'd been injured already, and he'd had no idea. Frowning, he pointed to the pile of clothing he had left her. "Those should suffice for our travels. Come, troll wife. Today, you prove to me that I am wrong about humans, and that you will not be a burden for the rest of our lives." He noted the way her jaw tightened and her eyes narrowed. His words had made her angry. Good. They should have. She had a lot to prove, not just to him, but to his people as well. Ragnar ducked out of the tent before he did something foolish, like help her. She could figure out how to put clothing on herself. All clothes were the same.
I don't know
Gunnar
about
waited
that.
for him on the other side. His brother had already set up breakfast over a fire, 24 quail eggs sizzling in a pan while he heated up the dried ham they'd brought with them. Others had legs of deer on spits that they had caught this morning, and a few even had fish from the stream. "You're surly this morning," his brother said with a short, coughing laugh. I thought a newly mated man would be a little less tense. Keep your mouth shut this morning. It's hard not to tease my brother when he insists that the woman he's mated to is not the woman he wants. Poking at the eggs, Gunnar failed to hide the grin that stretched his mouth. I take it you did not indulge yourself in husbandly duties. If you do not stop talking, I'll turn your breakfast onto the ground. That would be a waste considering it's your breakfast too. Then we'll both go hungry for your stupidity, Ragnar snarled. But he did not dump their breakfast into the dirt. Instead, he sank down next to the fire and stared into the flames that merrily danced along the crystals. What was he to do? They were days away from Trollkin Mountain, days where she would have to prove she could take care of herself. She had to prove that she was worthy of being a troll wife before he would bind their blood and magic. But even he knew that was a lie. He would take her because that's what the fates said he should do. Unfortunately, he didn't understand their reasoning. It took a long time for the flap of his tent to pull back and for the human to come outside. This pretty little fire hare who had no idea what she'd done by turning his life upside down. Then Gunnar lifted his hand to his mouth, but he wasn't quick enough to hide the snort that came out. His brother's shoulders then shook, and Ragnar tried to convey through a very unimpressed look that no one was supposed to laugh. The look failed.
Oh my god.
Gunnar burst
But it's
into
the
bright,
actual
vivid
troll
laughter as his troll wife walked over to
these
them.
trolls.
What? Maya asked, her face already screwed up with concern. What is it? Besides the fact that her shoes were on the wrong feet, the dress he'd gotten her was also backward and inside out. At least no one would notice the last part. Most of their clothing could be worn however it was picked up, but they certainly would notice that the deep V, which was supposed to be in the front, was in the back for her. Oh, creature. At least the cloak in her hands wasn't on. She'd probably put that on her front like a complete fool.
Oh my god.
You're wearing those all wrong, he muttered, lifting his hands. Come here, I'll set you to right. I'm wearing them wrong. She looked down at herself and lifted her arms as though that would give her a better view. What do you mean? I thought this made the most sense. It didn't. He sighed as she strode up to him, and then was struck by how small she was. There were so many moments like this for him, but he hadn't realized that she could stand between his legs and be at eye level. She looked right into his gaze without having to stoop to see him. How strange. It made something in his chest flutter in a way he wasn't sure he liked. Ragnar rubbed at the feeling before grabbing the shoulders of her dress. Arms up. Please don't make me get undressed with everyone looking, she whispered. It wasn't the first time he'd wondered why she wasn't ordering him around, especially in this. If she felt so strongly about not getting undressed before the eyes of his people, then shouldn't she be shouting at him? Instead, she pitched her voice low, as though she didn't want anyone else to hear it. Ragnar was horrified to feel himself soften. Troll wives demanded, they argued, they fought for everything they wanted with tusk and claw. This little one merely asked permission. Her fear would have been endearing if he were a weaker man. Instead, he just grabbed the shoulders of the dress and lifted it up.
Oh my god.
There is room for you to still be dressed, Firehair. Tuck your arms into the dress and I will spin it. Oh. Her cheeks turned a lovely shade of bright pink. I suppose I should have thought of that. Maya tucked her arms into the dress, clearly crossing them over her chest, and he turned the fabric around. It took very little effort, considering the garment was still far too big for her. One spin, and then it was exactly how the dress was meant to be worn. But as he let it settle against her skin, his eyes were drawn down to the deep gap between her breasts. Her troll's shoulders were wider than humans. Her shoulders and broad chest should have stretched the fabric so it didn't reveal quite so much skin. But on her, the leathers dipped nearly below her breasts. Instead of just seeing a hint of that flesh, he was treated to an unhindered view of all the freckles that dusted over her collarbone, down between her breasts, and even underneath the faint shadow of the globes that were suddenly far more interesting than they should have been. She looked like she tasted sweet, as though her skin was dusted with sugar and granules of bee pollen. His mouth shouldn't have watered at the feast laid out before him, but he was suddenly a starving man. He wanted to taste her. He wanted to draw his tongue along the shadows hinted at beneath her breasts and brand her taste to his memory. As it was, he could not do that.
Stop
he didn't want to be
being
married
horny.
to her. He didn't want a human for a troll wife, and he did not want her.
Sure.
Blowing out a long breath, his gaze flicked up to hers. Her pupils were
Blame
dilated,
the penis.
turning that bright green into black. Scared? Perhaps. He had been staring for a long time, and even Gunnar was suspiciously quiet. I see now why you put it on the way you did, he rasped. Let's turn it back around. Because he had the sneaky suspicion that if he caught anyone looking at his wife the way he had just been staring at her, he'd get into a fight. He'd rip their eyes out of their head if they saw what he did, even his own brother. Those were sights for his gaze only. Ragnar lifted the sleeves of her dress again,
Unbelievable.
this time allowing her to turn while he held
I
the
don't
fabric
want you.
still. She seemed to want to
Anyway,
cover herself even faster
don't-
than he did.
No.
But then she was facing away from him, and the revealing fabric showed him the graceful line of her spine. He'd marveled at the muscles in her arms, but they were nothing compared to her back. Strong muscles flexed with her movements, an impressive show of strength as the wings of her shoulder blades moved. The valleys and hollows there were almost enticing. Now his mind was back in that tent. When he'd leaned over her, he swore he had smelled honey, spun sugar, pretty things that melted on the tongue without ever having to chew. Unbidden, Ragnar leaned forward until his nose almost touched the valley between her shoulders. And there it was again. That scent that drove him wild and made his mouth water as nothing ever had before. His mind spun. He clenched his claws into fists, hoping that the pricks of pain would ground him, but all it did was make him want to sink his claws into something else. It was either anger or desire. That was all he could feel in this moment, and he hated her for it. Growling low under his
How
breath,
dare you be
he grabbed onto her
sexy?
waist and turned her again.
God.
You've got your shoes on the wrong feet like a child. You know nothing about my people. Considering I've never met one of you before, I don't think that's so surprising. Ragnar wasn't expecting the fight from her. He wasn't expecting that she would call him out for what was arguably outrageous behavior on his part. He was trying to throw her away, to get her to run from him, or at least go back into the tent so that he could breathe a little easier. Instead, she called him out on what was the stupidest thing he'd said yet, and that made him like her all the more. There was a hint of fire in her after all, and not just on the top of her head. He was frozen in shock, unsure if he should argue back or if he should just shut up. But then a snort from his brother broke through his awareness, and Ragnar leaned to the side to glare at the offending fool. "What?" Gunnar said. Then he shrugged. "She's right, you know. You expect her to know how to put on our clothing, but you've seen what the humans wear. Constricting nonsense that makes it hard for them to move," Ragnar snarled. His troll wife looked between the two of them, and then eased around him. She sat on the opposite log, carefully removing her shoes and revealing tiny, delicate feet. He hadn't looked at those much last night, but he was surprised to see that there were small cuts on the bottoms of them. Angry that he'd missed it, he pointed at those wounds and demanded, "Where did you get those?" "I slipped in the stream and cut my feet." "Why did you not tell me?" Her head lifted. Locks of that bright red hair fell in front of her features, and he could easily see her eyes widen and her mouth drop open. "I didn't think you'd care." She didn't think
Damn.
he'd...
Well,
That
you
was
don't.
ridiculous. He was her husband. He was supposed to
But
care
you
about
don't
everything
care.
that came with her well-being, and if she wouldn't even tell him when she was bleeding, then what else would she hide? He was a healer. Everyone came to him with their wounds, and the knowledge that his own wife wouldn't. He stood abruptly and started to leave, but then he remembered she was a meek little thing and apparently needed to be ordered around. So he marched right back to the fire and pointed in her face. "Eat," he snarled. We have a long day ahead of us. I will not slow down for you again. Do not embarrass me before all the other trolls. And then he stalked away before he
God
did something
damn
else
it.
stupid. Like hold those delicate little feet in his hands and heal every single wound. Like throw sand in his brother's face and then lock tusks with him just because Gunnar got to eat breakfast with her and he didn't.
Oh my god.
Chapter 9. Maya. Maya quickly realized her new husband had not been joking about the travel she would have to endure. Ragnar, she was coming to find, didn't embellish much. When he said it was going to be a hard travel day, he meant exactly that. At first, he tried to throw her over his shoulder just like he had the first time they traveled together.
No.
Unfortunately, that had only worked for only a few minutes before she struggled against him, swearing that she was going to vomit again. That was a lie. She hadn't felt sick at all, but the bruising on her stomach had hurt significantly worse than she'd thought it would. Not to mention her injured wrist made it impossible to brace herself on his back like she had before. A little lie didn't hurt anyway. And besides, she knew that speed was important to him. Instead, she'd offered to hold on to his back. If they needed to run at this breakneck speed, she couldn't keep up. But she wasn't weak, and she could cling to him with her arms and legs. He let her, and that meant they traveled even faster.
Because he doesn't
She'd
know
have to
how
press her face
fucking
against
injured
his neck
she
and pray to
actually
all the gods that would
is.
listen to her, because the speed at which the trolls ran was terrifying. She'd only ridden a horse once in her life, but this was the same sensation. All she could do was trust that he wouldn't run them both into a tree, because she certainly couldn't tell if they were going to or not.
Twilight reference?
By nightfall, that first night, she stumbled into bed and fell asleep so fast she didn't even remove her clothing.
The literature
It
of
felt like
our
her eyes
generation.
had only just closed before he was waking her again.
And I joke, but it
They
is.
ran for days on end. And at the end of the second day, he started dunking her in whatever pool of water he could find. Sometimes it was a stream, sometimes it was a vernal pool, but every single day she fell asleep with her head on his shoulder and woke to him tossing her into frigid waters.
Whoa!
He claimed it was her stench. She thought it was more likely that he just enjoyed hearing her squawk of disapproval. Her patience was wearing so thin. Soon enough, she feared she would explode. She'd start yelling at him, screaming that he wasn't treating her right and that he was a beast of a man who had no idea how to treat a woman. Except, she knew she wasn't what he had wanted in a partner either. The other trolls laughed at the way she had to wear their clothing, and they thought it was hilarious that her own mate had to convince her to wash. Maya was just waiting to get sick. Soon enough, she would feel the dripping of her nose and the sniffles that wouldn't leave. A cough would set into her chest, and she would lose her voice. He was making her wash every single day, which meant she was at risk of getting sick. But strangely, it hadn't happened yet. No, she wouldn't admit that he was right. She didn't care that she felt better after she washed. She didn't care that her mind even felt lighter after washing the day's grime off her body. It didn't matter. She would not fall into this trap and believe that her own people were wrong. And Troll didn't know more about her own body than she did. Sitting up in bed, she stared at the flap of the tent and waited for Ragnar to come through. But the light filtering through it this morning looked a little different. Brighter somehow, as though he'd let her sleep in. But that couldn't be possible.
The importance
He'd
of
woken her
hygiene.
as the sun crested the horizon for 3 days straight now. Maya was just getting used to this grueling torment, and was ready to get onto his back and hold on until her arms were quaking and her thighs ached. She should have told him days ago. But the longer she let it go before telling him that she wasn't even the princess, the more it seemed likely he'd kill her once she did tell him.
Oh my god, girl.
Why did she let it go this long? It just hadn't felt like the timing was right. Or worse, that she had knowingly withheld the information rather than being such a pushover that the words just refused to leave her tongue. The longer she stared at the glimmering light, the more she was certain it was later in the day.
Food before
He
you
hadn't come
eat
for
it.
her.
Filter and boil the water
A
before
small
you
glimmer
drink
of
it.
hope blossomed in her chest.
When will the
Maybe she
timing
was
be right?
lucky.
Correct.
He'd decided
When it's
she
too
wasn't
late,
worth the trouble
obviously.
and would just leave her in the woods.
Obviously.
At this point, she thought that was preferable. She knew nothing about surviving in the forest by herself, but maybe she could figure it out. Still, she should make sure she was alone. No use getting her hopes up if he
Oh
was
my
about to stomp in
God.
here and
It's
yell
gonna
at
be
her
too
again.
late.
Maya rolled out of bed, sighing as her feet touched the ground and her thighs started to ache again. Just using them flared all that pain bright and hot once more. Limping over in nothing but the shirt he gave her to sleep in, she eased the flap aside and squinted her eyes in the bright sunlight. There were 4 trolls around the fire in front of the tent. One she recognized, but she'd recognize him anywhere. She'd been mapping the goosebumps on his back while pressed against him for days now. But the other 3
Goosebumps,
she
you
didn't know
say?
at all. Stepping closer,
He's like,
she realized
I
they were
love
women.
my wife on my back.
Female
It's so
trolls,
sexy.
but she hadn't realized she would see this early in her journey. They were all thinner than their male counterparts, and smaller, but they still looked strong, with broad shoulders and bulging muscles that set them
Bulging
apart from any
muscles.
human woman she'd met
Big
before.
woman.
It was interesting to see them and how different they were. All the women had tattoos, and some of them had piercings in their ears that jangled
Yes,
when
she
they
does
moved.
have the
They were all
stupid,
speaking in
sexy
the black
nun
tongue.
clothes on.
The melodic, rhythmic speech was something that Maya was still getting used to. But it wasn't quite so strange to hear it now, even if she didn't know what they were saying. Ragnar looked over his shoulder at her and then stood. Good, you're here. We are soon for Trollkin Mountain. They'll help you prepare. Prepare? She stuttered. Maya had no idea what was going on.
Prepare.
Was he leaving? He was. He just walked away without another glance. But that left her here, by herself, with 3 women staring at her like she was supposed to know what was happening. And she was in nothing more than a threadbare shirt. Tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, she tried to clear her throat, but it came out as more of a garbled, throaty sound. Hello. I'm sorry he didn't introduce me, but my name is Maya. It's lovely to meet all of you. The troll women all looked at each other, then back at her. It gave Maya a few moments to drink in their differences. Their clothing was what Maya supposed she was meant to be wearing. Leathers that were dyed a particular color and beaded around the edges. Gemstones and jewelry dripped from their forms. Rings, multiple necklaces, and bracelets that danced up their arms and created a light metallic song as they moved. One of them was significantly younger and slate gray. Perhaps part of why Maya could tell her age was that she had fewer tattoos. There were only a few dark marks on her body. The swirls even looked newer than the others. Less faded. She also only had 2 piercings on each elongated ear. The next troll woman was a little older, a darker blue, although still young-looking. Her ears were full of piercings, and her entire body appeared to be tattooed from head to toe.
Tattooed.
Large black patches covered a significant amount of her skin, as though someone had intended to create bars of black rather than intricate designs like Maya had seen so far. The last woman, however, was elderly, and wrinkles bisected her green coloring. Her hair was nearly white as snow and pulled down her shoulders like foam. Her eyes were worn, with wings around the edges that crinkled when she caught Maya's attention. Though she was also heavily tattooed, she had more piercings than either of the 2 trolls who sat
Sorry, I'm
beside
having
her.
a fun time
Her
with
markings were
tattoo.
worn, just as her skin was a little faded as well. Maya, the old woman said, standing with a hand pressed against her back. It is good to meet you. We were chosen to guide you into your role as troll wife.
Troll wife, troll
Although,
wife.
from what I've heard, you have very little guidance needed.
Huh?
Maya frowned.
Heard.
I need all the help I can get. I don't know what's going on, to be honest. The three women looked at each other, and that was when she realized she'd said something wrong. Apparently, the princess was supposed to be studying what it meant to be a troll wife. Perhaps they had sent instructions to the king that the princess should have read. There were preparations that the princess had been meant to do, and here Maya was completely ignorant of those. Maybe now was when she told them. It seemed as good a point as any. These women weren't as scary as the troll who had just left. All of this is a great misunderstanding, she tried again. You see, I'm not supposed to be here. The trolls looked at each other.
Oh my god,
and then a
that's
soft
not the best
smile
way to
spread
explain
across
this,
the
sweetie.
old woman's face. Indeed. But no troll wife feels certain when it is her time.
Oh my god, see what I
You
mean?
were promised to Ragnar by the Bone Reader. Therefore, you are right where you're supposed to be, princess. But I'm not a princess, she said, desperately trying to find the right
No, you're a
words to
troll
punch through the wall of
wife.
her anxiety.
That's what they're gonna say next.
The old woman reached out a hand for her to take and drew her with the other two. We'll refresh your memory, dear one. You'll learn with us the best we can teach you. For now, let us introduce ourselves. I am Hulda, a troll crone. A what? Maya opened her mouth to ask
wow,
more
she
questions.
calling herself a crone?
But
She's
then the
an
one
old
who
lady.
appeared
Listen.
around her age spoke. I am Inkari, a troll wife, just like yourself.
Troll wife.
The youngest then waved her hand. I am Rota, a troll maiden. The three of us represent the 3 stages of a troll's life. We are the maiden, wife, and crone. She'd heard of something similar, but only whispered in secrets. Witches, her people called them. They twisted the magic of the elves that was in their bloodline and used it for dark magic. At least, that was what the rumors were. She knew plenty of people who were very quick to go to said witches for magic, however.
Me, the troll crone, correct.
It's nice to meet you all, she said again, only to pause as they all stared at her. Clearly, she was meant to say something else.
I'm the
Maya
troll
licked
wife?
her lips and finally said, I am Maya, a troll wife? Hulda clapped her
And
wrinkled
they're
hands.
like, yes.
Yes, she learns quickly, this one. They drew her through the camps then, and the other trolls murmured blessings.
Bitch,
and
I wrote
hellos
this book.
as they passed by them. If Hulda didn't know them, then Inkari or Rota did. It appeared almost all the trolls here knew each other, which went against everything she'd heard about them. Trolls were solitary until they banded together for war, and that was only because they enjoyed raiding human settlements. But this seemed as though they all knew each other deeply. And soon enough, she found herself enjoying the jabs they gave each other as they walked by. Inkari certainly thought she was prettier with those new earrings. Hulda looked remarkably straight-backed for such a hunched old lady. Rota still looked so young with those soft cheeks. The teasing endeared them all to her, as though she knew them too. The deep sense of community lulled her into a sense of peace, until she realized the women had drawn her into the forest with them. Soon enough, they came up a stream, and that was where they stopped her.
Get out of
Hulda
here.
drew her to a large stone and sat her down on
The
it.
ghost of Priscilla.
I was once a troll wife, and it is my honor to be the one to
Listen,
bring
it's
you
fine,
into
it's
the
fine.
fold. Troll wives, together. We are a family even more than the husbands are. I don't know what any of this means, she replied with a slight laugh.
It means that
I'm
we
sorry,
girls gotta
I
get
feel
each
like
other's
you expect
backs,
me to know what's
bitch.
happening. A flash of dark tattoos caught her attention
Tattoos.
as the youngest sat down beside her. Rota grabbed her hand, and Maya stared down at the massive slate-gray hand that held hers. Rota curled those claws around her, holding tightly. Don't worry. It won't hurt that much. Maya's skin went
That
cold with a
much?
flare of panic.
Oh, are
did
they
she mean it
giving
wouldn't
her a
hurt?
piercing?
Why would anything hurt? She asked, before her gaze flicked over to Inquiry. She'd drawn out a long
think it's the
needle from her
piercing.
pocket. It was nearly the length of Maya's finger, and thicker than any she'd seen before.
Yeah, that's for a piercing.
The sunlight of the glade caught along the edge and made it seem sharp as a sword the more she stared at it. What are you doing with
Trolls
that?
like their
Maya
ear
asked.
piercings.
And then she realized she couldn't get away. Rota had placed a hand on her back as well, holding her in place on the rock.
Their narrators
It
are
is the
doing
duty
their
of
best.
the troll wives to give you your first, Hilda replied. I am pleased to see no one has broken skin on you before.
Were they going to shove that into her eyes? What was the
Eyes,
point of
girl.
Perhaps
Don't you
now
see
she
that
would
they
find
have
out why
ear
the trolls were
piercings?
considered so cruel.
Oh my
Please,
god.
she whispered, squeezing her eyes shut. Don't do this. Her heart fluttered in her chest. She could feel the rhythm of it knocking
Oh
off
my
what it
God.
normally would be. And suddenly, there was no rhythm at all. She was going to die of her heart
bat, why are you so
exploding in her
unhinged?
chest long before she felt the pain of whatever they
Jeez.
intended to do. They were going to make her suffer. She
Oh
could feel
my
it.
god.
She would never live through this. She wouldn't. Inquiry grabbed her right ear. Take a deep breath, Firehair. It's not as bad as you're thinking. And then the needle slipped through the lobe of her ear. She felt the sharp tip first, pressing hard against her skin. Then the pop as it slid
Yeah,
through
but we're
the
in
heat
her
of the
head.
sting that seared through the flesh. She released a long breath, hissing out the sound as though that might help
We're
with the
hearing
sting.
about her way too
Then
much.
she opened her eyes and looked up at Inquiry, who was staring down at her work.
I'd pass out.
I think that's centered. Don't you? Hilda
You
leaned
think?
closer to look
It
it
better
over
be,
before nodding.
bitch. What do you
And
mean?
barely any blood. Good job.
Like
Now the
imagine
next,
her fucking
Inquiry
ear,
said.
and it's like
But she didn't go to the other ear. Instead, she placed the needle against the harder
this
part
looks
at the top
centered.
of Maya's
Oh yeah,
ear.
this looks
Wait,
centered.
she said, trying to reach for Inquiry's hand.
Bitch, you better
but found
line it
herself
up.
held in place by Rota. I don't need one there. My lobe is enough. A troll wife always gets her first 4 piercings after the mating.
For
Stay still.
piercing.
They made quick work of the other
4.
3.
Cool.
Her ears burned afterward, but it wasn't as
I
bad
would like an
as she
extra
thought.
piercing. That'd be nice.
Maya had never gotten anything pierced in her life. Some women had their ears done, but her father hadn't been able to afford earrings. Why would she have holes in her ears that would just heal over? Hilda produced pretty gold rings and gently put them into each of the punctures that Inquiry had made. There was a reverence in her touch, one that made Maya sit very still so that she didn't mess this moment up.
A troll wife's first jewelry is usually provided by her husband,
Hilda said.
but yours did not bring the piercings. I believe he thought we would be meeting in our home, but that is all right. I need to bring some of my own.
These are yours? Maya
Wow.
asked, then lifted her
Ragnar,
hand
you
to touch
piece
them.
of shit. Where's the
They were
piercings,
the rings
bro?
my husband gave me when we first met. He told me only the prettiest troll in the land would be worthy of
Oh my
them.
god.
Hilda looked at each ear before cupping Maya's face.
You may not be a
This
troll,
is a deadbeat
but they still look
husband.
lovely on you.
For some strange reason, tears pricked Maya's eyes. She didn't want to cry in front of these
They
women.
did not
She couldn't
fuck.
remember the last time someone had told her that she was lovely. Her father hadn't cared to. None of the men who came to the house ever cared about her. They cared about
God
the business and the money they
damn.
might be able to make. Perhaps her mother had once told her she was pretty, but Maya didn't remember her at all.
Wow, that
Thank you,
sucks.
she
Anyway,
Now, I'm sure you feel silly for being so afraid.
Her cheeks burned just as hot as her ears did. A bit. Inquiry chuckled, and Rota let out a bell-like giggle that filled the clearing. The youngest of them all said, "Can you imagine how afraid Ragnar was when he got his husband piercings? What you just did is nothing compared to what he endured."
excuse me?
"Piercings?" she
Are you
asked.
talking about like
The three troll wives went quiet.
like on the
They all looked at
caucus?
each other, then at her. Hulda was the first to ask.
If it's cock,
Yes?
if it,
I assume you felt them if you did not see them.
oh my God,
I
it
haven't.
is. He got
Maya
dick
wasn't sure how
piercings.
to
Let's
say that she hadn't
go.
even seen her husband for a few days.
Because if he was
other than
afraid,
hanging on
it's
to him.
probably that.
Was it his ears?
No,
This didn't
girl.
seem worse than this. A loud snort erupted from Inquiry's mouth. Fuck no. That's hilarious. Silly little thing. We meant the ones on his cock. Again, silence. All Maya could hear were the birds that twittered in the trees around them, and the faint hush of the
birds.
wind moving through the leaves.
And she's like, "Excuse me,
All three of the troll women looked at her
dick
expectantly,
piercing."
as though she were supposed to laugh
Dick is
or reveal
pierced?
that this had all been a giant joke on her end. But she didn't know what they were talking about. Did you say piercings on his cock? She asked, although the last word she could barely get out. Inquiry's face paled. Oh, you haven't... Oh dear, Hulda said before pressing her hand to her mouth. Rota was the only one with the absolutely ridiculous nature to burst out laughing and shout, "She hasn't seen his cock yet!" The forest burst into movement as the loud
What a
noise scattered birds
loser!
into the trees around them.
You haven't seen dick yet? Wow, you fucking for real? Damn. You haven't fucking squatted, dropped, twisted, and slurped on it yet? What a loser. Wow. Oh, yeah, they're all just point and laughing. Point and laugh. This is great.
And all the while,
This is a good book.
Maya couldn't help but wonder what a pierced cock would even look like.
Oh my God.
A small laugh bubbled out of her as well, then a longer one. And soon they were all braced against each other, laughing until tears ran down their cheeks. "I really am sorry," Inquiry stammered out. "I just assumed after 4 days of being mated that you would have at least seen the damn thing. I
God
haven't,"
damn.
Maya said with another laugh. "But what kind of piercings does one even put on a cock?" Hulda gathered them all up, forcing the younger women to stand and then nudging them all forward.
You'll find
"Back
out
to
soon
the camp
enough.
with the lot of you. We aren't answering that question, Fire Hair. That's a question for your husband."
What do you think it is?
shame
An
that was,
Albert? A
because Maya
ladder?
was married
what
to a man
do you think
who
it
had very
is?
little use for
A
her
little
at all.
barbell at the top and bottom?
Questions? He wouldn't answer a single one of them. And she certainly wouldn't be asking him about his cock.
But you should though.
Chapter 10.
Oh my God. A sounding rod. Oh no. Oh no. I'm gonna guess it's a Jacob's ladder. It's a Jacobian ladderine. There we go, that looks better. What if it's the ring that goes through the head? Yeah, that's Albert. That's a... Well, not really. That's... Whatever. If it's just through the fucking hole and then out from the bottom, then it's Albert. But if it's just a ring... Comes out of pee-pee hole. Don't call it that. But pee-pee, it come out of the pee-pee hole. No, don't say it like that, please. Incorrect. Wrong. I'm stopping the book because I'm pretty sure I'm gonna go to sleep soon. We'll watch. We'll fucking listen to the rest tomorrow. Liquid. What do you mean it comes out of the second liquid hole? The fuck you talking about? What do you mean a second liquid hole? All holes are in the same fucking slit. What do you fucking mean?
What the fuck you mean?
Pee-pee. You didn't want me to say pee-pee hole. What? Liquid hole. Urethra. Urethra. Fucking dick hole. Cock hole. Not wee hole or pee hole, little fucking dingle hole. Dingle is fine. That's funny. Pee, there are many holes that it secrete in liquids. That's why you have to. Yes, the cum hole. I'm not gonna argue this. I'm here trying to draw. I'm here trying to finish a picture. A design that I'm not feeling too hot about, to be super honest. I'm not too hot about the arm gestures. They're kind of just there. I'm really upset that you find this funny. That you find amusement in annoying me such. You know, this is deplorable. Unnecessary. And quite frankly, unsightly. Pee-pee, listen. Nah. You're done with your pee-pee-ness. You're done. Sometimes in life, you pee in hole. Sometimes you fuck out of hole. Sometimes you shit hole. This is one of those times. I understand. But we're done here. We're good. We're Gucci. Whoa, I didn't say all that. You might as well have. I saw you type it all down. And then I used my freaking golden sun ability to read minds. And I saw all of that written. You really wanted to say all of that? And you wanted to say more, honestly, that I'm gonna keep quiet about. That's how disturbing this all is. Slap the ancestor noses. That's in the third game. The way I saw that reviewer talking about the third game, and they never once mentioned the nose slappage. And I'm like, you didn't mention it because it ruins the entire feel of the fucking essay. Because of how fucking stupid it is. It is the dumbest shit ever. That's why you couldn't mention it. In how? Kind of looks like pom-poms if I draw them like this. You laughed really hard. I definitely went, oh my god. 'Cause why? Why? Why would you have a slap synergy? Why? It's so dumb. It's so stupid. It's so fucking stupid. It's so fucking bad and dumb. Fucking Golden Sun died the moment that started happening. I mean, it died a long time ago, but man, it was definitely a joke of some sort. It just, why? You know what? Let me take off some of these details because I'm pretty sure I'm going to color them in anyway. I'm pretty sure I'm just going to design something on this. You know? I think this is fine. I think. Oh. I don't know if I want her to wear a bra or not. I probably should. Because this is painful to wear without something to give support. She got big boobies. No! Snitty's out braless. Fine. I was gonna be nice to her tits, man. And you know, I could have given her like another bow in here or something. You know, like this, and now you got like a booby hole. Take that shit off. God damn, fine. They're out and about. Okay, jeez. They're scheming titties now. Who knows what they're planning? I don't like the poses of the hands. I think they're dumb. But I also want to keep them that way. I might redraw it tomorrow. I'm probably just too tired to do it right now. Yeah, I'll just change the pose of the arms. You were watching Sears' video? Which one? There's a lot. You hate to say this? What? The way I'm like, I know what you're going to say. Probably not, actually. Listen. Donkey, but likes RP. He's me. Exactly. That's why I like him. The guy gets it. He talks like Donkey, but he likes good video games. Listen, that's all I needed. That's all I need from that YouTuber. Video Game Donkey also likes good video games. It's just that half the time he pisses me off when he hates on RPGs, even though I understand that he just doesn't like them and has tried to like them. I can give him that, but it pisses me off no matter what. Another donkey spawns in. It just the way he talks definitely gives me the nostalgia of like the early 2010s YouTubing. I don't know if I want that arm. Oh! Beating Final Fantasy 1 challenges were something else. They were fucking crazy. The way he had to manipulate the goddamn RNG and stuff. No thanks. I'm good. I don't need to be doing all that. I think here would be alright. It's so awful that I believe they had to like what was it? They used an emulator to see if it even was possible for certain parts, and I was like, dude, let's not. This is painful. This is awful. But it was interesting. That's for sure. I did find it interesting. Man, I don't like these. Fuck these hands. Delete them. Get them out of here. I don't want to see them anymore. I need to stop drawing. I need to go to sleep. Give me a second. Give me a second. I just don't want to leave it like this, but I'm going to probably leave it like this. I got to go to sleep. Or else I won't wake up at a good hour. But anyway, thank you very much for hanging out. I'll see you guys later. We'll listen more about Troll Wife and her many Troll Wife responsibilities. We'll see more about that. I think it will be good. I think it will be a good time. No alcohol required. You save it like that. Just gonna put that here. Save, goddammit. Oh my god, it's taking a hot minute. There we go. Okay. What else have I done today? I did all 3 of these girls. That's good. I just need to color them. That's good. And I also need to finish 4 more. Oh my god, I'm nowhere near done. I will be done though. I think this is a good pace so far. So I'm gonna be good and finish these very soon. I'll see you guys later, okay? Good night. You're gonna see if you can find it through the library. Oh no, I piqued your interest. It's called A Darkness So Sweet, I believe. A Darkness So Sweet? Let me check. Yeah, A Darkness So Sweet. I might check out the other work they have. They have a nice writing style. But anyway, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Good night, everybody. Bye-bye, everyone. Goodbye.